the main character examines a brunette named Croft, who is sitting calmly on the sofa, assessing her attire and appearance. Reasoning to herself, she cannot help but agree that he is handsome, his face, and his eyes. This look is so confident. In the end, the protagonist admits to herself that the brunette sitting across from her is definitely beautiful. But the girl did not go unnoticed for long, and soon the young man drew attention to her. He was clearly disconcerted by the fact that he was disturbed. But the unexpected visitor hurries to introduce Riviera Blanche. Now Croft can look at the girl, appreciate Riviera's skillful attire, her expensive jewelry, which clearly indicates that she belongs to a high family, and of course her beauty. Her golden hair, her blue eyes, and her refined figure. But to put it mildly, Blanche is not very happy with this acquaintance, overwhelmed by the worry that he promises her death. She is constrained and frozen, looking at her interlocutor almost with horror, forgetting manners. Fate was not kind to Prince Croft. He was exiled by the previous emperor when he was 7 years old, and forced to live on the eastern border of a lawless world. But when the previous emperor died, Prince Croft had an ally, the Duke of Blanche, who helped the prince return. But there were malicious intentions in this. Duke Blanche wanted to get closer to the throne by becoming the new emperor's father-in-law by marrying off his daughter, Riviera. Therefore, we understand that the acquaintance between Riviera and Croft, who arrived at Blanche a week before the coronation with the goal of teaching him manners, was not accidental at all, but arranged. But not everything went as Duke Blanche expected. His plans were interrupted, and as a result, luck turned against him, and he was murdered by the young king. The prince who ascended the throne became a cruel ruler who brought death to anyone who stood in the way of achieving his goal. Croft killed with the sole purpose of being close to the main character, and he didn't care at what cost he would achieve it. The main character is perplexed because the author of the story decided to bet on the total destruction of empires and chaos in the plot just so the characters could be together. We learned that a week ago, upon waking up, the girl discovered that she had woken up in a fairy tale she had read not long ago. She analyzed the situation and the surroundings, namely the soft feather bed, the expensive room decor, the servants who woke her up addressing her as nothing less than a mistress, and she began to realize. She took the place of the main character, Riviera Blanche, who according to the plot should become a victim of the cruel Tyrant Croft. This cannot be left indifferent. The girl certainly realizes the desperate situation and dangerous situation she is in, because in the near future Croft will become a tyrant who will subject not the novel's character to harsh trials, but her. At this point, we see Croft arriving at the Duke Blanche's house to spend some time there working on his manners before heading to the imperial palace. Now we can delve deeper into this story. The main protagonist of the story is named Riviera Blanche and is the Duke's only heiress, who planned to gain power through his games in the political play for the throne's legacy. We understand that despite this status, beauty, and wealth, she is still just a victim in the wrong hands. And now, the main character finding herself in this fictional world is clearly dying of fear inside, because she knows that nothing good awaits her ahead, only the torment of the Tyrant King and deaths. Croft, looking at the girl trembling with fear, only sighs. He understands why they sent Blanche's daughter. She needs to learn manners before visiting the palace. Having thought about this, the prince, who will soon become king, allows himself to sit more casually and put his feet on the table in the lady's presence. Furthermore, he decides to start the conversation smugly by revealing the amusing fact that the Duke's daughter was assigned to him as his teacher. To teach etiquette, such a decision was clearly unexpected for him. Riviera, as if not noticing the mockery in the intonations and the unworthy behavior of a tall guy, bows and promises to do everything in her power so that the young emperor learns manners. The crowned lady looks at the girl even more intently. He is clearly impressed by how, despite her fear, she behaves elegantly in front of him. But he is not pleased. Instead, he decides to scare the Duke's daughter so much that she cannot stand it and runs away. It seems he has a plan. But out loud, he speaks perfectly, which leaves the girl in a state of stupor. This word sounds too harsh. The young man does not ask. He demands that she teach him, and at that moment Blanche sees the wick of a foreign determination in his eyes, which say more than a short sentence. They contain a warning that failure promises her death. But our protagonist is not a timid person, so, having recovered, she decides to start by drawing up a schedule. But the young emperor is not attracted by conversations on this topic. He makes a bored face. He covers his mouth while yawning and puts his feet more comfortably on the elegant table. And face. The main character is trying to suppress the desire to scream about the injustice. She does not understand why this is happening at this moment. Beyond that, she tries to understand. Was it really possible that no one around her had ever spoken about good manners before? And about the fact that one should not put one's feet on the table. For example, was it really the fear of dying at his hands that forced everyone to remain silent? But at this moment, our young heroine accepts her fate, accepts the rules of the game. Since she needs to teach him, she will do it. She does not know if he is crazy or simply cruel, but it is obvious that she is now in someone else's reality. And in the place of Riviera Blanche, which means she will do what she must. That is, in the end, the main character simply decides to let everything take its course and allow herself to exist in the imaginary world of the novel, whatever happens. And the next moment, we see the elegant lady give a beautiful swing step and knock Croft's legs off the table with a kick of her shoe. Like a professional football player, without removing the sweet smile from her face. The young monarch clearly did not expect such a turn from someone who a minute ago was afraid even to look at him. The effect produced on him is clearly visible on his face. But we see that with one blow, the girl made him sit in a more appropriate position. And then smoothing her skirt, she takes the same position she occupied before, as if nothing had happened. The poor protagonist has clearly lost all complacency and looks in shock at the girl, smiling sweetly at him. Trying to cope with her emotions, Croft asks a rhetorical question about the girl hitting him. To which Riviera replies with a smile that the emperor must not put his feet on the table. It seems the young man began to come to his senses and, regaining more confidence in his voice, asks a provocative question about what such a statement might mean, that the Duchess deems him unworthy of the new title. But the girl is not fooled, and avoiding an answer, says that if her methods do not suit the future emperor, then they can choose another more worthy and suitable one for him. Suddenly, an inspiring idea occurs to the protagonist that if she disappoints the emperor with her manner of addressing him in the process, she will be dismissed, a new teacher will be chosen, the monarch will leave the estate, and she will be able to survive. It seems such a plan makes Riviera feel incredibly happy. She is radiant and almost happy because hope looms on the horizon, and she is ready to fulfill her plan, allowing herself even to laugh in oblivion. But Croft is perplexed by the sudden burst of emotions from the Duchess, and categorically declares that he does not agree with such a proposal, throwing out a short no. All the joy leaves the girl like air from a balloon. Blanche does not understand why he does not want to give up on her and choose another teacher. Croft smiles smugly at the bewilderment of the others and declares that he does not want to see other teachers. But he wants to see how she will manage in this role. There is no long pause in which the future emperor clearly enjoys the effect his words produced and tries to compose herself. The girl clearly leaves open the possibility that the emperor will change his mind. So she warns him that time is short, and even the most basic skills will require a lot of effort, because they have a difficult job ahead and the methods will be strict. Unlike the lady, Croft is full of interest and replies that although he is unlikely to be the ideal of obedience, they need to build a mutual understanding. But the one who should teach manners with a sweet smile, like the best of treats, openly insults the royal offspring, calls him a bastard, and tells him that if Croft realizes that he is considered so, he must make an effort and change the opinion of another person about himself. It seems that for the future emperor, this is comparable to a blow to the stomach. But he will definitely not give up in this confrontation. Only the strategy chosen by Blanche has the opposite effect. It seems that the real person is becoming more and more interested in her, but decides to give her a warning. Looking at the blonde with a heavy gaze that would surely freeze the water in the bottle. He almost directly states that words can be paid for with one's head, blaming that despite her high status. To him, her life is worth no more and no less than anyone else in this castle. But the main character dismisses this question as a joke, pointing out that he clearly did not like it. To which the brunette only says she is joking, and about the misunderstanding that has arisen. Then it is Blanche's turn to joke, who also wonders how the subjects will react to the emperor, who kills people right and left. There is no answer. Croft jumps up and in one leap covers the distance between them, jumping over the table. The young man approaches, invading personal space by placing his palm near another person's head. And then, without ceremony, he grabs another person's chin and only then, looking confidently at the girl from top to bottom, reveals that in the future they will find out if he is as cruel as they think. No tears, no frightened look in response, the girl hits him in the stomach. But not with words, but with a small but heavy fist. The future emperor, clearly disconcerted, misses the second blow with the same fist. But already in the face, it lands directly on the jaw. While the monarch tries to recover from what happened, he hears the melodious voice, but confident of a girl, who politely informs him that he must not touch a woman's body. At this point, Riviera reports that the welcome lesson is over, and now asks permission to take her leave. Croft is certainly impressed, with a bruise on his face and the flame in a state of shock. Apparently unable to hold his face correctly, as a real person should. But the protagonist takes advantage of the moment and calmly leaves the room, closing the door behind her and pressing her back against it, catching her breath. And now the girl can succumb to panic, realizing that she might be in danger because of the trick she just allowed herself. She clearly blames and scolds herself for daring to hit someone who will become a tyrant in the near future. But besides this, the protagonist experiences wild excitement from the abruptness and audacity with which her personal boundaries were violated the moment they approached her and unceremoniously grabbed her chin. We learn that the future emperor had a tough time because the one in the Duchess's body went to boxing classes in the real world, which means she can defend herself. Sitting already on the floor, the blonde was on the verge of tears, fearing they would try to stop her. A little later, the maid notices her hand and asks what happened. The right hand is injured, and the maid shows interest in it, but the main character simply pulls it away. A simple bruise, nothing of the sort. In her head, the maid thinks and completes the situation, based on rumors about Croft's cruelty. She decides that he bit her mistress like a dog, while the protagonist herself realizes that the princess's body, although beautiful, is quite weak. The maid continues to imagine in her head the terrible things Croft can do. And his supposed mistress only wonders if she will be able to win in a direct confrontation with the future emperor. What Croft really prepared we will find out in the next chapter, but we are sure that he is impressed. Croft appears before us surrounded by numerous books, which he studies attentively, trying not to miss the details. Although no, not very carefully, because he is distracted by thoughts about the princess every time he gets halfway through a line. And the point is that the more he tries to analyze the situation, the stranger it seems to him. The future emperor believes that from the first moment the princess appeared, he discovered the truth of her motives and realized that it was certainly planned to conclude an alliance between them in the near future. He cannot help but admit that the girl who is the daughter of Duke Blanche is incredibly beautiful and, in general, he himself planned to marry in the near future, and honestly admits that he would like to avoid etiquette lessons. But then something happens that only causes bewilderment. It seems the young man cannot unravel the motives of the Duke's daughter, and this torments him. Her behavior does not fit the general state of affairs. Suddenly, someone calls the future emperor, forcing him reluctantly to give up, trying to understand another person's behavior and turn his head. The men who appear, practically bursting into the office, ask the question that concerns them all. Is it true that Croft hit the princess, to which the man nods, disagreeing with the accusations. We meet the men in the service of the future emperor, Melik, a muscular man who looks like a wardrobe, clearly threatening on the outside, but not on the inside, and who is unwilling to believe that his master is capable of raising a hand against a woman. Another man, Blake, is an ash-blonde man who clearly looks more reserved. And now he says mournfully that he heard the news about the princess in a recent duel. Talking about the princess clearly causes Croft moral suffering. He thinks about her too much, and rudely orders him to shut up and stop. Melik cannot simply stay silent. He considers it his duty to express that he does not believe his master confirms this fact and is glad, not without pleasure, that his feelings did not fail him. At this point, Blake decides to ask why the rumors started. Croft casually replies that he was the one who was killed and complains that he could get into trouble if such rumors receive more attention. Blake also clarifies whether his master behaved normally with the lady and confirms this fact, which clearly reassures the servants. But Croft does not waste a moment without complaining that he was made a comment about the inviolability of the female body, that it cannot be touched just like that. Such a complaint clearly produced a stupefying effect on the servants. The man stood paralyzed looking at him. In the next moment, Melik calls him trash for this behavior, while the others try not to laugh out loud and overcome the shock imagining the situation somewhat intimately. Melik reports his disappointment with the master, to which Croft tries to justify himself by shouting that not everything was as it seemed. He continues trying to explain himself, assuring that they misunderstood him, but two of the remaining men only laugh at him. Realizing that the young man is on the verge of a nervous breakdown, Blake decides to take a serious interest in what happened, and receives an answer from Croft that generally nothing special happened, they just had a small fight. While a moment arises in his head where he initially showed direct aggression. And he was the first to reach out, opening his hands and giving way to the retaliatory actions that followed. Blake carefully, but without laughing, draws the brunette's attention to the fact that it is better to improve relations, because now they do not need a conflict with the Duke. It would be easier to apologize for his behavior and smooth things over. But the future tyrant cannot contain a brilliant outburst of indignation and expresses the shameful fact that it was the princess who hit him. But Blake asks to clarify what was done to deserve it. Croft, clearly not wanting to recount what happened, merely stated that the girl was scared, and that nothing of the sort was done on his part, and then declares that what happened to him was worth it, which means he regrets nothing. But while Blake tries to explain that women should be treated differently, with kindness and in general, the attitude towards the princess in particular needs to be reconsidered, Croft assures that he is trying. Next, Croft receives the news that Prince Pesilos is already on his way, and asks not to inform Blanche about this until he himself goes to the palace. The time has come to meet a new acquaintance, Prince Pesilos, Croft's uncle, and the younger brother of the previous emperor, the man who is ready for anything for power and the throne. The circumstances were such that the crown prince died of an illness shortly after the emperor's death. The motive was unclear, and now the noble class split into two camps supporting Pesilos or Croft. At the same time, we can add that Croft's position would not have been so secure if it were not for what was revealed about the Great Duke. It all started with rumors, but in the end, Pesilos himself admitted that he was the one who killed the crown prince. And from the throne itself, he did not deny it. Croft understands that now more than ever he must be careful, because he himself has never been in the palace, and he does not know what to expect from his uncle in this power struggle. Blake does not give the future emperor the opportunity to delve deeper into his thoughts. He points out that he will have to apologize to the princess and explain the reason for such behavior by talking about the difference in cultures. To which the irritated brunette declares that he is a victim of a beating, not a girl. She hit him. But just like the previous two times, Blake does not take this complaint seriously, but declares that he does not notice any wounds, but another person's hand turned out to be injured. He needs to apologize. Of course, Croft is not satisfied with such advice, but he is not a fool and understands that. As much as he would like, he should apologize. And soon, our main characters meet in the main hall. The brunette is clearly gathering her courage. The apology is not given easily. The blonde girl is slightly excited about their confrontation and the fact that they have to spend some time together. She tries to address him, apparently smiling, but at the same time feels excitement and slight panic. It is difficult to read anything on the real person's face. The young people sit opposite each other at a large table laden with various delicacies. It seems that both are not very ready to look each other in the eye after what happened recently. The girl regrets that she made a mistake by hitting the prince. Her blue eyes finally divert their attention from her own plate to the young man. And at that moment, she hears the words, "Forgive me." She clearly did not expect to hear this from the future emperor, and therefore only flutters her long eyelashes, trying to understand if she heard him. Croft continues, seeming to have completely controlled himself as Blake taught. He asks for forgiveness for his behavior. He blames the fact that his customs may differ, and most importantly, he asks for understanding from her side. The main character tries to quickly figure out what the man is talking about, but she cannot understand it because she was the one who hit him. Blanche humbly lowers her head and says that she does not understand what he is talking about, and that there is nothing to apologize for. Croft cheered up, realizing that there was nothing to worry about, because Riviera did not plan to involve her father in the matter, but suggested out loud to start the meal. First courses, main courses, appetizers, wine, everything as it should be in the house of a noble family of the highest quality. And the best preparation, the chef clearly went too far. Now we can once again appreciate how handsome the future emperor is with a fork in his hand. He looks no less attractive than riding a horse or sitting on a throne. The blonde, forgetting about the food, talks about how strange it is that at the table, the future tyrant behaves surprisingly tolerably and orderly, except for the fact of how much food Croft devoured at the fastest pace. On the other hand, the girl understands that she should not worry about someone else's appetite, and that these may be traditions and vestiges of a foreign state. Having eaten her fill and carefully observing the behavior of others at the table, the girl decides that she can finish the meal and wipes her lips with a napkin. Furthermore, she attracts the attention of another person and wonders if her interlocutor knows how to dance and is trained in that art. Croft tries to remember, but without feeling exactly awkward. He replies that he was not taught this before. In an attempt not to seem incompetent in something, the dark-haired young man adds that he knows about sword dancing that is performed on the battlefield. With swords that is performed on the battlefield. Although the princess listens to him little, she seems to wonder how difficult it will be to learn to dance, and if she can cope with it. But the realization that the future tyrant will probably make many mistakes suddenly amuses Blanche. She thinks this is an opportunity to teach him and find fault with him as many times as possible. Croft tries to get her attention, but the girl resolutely declares that they should start today. The sooner the better. And the young man claims that they definitely did not listen to him. The girl loses her footing and reproaches, but tries to speak more confidently, throwing arguments that it is very important for the future emperor to master the art of dance so as not to become the laughingstock, because social events, dances, and meetings with foreign guests await him. The main character read the novel to the end and knows that in the future the emperor will have no problems with dancing, and he will definitely not become the laughingstock. On the contrary, many women will not miss the opportunity to attract his attention. Even after Riviere becomes empress, the number of those wishing to do so will not decrease. And parents will continue to send their daughters to the palace for the sake of the mercy of the emperor's attention. Lillian, the protagonist, whom Croft passionately loved, will be among the same ladies heading to the palace. The heroine of this story remembers that Lillian and Croft spent a wonderful time dancing under the moon. Under the bewildered gaze of the brunette, the girl decides that she definitely needs to learn to dance. This is important and will be useful to her in the future. Croft is trying to understand what is happening to the girl, who is lost in thought. But he realizes that it seems to be about dancing. Therefore, he suddenly agrees as he does not see strong internal resistance and says that he is ready to learn to dance under her guidance. The joy of the blonde knows no bounds. It seems the hall even lit up brighter from her smile as she announces that they will see each other later. At 3 o'clock, in the great ballroom on the first floor. It is a pity that soon this smile will not shine so brightly. Then the appointed time arrives at almost 3 o'clock, and here is the first floor and a spacious hall. Croft admits to himself that he does not like dancing, he does not want to learn it. He already has many things to do that require due attention. But he also understands that they will not leave him alone, that the princess will not give up, and in general, he should not ruin his relationship with her. This is not just simple communication. There is an agreement behind it, involving a confrontation between the Duke of Blanche and Pessillos. Now it could not be clearer. Duke Blanche will help Croft and support him in this political game, and, in return, he must provide a place next to him for his daughter. Riviere must become empress. Only now does Croft realize the importance of the Duke's help in his bid for power when his uncle promises a high degree of danger. Now, the young man decides that he must not neglect etiquette lessons so as not to shake such a fragile alliance with the Duke of Blanche. There is only a week left, so the male protagonist decides that he is ready to do anything. Whether it's dancing or arranging flowers. He needs to establish contact with the princess, the goal is too close. Lost in his thoughts, the future emperor does not notice how he appears in the hall where the servants we already know are discussing something. And he is the first to rush to greet his master Malik. Malik runs to Croft and tells him his apologies for the insult, admits that he was wrong, and did not fully understand the situation. After this, the tall man, showing his support, tells the master that he is sure that the princess will understand and accept the prince's feelings. Croft, in response to this, is perplexed. He tries to ask him again what he thinks he feels. And then the servant enthusiastically tells him that Blake shared with him the secret of his master's love for the princess at first sight. Hearing this, the real person is not satisfied with this, and his eyes shine with an unpleasant light. He clearly begins to boil, and is at least one step away from rude words. The kind Malik continues to express his impressions out loud, not realizing the imminent danger. He says that he is not surprised that the master was shaved for trying to immediately steal a kiss, even though they barely know each other. The other servants see how dissatisfied their masters are and try to explain that Blake embellished what he heard a little. Croft definitely has no words for his indignation towards the servants, with the exception of Malik. They laugh and are nervous, but the big man does not understand what is happening. Covering his face with his palm, Croft sends the servants to the training ground. But it seems Malik is not upset by this decision. He is always happy to practice. You already saw how excited he is. But apparently, the master's mood bodes no good for them. Judging by the tone in which Croft announces that Malik will be first, this will not be just a training session. But the meeting with his warriors distracted the young man from his previous plans, as he was supposed to be in a completely different place. Practicing dancing, so his teacher came to look for him. The main character did not wait for him at the designated place at the appointed time, and upon learning from the servants where the guest of his house had gone, it turned out that instead of dancing, he was engaged in fencing. The girl tries, but does not understand why he did not say that he did not want to learn to dance, and forced her to wait without prior notice, standing far enough away not to attract attention, but close enough to watch. The girl watches Croft fencing with his warriors. The skill with which he moves, with his clearly controlled rhythm and tempo, also recalls a dance somewhat. But no less important is the evident pleasure the young man gets, who does not hide his smiles, gestures and grimaces, while seeming sincere in his reactions. However, the training is interrupted by Malik, who calls the others and draws attention. They are not alone. At that moment, Croft realizes that Riviera is watching them, standing not far away on the stone stairs. A moment of excitement or ancient anger overcomes him, and he remembers that he promised Blanche that he would be in the grand ballroom at 3 o'clock. And not here, the future tyrant curses under his breath as he sheathes his sword and realizes that he has prepared for it. The servant does not miss the opportunity, mocking him by telling him that for the sake of a forgotten promise, he could get it. And Croft realizes that this is not far from the truth. The girl carefully descends the stairs, and all the men looking in her direction now see how beautiful she is. It seems that if others can restrain the impulse, then for Malik things are different. It is important for him to make sure who is in front of him. He wants to introduce himself. And so, like a huge giant, Malik approaches the fragile girl, ignoring the attempt to stop him. The main protagonist is impressed by how huge the man in front of her seems, just looking at him with her mouth open, forgetting about manners. But Malik, unlike her, does not shy away. Apparently, he says that he is in Croft's retinue and comes from the east. He adds that he is not a gentleman at all, just a warrior of the future emperor. But it seems to make a favorable impression on the girl. In response to another person's not-so-elegant performance, Blanche sketches a charming smile. Croft, watching this, notices that she is too kind to his servant. She does not back away, does not put the uprooted servant in his place, but cordially accepts his greeting. Without understanding why, he steps forward and interferes with their communication by drawing attention to himself, greeting the blonde no less awkwardly than his bear-like warrior. The way the boy hesitates indicates that he is aware that he is at fault towards her. And now he is carefully choosing his words. Riviera looks at him, though with a polite smile, and courteously asks what he is doing here. Anyway, the future emperor must understand the hidden message about the broken promise. And the general indignation. In his head, the young man is already shuffling possible options for future events, where it will be difficult for him to avoid physical punishment. And realizing this, he also estimates that he is unwilling to allow such scenes in front of his soldiers, because it would affect his reputation. Therefore, Croft is in no hurry to answer the question, but puts on a solemn face after deciding something for himself. And then, under the surprised glances of Riviera and Malik, he simply walks past them, moving away from the place where the fencing training took place. Malik begins to shout after him, asking if he is ashamed of the situation. He wonders where he is going, but it seems Croft does not intend to answer and walks on. The men look at the figure of their retreating master, and it seems that each of them tries to understand what the motives for this flight were. Our main character also has no idea what happened to him. She walks trying to calm her irritation. She could have tried to catch up with him, but simply did not have time to realize where this insolent guy was heading. In which direction? But suddenly, a familiar voice distracts her from her own thoughts. The culprit of her irritation calls her. The girl stops and sees Croft approaching her, who looks somewhat annoyed. But having sufficiently shortened the distance between them, the young man froze, waiting for deserved punishment, which he seemed ready to accept. Fortunately, there were no witnesses. Looking at her interlocutor somewhat perplexed, Blanche tries to understand what is wrong with him and what he wants. Then he ignores her, then flees, then comes himself. This is confusing. But despite the man's expectations, Riviera purses her lips in dissatisfaction and turns to leave here, not wanting to continue the conversation. Croft is not ready to let her go now. He shouts wait and grabs her wrist, wanting to stop her and not let her go. Not expecting this, the blonde exclaims fearfully and leans back, losing her balance. The young man's inner voice shouts in Riviera's voice that you cannot touch girls like that. Without any permission, and judging by Croft's expression, he only now realized what he was doing. The girl turns around, and her angry expression bodes nothing good. This is a fact. And all because Croft, fearing getting into trouble for touching a girl without asking, simply took his hands off her, and she fell to the floor without any support. She sits down and wonders how unempathetic she is towards others. But not hearing other people's thoughts, the future tyrant extends a hand to the girl. And he does, clearly wanting to help her get up, and there is no insidious intention in doing so. The blue-eyed blonde girl raises her head to look at another person's face with an inquisitive look, to try to read the insidious intention of this act, but the brunette looks at him calmly and confidently, without a hint of deceit and mockery. It is at this moment that the future emperor receives a kick to the knee, when another person's hand leans too far forward, and their fingers touch. The girl's anger knows no bounds. This is no longer the inner voice in Croft's head. But Riviera herself shouts not to dare touch girls, although a slight hesitation on her part may suggest that such an attack may be a defensive reaction. Who knows? Having taken a step, the blonde realizes that she feels intense pain and cannot step on her foot again. Struggling to hold back tears, the protagonist realizes that returning to her rooms without someone else's help will be extremely difficult. But she is not allowed to sink further into sadness. Suddenly Croft approaches her, making her tremble and wonder why he is like this. He extends his hand to her, and the girl freezes, her breath catching at such an invasion of personal space. And the next moment, she was already in the wrong hands. Croft seems a little nervous. However, he clearly wants to help her. Indignant and feeling awkward, the blonde demands an explanation of what he allows himself to do. And does, but the future emperor only asks not to move, and even allows himself to be hit later by this trick. They turn towards the path leading to the main entrance, which they must follow. Riviera insists that she simply be let go free. Under the lightning gaze of blue eyes, the young monarch drops her onto a stone bench as if he had accepted the other person's decision. Croft kneels in front of her. The girl looks at him tensely, seeming even to forget the pain at that moment. But then Croft takes her elegant foot and takes off her shoe. The indignation of our dear lady knows no bounds. She simply loses her words for a moment, although she certainly screams to herself. Zap, and now she is already pulling his thick black hair to shreds, demanding that he take his hands off her. And not touch her, that he stop immediately. But clearly without fear of another's anger, or perhaps to demonstrate her harmful nature. The prince touches her leg again with his index finger, this time deliberately, without any justified reason. This makes Blanche boil like a teapot. The lid is about to whistle. It is clear that she has never experienced such indignation in her life. But Croft does not stop. He palpates her foot, points with his finger, and ignores the fact that the girl is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The next moment he gives a verdict that, fortunately, the bones are not broken. It's just a bruise, and in this case, it's enough to apply something cold. The girl is on the verge of tears after the experience. Now the pervert will be added to the boy's bad qualities. But the future emperor calmly continues that in the future it is better to take care of the bones. And it is better to scratch or bite him. And then, as if nothing had happened, he returns the almost stolen shoe to the girl, and offers to help her again, taking her to her chambers if she doesn't mind. Not yet fully recovered from the shock, Blanche asks a little stupidly what he means. It's just that the question seems to have been rhetorical, because the next moment the blonde is lifted and told that she should not walk alone for a while, given her injury. The fact that they are following this path to Riviera Blanche's chambers does not go unnoticed by the servants, who stare at them stupefied, as if at a circus show. The blonde girl is not happy with the help of others, and feels awkward about the attention they have attracted. So she hits Croft on the back of the neck and pulls his hair, venting her anger and irritation. But the young monarch himself does not reveal his misadventures, maintaining a calm expression on his face the entire way. The servants themselves cannot help but admire the beautiful couple they make together. You will fall in love. But Lady Blanche's maid does not seem particularly happy with what she sees. On the contrary, she is almost horrified. But when His Highness gives the order to pour a container of ice water, she hurries to execute it, as if by reflex, and she cannot contradict. It is true that as soon as she moves a little away, a request reaches her ears to take something off. And unable to restrain herself, the maid turns around and sees the heir to the throne kneeling before his lady, and then takes off her shoe as if it were not the first time. It seems this moment was the last straw for the maid. She can no longer restrain herself. having crossed her palms in front of her as if praying. And closing her eyes for fear of the one she is talking to, the brown-haired woman shouts that Croft cannot do this. She complains that no matter who he is, he cannot behave like this with his lover, and is willing to give his life defending her honor. Croft looks back bewildered, not understanding the reasons for such drama that unfolded in front of him. Getting up himself and his hands, as if demonstrating respect for others' integrity, and saying that one must not forget to take off one's socks before dipping into cold water. And then, looking at the maid, he passes by her on his way out while Riviera calls the frightened Saroni. The blonde reports that she hurt her finger and asks to bring some ice water, just like Croft did not long ago. Of course, the maid wonders how she got this bruise, but the girl realizes that she cannot tell the truth about the fact that she kicked the future emperor. Therefore, with a sweet smile, the protagonist replies evasively saying that this is how it was. But Saroni thinks that whoever provoked him is to blame for the injury, and she trembles with fear and indignation. Finally, cold water is brought, and the girl can cool her bruise in peace and quiet. Of course, she does not like how fragile this body turns out to be. She hurt her finger so much just by kicking the attacker. This is clearly annoying. This makes the girl, who finds herself in a strange world, think that whatever happens, she must survive here. The day comes to an end, and the sunset rays already fill everything with golden hues. When someone knocks on the door, Riviera calmly replies permission to enter. Croft enters her rooms, now dressed in ceremonial uniform and looking incredibly attractive in it. Under the watchful eye of the maid standing to the side, the young man takes a step closer and asks for the opportunity to talk. There is no threat, authoritarian tone, or mockery in this. Therefore, they do not refuse him and sit opposite each other. Showing obvious, not feigned concern, Croft inquires about the girl's well-being and asks about her leg. The girl sits with her bandaged foot and replies that, in general, her condition is tolerable, but that she obviously will not be able to teach dancing, and that rehabilitation after a bruise will obviously take time. Croft expresses the fact that he is not so interested in learning to dance. In response to this, Riviera replies that it would be more logical to find a replacement for her. But then the conversation changes tone. Looking at Blanche without batting an eye, the future emperor wonders if she really doesn't want to teach him etiquette. And at that moment, he would like to lie, but he doesn't, and he listens to a reasonable question because he doesn't want to be taught. Sighing deeply, the girl decides that perhaps this is the last chance to change the future, to influence it in some way. With a heavy heart, because she attributes her father's plans to the one whose body she is in. But she sees no other way out. So she says that she was appointed his teacher so that they could get to know each other and marry in the near future. But she doesn't notice the surprise on the other person's face. She simply nods and says she already knows all this anyway. Furthermore, the confident speech of the future emperor sounds like thunder. He is already ready to make her empress, marry her, and he doesn't need to teach her these etiquette lessons for this. The girl's surprise knows no bounds when she hears added words about another person's willingness to marry before ascending the throne. So that Lady Riviera has confidence in her husband and in her marriage. It's time to think about future actions. In the book, they had a pretty good relationship and infidelity. And here are these promises. We must also remember that he got rid of the Empress immediately after the love of his life appeared. Lillian, so the main character who was in this world, believed that she would not be particularly happy with this marriage. But until Lillian appeared, she generally has no reason to refuse marriage to a beautiful girl. And all these plans of driving away, changing teachers, and refusing etiquette lessons will not help to discourage him. Having gathered strength and composed herself, the girl, choosing her words, formulates a response saying that she is ready to teach him more. But that she is not ready for one thing, but she is interrupted. Of course, Croft does this. He finishes his sentence. He understands that she does not want or is not ready to marry him and asks her why. He wants the reason to be expressed. The reason for the refusal is reasonable and logical for the girl. She does not want to die because of him, but this cannot be said. In the pause between them, the future emperor wonders if this girl already likes someone. The pause is prolonged. Blanche does not answer. She only looks back suspiciously. That's why the man takes the initiative without waiting for an answer, nervously tapping his leg. And does he make her an offer that sounds like this for now? Continue with the etiquette lessons until Croft obtains the desired power with the help of Duke Blanche. And after that, the authority of Riviera's father will play no role. Realizing the essence of this proposal, a shiver runs through the girl's body. And she looks up with slight disbelief at the simplicity with which such plans are expressed. Now, looking at the handsome and self-confident young man sitting opposite, the main character clearly understands that behind the good attitude towards her is the desire to win. Her father's favor, and after that death awaits her, it's a matter of time. This is what is hidden between the lines in his speech. This is what is clearly read in his eyes. And this is a good start to becoming a tyrant. Putting aside her own thoughts a little, the blonde allows herself a quiet laugh. With a completely touching and innocent look, the blonde lady asks if they can let her go wherever she wants. And Croft hurries to reply that it will be so wherever she wants. And at that moment, the girl changes character. There is no more hidden aggression, caution, or fear, but only a friendly and welcoming phrase about how happy she is to teach him etiquette. The future emperor seems pleased with the change, although he says he is not particularly happy about knowing it. But well, of course, the young man does not understand the essence of such a change. He assumes something of his own about the benefits. He does not realize the true essence, but inside the main character rejoices. She did it. The charming and touching look she gives to her familiar tyrant seems to put Croft in a stupor. It seems he underestimated the possibility that beauty would influence him. Clearing his throat nervously and eagerly recovering, the future ruler realizes that it is time to go eat. He realizes that, until the swelling subsides, it would not be the best idea to force the large leg. And he forces the girl more and more with his approach. And again, he allows himself to shamelessly grab the girl and lift her into his arms, carrying her towards the dining room. In response to this joke, Blanche tries to make a half-hearted attempt and speed up because again he is behaving inappropriately before flirting with a girl. Moral norms must be observed. It is true that Croft immediately interrupts the girl and does not plan to take lectures seriously. He replies as if with a report that permission must be asked for. And while the young monarch, without remorse, drags the girl to the dining room, she thinks that somehow she needs to further secure this body in case she needs protection from someone. She needs to be independent. The table, as always, is eagerly awaited in the dining room, laden with various delicacies. And now Duke Blanche appears before them in person, the expensive fabric of the suit, the perfection of the pattern, the expensive jewelry, the perfection of every detail of his image. It seems that neither in this couple expected such a meeting, so they are embarrassed. And when greeting the Duke, they hesitate and remain silent, choosing their words. But the Duke himself is pleased with what he saw, the fact that his daughter is in the arms of the future ruler of the empire. It is a good sign for him. After bowing, Blanche inquires about the etiquette lessons as a future emperor, and says bluntly that he noticed her approach. As if nothing had happened, Croft says he is happy with everything and that he has already learned a lot. The main character burns with a desire to hit him for this lie, but is forced to remain silent. Turning to him and catching his gaze, she seems to ask if he is in his right mind. But the young man only smiles at this question. Such a lie does not bother him at all, and he looks very pleased. The Duke watches from the side as they sit next to each other and look at each other like a couple hiding something. Taking the opportunity, the respectable man praises his daughter in front of an important person to him. And of course, Croft agrees with his arguments. Riviera can certainly be useful to him, no doubt. The girl is certainly not satisfied with this behavior and attitude towards herself on the part of the men. The table set today seems even better and richer than yesterday. For the sake of the beloved guest in every sense and the owner of this place. It clearly took more than an hour in the kitchen. Without showing any enthusiasm, Croft asks the Duke, raising his glass, how things are with Prince Pecillos. And at that moment, Duke Blanche, not without a smile, reports that the future emperor's uncle mentions another relative, Prince Ison, which wipes the smile off Croft's face. Now we learn that there is another surviving prince, a Sir Ison who, according to the known plot, the main character will die at the hands of Croft. Precisely because Croft will kill him and receive the persistent title of Tyrant. But it is this death that will allow the insidious Pecillos to follow the path he wanted. That is, to destroy the reputation of the rival and bring him and his niece, Lillian, closer. The main character is increasingly immersed in her thoughts, distracted from the general conversation, and not noticing how Croft looks at her with bewilderment, while enjoying how interesting the development of the plot from hatred has become, and enmity to love. The girl summarizes her thoughts on this and finally notices the gaze of another person upon herself. While Duke Blanche warns his potential son-in-law about Pecillos' plans and recommends that he quickly resolve this issue, the main character believes that the future plot will follow the canon of the narrative. She, of course, points out that an agreement has been reached between them, however. There is always a risk that the madness of the young emperor will disrupt all plans. And then Duke Blanche will not be happy. And at this moment, the heroine is once again overcome with doubts about what will happen to herself. Her hands tremble, and she does not obey when she tries to pin at least something from the food onto her fork. But looking at the future tyrant, she believes that there is a chance. She must try to take risks and cunning, because if she does not allow the meeting between the emperor and Lillian, then there will be no reason to get rid of Riviera Blanche, which means there is a clever backup plan for self-salvation in someone else's body. For a moment their gazes meet, the girl notices that despite the inner spark of madness, there can also be a special charm in this. Looking closely at the main character again and again, the girl, trapped in a world alien to her, notices that Croft seems inaccessible and, in general, devoted more time to exclamations and advice to run away from him directed at Lillian. Only now, finding herself in the place of the novel's heroine, until now the main role. And then secondary, our misfit began to understand why Lillian fell in love with Croft in the first place. Even though she had not done so, when she finished reading the novel expected a happy ending. The main thing is not to make mistakes. This is what the girl is thinking about. Not letting Lillian get scared so that she can count on a good ending. Because only if Lillian is not afraid and stays with Croft can we count on the fact that he will not go mad with melancholy when his beloved runs away from him. Our heroine is delighted to think how much bloodshed can be avoided if the main characters meet as quickly as possible. She turns her head and openly looks at Croft, full of emotion, determination boiling in her chest. The future tyrant himself, not knowing what goes on in this pretty head, watches skeptically as the girl smiles again for no reason. It is true that the moment the heroine herself is filled with the desire to help Croft. He smiles, smugly noticing the attention towards himself. And then the girl remembers all the possible cruelty of another person's essence. And she is a little afraid of too open an attitude towards him. She immediately turns away, breaking eye contact, stopping so much attention that the young monarch wonders what is wrong. Faced with this situation, he decides that he must return to the process of teaching manners, giving another piece of advice that after a meal with a woman you like, you should not delay showing cordiality. Next, you should enhance the effect and invite the lady of your heart for a walk. Or for tea. Croft cautiously wonders if etiquette really requires this. And the girl, with obvious disappointment, wonders how she could have made Lady Lillian sympathetic to her feelings with that attitude. She gathers all her strength not to hurt another person's pride, and confirms that such actions are really required by etiquette. It is necessary to walk. Surprisingly, Croft does not argue. He accepts such conditions as he should. But notes that while the lady has problems with her leg, walking is not convenient for them. And an alternative solution would be to offer to take a walk together. The protagonist tries to argue, capricious, but politely pointing out that she can walk. and that this is not a problem. But this time, the future tyrant insists. He points out that if she doesn't give her leg a rest, it will take longer to recover. While when asked if she will use it in this case, he no longer sees any problem, and states that this should not be a problem and that it should not be heavy at all. Not wanting to argue further, the girl accepts another person's hand, and the alternative solution is to lean on him. Croft does not understand the reasons for such perseverance, notes that it is not easy for a girl to accept help. And he considers it strange for a person of special status and the daughter of a duke. The misunderstanding multiplies, and it is. It is unclear whether they will be able to overcome it in the future. Despite the young man believing that everything would be easier, he was disappointed because the accepted friendly hand did not mean a solution. After one step, the blonde girl fell to the floor as soon as she was released. The situation was aggravated by the fact that, in response to what happened, Blanche gave him a kick, which only worsened the bruise. From all this, Croft assesses his body as unusual if even here there is a vague understanding. But only one thing is clear if, thanks to so much perseverance, he continues to apply pressure on her sore leg. Then it can become something more serious, a fracture, for example. After thinking about this, and realizing that he risks being scolded and misunderstood, Croft decides something for himself. The next moment, he carefully lifts the girl into his arms, declaring that it will be much better this way. And this despite the many times Riviera asked not to touch. On the other hand, it is now clear what could have scared Lillian and made her flee from the tyrant. This is a body that is now clearly more fragile, and she has to improvise and consider options for her own salvation. Taking advantage of another person's proximity, she tries to hit him directly on the forehead. But this only receives a polite comment that you have to be careful, otherwise you can break your forehead. And he deftly dodges the blow. A failed attempt at petty revenge provokes an outburst of sincere indignation in our heroine, who cannot find a way to respond to this. Croft himself finds advice for her and offers to pull her hair in moments of anger, as she did not long ago. Excellent advice, the blonde gladly uses it, pulling the dark hair of another person, without forgiving the aggressor at all. Then, adopting his instructive tone, the girl politely, but with pressure, asks to repeat the phrase. "Miss, could you excuse me?" Absolutely without any interest, Croft does this. Blanche replies with approval. And now he asks to speak first. Trying to instill manners in the future tyrant, they do not argue with her. She complains again that she must not be touched and mentions that when the leg heals, she must stop being carried in his arms. The girl says hopefully that the injury is not that big and that everything will pass in 3 days. But the future emperor states that not even 3 months will be enough. Exhausted by another person's unpredictable behavior, the blonde girl is genuinely interested to know if she is being harassed. And then a skirmish arises where Croft claims that he is serious, but they argue with him again. And the protagonist does not believe that healing a bruise or sprain can take so long. But it seems that if in other matters an agreement is possible, then in this one the young man blames the experience on which he bases his assessment of another person's condition. When there seemed to be arguments for and against, they just looked at each other. Croft is amused by how dissatisfied and sullen the Duke's daughter looks, and decides to have some fun. With a perplexed look, he complains that he does not understand how Lady Riviera lived to her age with such a fragile body. But instead of indignation, the girl, looking down, agrees and says that she herself is surprised. Still open to the possibility of mockery, Croft says that this is not normal. Soon they are already occupying a table on the balcony. Now they can have tea, as the girl said. In front of them is an expensive family service and a prepared aromatic tea. But they sit in silence for a while. Sitting opposite each other, they are lost in their thoughts, trying to understand another person's logic and how to behave in the future. Distancing himself from his thoughts, Croft has the opportunity to appreciate the girl's beauty once more. Unable to find the right words and compliments, the future tyrant with a comically serious look declares that not all is lost. He assesses the speed of reactions and the ideal posture, and states that if the girl learns a couple of tricks and strengthens her body, she will become much better. But the girl is not offended by this, but tries to understand if what they are telling her is true. Croft continues by saying that strength is not always more important than the ability to use it correctly. He mentions the importance of strategy, where you direct power to the enemy's weaknesses to have a chance of victory. You put sugar in your tea and points out the mistakes made on his part. Attacking with all your might can only hurt yourself. In a calm and confident tone, the mentor summarizes that it is with muscle strengthening that the skills of distributing forces will come. The girl asks confusedly again because she does not understand what is meant when they talk about the attack. This is followed by a calm answer. He considers that recent attack on her part to be an attack, clearly considering that such an attempt was a failure given the situation. And then he also comments severely and mockingly that she could have hurt her neck. Amused by how angry and hurt they look back, Blanche receives no answer, but judging by her gaze, she tries to understand why he is telling her all this. But it seems Croft himself is already carried away by considering ways to solve her situation. He suggests hitting her with the palm of his hand, since the bones are very weak, and advises slapping her as an alternative. The girl shows great interest and asks if a slap can hurt enough. And then there is a moral blow to the patient, where on his part there is a statement that this is better than hurting herself. To which the main character replies in the same way that she would not have done such a thing if he had not done so given his reasons for this. It seems that Croft turns out to be impenetrable in these jokes and declares that the fault lies in the beginning of learning manners and, in general, blows from other people are unlikely to hurt him. Looking aside, he names the girl's blows and compares them to the flight and landing of a butterfly. This mockery finds expression in the cup clinking against the saucer with a jingle. The blonde declares that in this case, she needs to improve to be up to par with her future chosen one. But the tone is too polite, feigned, and oozes with passive aggression. There is no retaliatory aggression. On the contrary, the young ruler offers to train her. It seems the protagonist is stunned by this. She tries to clarify what is meant and hears a new proposal in which she is asked to teach etiquette. And they will teach her the art of battle. The shock the girl is in is hard to describe. Trying to maintain manners despite terrible irritation, the girl declares that she does not need help with this. But Croft disagrees with her without removing his smug smile. There is a warning in his words. She wonders if they want to teach her how to properly hit her aggressor, who is the future emperor. To which he agrees because, after all, good deeds must be done. But having slowed down, the girl tries to compose herself and refuses, claiming that she can handle everything herself. Riviera is asked if it will be difficult to train alone. The blonde is immersed in her thoughts. She didn't plan to train, just exercise. But with such a fragile body, this will not be easy. And there is no way to escape without incurring the wrath of Duke Blanche. Recalling the novel's narrative, she points out that Croft was described as nothing less than the god of fencing, and a master of the sword. Having considered the pros and cons, the main character decides that accepting the offer in the current reality would be correct. Because as an added benefit, her lessons will not raise doubts that she is in some kind of conspiracy with Croft. So the girl simply wishes both good luck in their effort to consent. This brings a wide smile to the beautiful face of the future ruler, but there is little kindness in this smile. And soon we will find out what it promises. A new day, a calm atmosphere during another joint snack. In the end, it turned out that, after a short time, the one who only caused fear and irritation, and was labeled a tyrant, is not so bad after careful consideration. He has already learned etiquette skills and how to invite someone for tea. Our heroine is clearly satisfied with the way the education she imparts influences him. But of course, it is not without mistakes. For example, another person's desire to hurry and drink a cup of tea in one gulp causes bewilderment. The girl calmly explains that drinking tea is not a time to rush. How important it is to savor both the smell and the taste. But the real lady does not like tea. She considers it bitter, and so she wonders how someone can enjoy it. The loud clinking of the placed cup tells us that the girl seems to have a guess. After tasting it, she cannot help but agree with Croft's comment that this tea is really hard to enjoy. Lady Blanche turns to the maid and realizes that the reason for the spoiled tea party is her, because she especially prepared this variety and made it so strong. However, there are no irreparable situations. The blonde gives an order to the maid to bring new psyllium tea leaves and dishes for it, skillfully handling the process like a sorceress with herbs for one brew. The girl prepares new tea. Judging by her pleasant and tender smile, this process appeases her. Croft, observing the process of making tea itself, the skillful movements of others. Noticing this charming facial expression, he seems to be imbued and impressed. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed girl carefully places a cup in front of him and asks him to try a new portion of tea, which she prepared herself. Having accepted his cup, the young man does as he was advised, enjoys the smell. And then the taste, and he notes that it is very tasty. Blanche is already radiant with a smile of satisfaction because she is very happy to have managed to please a person of blue blood. Filled with strange feelings of gratitude for her action, the man thinks that it is also worth doing something for his future chosen one. Therefore, he gets up from his seat and, grabbing the hilt, draws the sword from its scabbard. He offers the sword to the girl, offers to take it, and asks if she wants to practice fencing. Which of course surprises, because this happens in the middle of a tea party. With an extremely spiritual look, Croft talks about the importance of such training for the upper body. He explains that it is important to maintain balance, swing the sword so as not to injure oneself or break an arm. The girl accepts the sword and argues that she could hurt her hand. The young man regularly gives advice: keep the sword straight. Lower and raise it without haste. The instruction develops further. The girl obediently listens to this description of how to lift and touch the sword. The fingers move over the sword hilt as if it were a living organism, a creature with a soul, and it is not in vain that it is called art. Croft lets go of his hands and no longer holds the sword, and the girl tries to hold the load. But it doesn't work, and the sword falls to the floor with a roar, causing the blonde to scream. It seems both participants in the lesson are perplexed by what happened. But the future tyrant shows moderation. He doesn't allow himself even a quiet laugh and offers to try again. Showing great patience, Croft advises lifting the sword carefully, slowly from the level of the floor, which will help the muscles gradually strengthen. The girl makes another attempt, but it fails. She cannot lift the sword. As if it were possible, even if she wanted to, the future tyrant would support the blonde. Silence hangs between them. Croft clearly does not know how to respond, because they have just started training and such an effect already exists. And he does not know what to do next. The main character is no less shocked and overwhelmed by the shame that nothing has worked out. In an attempt to understand what is wrong, the young man asks if his student is putting all her strength into this process, to which Blanche replies that she is trying her best. She decides that it is the sword that is too heavy for her hands, and the girl complains about it. But Croft does not hesitate and confirms that this is not just any sword, and that it is indeed somewhat heavier. But immediately adds that it is not so heavy that it is impossible to lift it, which the girl clearly finds unpleasant to hear. Extremely annoyed, the protagonist takes tea again, clearly scolding her teacher with muttered bad words, and ignoring the training. Seeing another person's state, the young man decides to concede and says that he will prepare another sword for her, made of wood, which will obviously be easier to lift and train with. At that moment, looking at them, the maid can barely restrain herself from approaching them, dissatisfied with the fact that this tyrant pulled out a sword in front of the lady. This is an insult. The next portion of tea is not drunk outdoors, but in the girl's room. Croft reports that his colleague will arrive today, while the maid fills the cups with premium aromatic tea. Looking back, the future emperor tests the reactions of others to his warning. This news clearly excites the girl, because she does not know what to expect. But Croft hurries to assure her that the arrival of a stranger does not promise danger to the girl, only that she should be warned that servants should not approach the annex. The main character hurries to clarify how dangerous this colleague is to her and his people, but the future heir to the empire denies that his acquaintance will harm her. Except perhaps a little irritation. The blonde cannot resist expressing her feelings about the fact of the negative influence of a stranger, and immediately becomes perplexed, wondering if it's not a colleague but a woman, which Croft reluctantly confirms. The bewilderment only grows as to what kind of girl is capable of causing chaos. But the future ruler warns that the only thing left after her will be scorched earth. The blonde girl is now scared and asks who it is. And Croft replies that the guest will be the famous magician from the East, the red bird Kinsel. The protagonist's surprise knows no bounds, because in the part of the novel she read nothing was said about this character. Therefore, she will only have to find out in the future who this magician, the red bird Kinsel, is. We can see that Croft's warriors are somewhat confused, gathered in one room. Blake accuses Malik of why he woke her up and invited her to visit, although she had been sleeping peacefully for a whole year. Having finally freed his brother in arms, Blake can only lament why it was her. Kinsel. It is at this moment that a magical pentagram pierces the space near the castle. We see the appearance of the one who is talked about so much. The famous witch of the East, the sinister Kinsel. The magician, who has many names, first passes her leg through a magical portal. Another name is a sinister catastrophe, and now the hand pierces the pentagram. And finally, she comes out completely from the magical space. The crazy Kinsel appears before us in all her glory. But if we are ready to meet her, what will her appearance bring to the main characters? It is a big question. With a silent step, the witch walks towards Croft, clearly in a very good mood, stretching her lips into a smile. And squinting with pleasure, the magician exclaims how happy she is to meet him. But instead of greeting, the future tyrant throws a warning not to cause problems for the neighbors with her presence. The witch simply ignores this and asks when she caused trouble, but the young man's attitude suggests there are many reasons to be afraid. He is not sure if she can stay here at all, and Kinsel agrees that she would not visit such a place, places the thing according to your wave. Regardless of the reason, and they offer to take her with you. Next we see that Croft takes the magician to the chambers of his future chosen one, leading her through the castle corridors. The relationship turns out as expected. The brunette introduces Blanche, and the witch of the East shows her respect. And then she opens her eyes to look at the person who just introduced her and freezes in this contemplation. The slightly tense Duchess looks at the unexpected guest with slight fear. But the beauty of the blonde, blue-eyed noble heiress is indescribable and makes a great impression. Meanwhile, Croft continues the story and conveys important information that this girl is his future wife. Who will become empress? The brunette covers her face with her hands, clearly delighted by another person's beauty. Only a moment later, both girls realize the last sentence uttered. Their reaction is comically synchronous and sincere. Kinsel immediately realizes that the beauty that the blonde has must be enjoyed. And she is indignant that her leader decided to appropriate her. What further discourages the suffering protagonist is that she cannot even imagine what awaits her in the next moment. The witch turns back to the blonde, and the conversation begins with a polite speech. But she is instantly interrupted. With a determined look and a direct threat, along with a warning, Croft warns not to cause trouble, and that he really intends to marry Duchess Blanche, and that the witch has to come to an agreement. On the sidelines, the protagonist does not know what conclusions to draw, because she seems to lose all coherent thread in this dialogue. Croft is interested in how soon the witch plans to leave this place. But Kinsel looked at the girl in front of her with delight and declares that she has changed her mind, and that she likes this place now and does not plan to leave. Of course, this statement does not entirely please the future emperor, but he estimates that, in general, the witch will not suffer any particular harm and may be tired. Literally on a battering ram, Croft pushes Kinsel out of Blanche's chambers. She tries to resist and shows attention to the Duchess by waving her hand. But the owner of the chamber does not intend to let the brunette go and calls him, declaring that they have something to talk about, looking suspiciously calm. After the magician was expelled, the room regained its former calm. But for how long is another question. Croft sits down opposite the girl, irritating him more than ever by the sloppiness of his appearance, and expresses what he sees. The essence of the conversation is clear: there is nothing to talk about. The blonde only wants to kill him. But although Blanche seems irritated, she declares that the decision will be made according to the situation. Having heard this, the future emperor decides to clarify what kind of situation a decision will be made in, as if losing his feigned amusement at the time of the question. The girl changes her face, looks more offended than angry, and tells what worries her about the violation of her promise. Croft tries to find out what is what, looks away, and explains that it is all a misunderstanding. But judging by the firmness of Riviere's appearance, she will not let him go without an explanation. What is he asking for? Making a short pause to think, the dark-haired young man tries to find the right words to explain, frowning slightly as he does so. The point is that getting Kinsell, the famous and crazy witch of the East, interested in love bodes no good. According to the young man, this is equivalent to a sacrifice and will only bring trouble. The only problem is that it will be difficult to explain in simple language and, judging by the unfocused look, the necessary words do not come to mind, no matter how hard he tries. Only he decides to warn the blonde with words that Kinsell has fallen in love with her. But she seems to distrust this statement. Croft, not allowing her to come to her senses, continues urging that he did everything right. The magician will not disturb the lady's peace if he has shown his rights to her hand and another person's heart. Then, the main character asks a question that stuns Croft himself. She asks if he likes me. My head is completely confused, so the girl decides to find out after all that happened between us. How he treats her, and whether some secret feeling has arisen. It only suits her to have the opportunity as soon as possible to bring the future emperor together with the love of his life, Lillian, and escape from all this. Therefore, with an air of deep confidence, crossing her small palms, she asks so as not to break the promise she made to him. In response to such a lyrical request, the short sentence in such moments sounds rude and inexpressive as always, of course, which is why once again the main character wonders how Lillian could have chosen such an idol. Now we see a tense and anticipatory scene. Blake sits on the steps and Malik paces back and forth, unable to stand still. And so, the Witch of the East appears before them. Malik could have wagged his tail with joy. Fortunately, he is not. He shouts her name as a greeting. In a voice full of irritation, the girl complains that Malik is too noisy. But he, as always, does not notice the danger in the intonations and asks her if she met the princess, if she had time to appreciate her beauty. The magician's irritation grows more and more. She hints that if Malik does not calm down and stop bothering her, she might tear off his tongue. And the tall guy complains why he shouldn't, while Blake also greets his arriving acquaintance. And although Kinsell strongly recommended keeping silent and calming down, Malik continues to attack with questions, trying to find out another person's opinion about the princess, while the magician walks up the stairs. There is a pause. The girl stops and freezes, calling the warrior by name. The next moment, making promises of total chaos and destruction if anyone offends Riviere Blanche. She declares that she is ready to wipe the entire empire off the face of the earth because of one of her tears. Fortunately, this scene does not manage to develop further because someone else joins the trio. Another of the warriors, mockingly looking at the witch, clearly tries to lead to a conflict. The tension is palpable from the start. Kinsell immediately activates magic and warns him that if he doesn't want to ruin her mood and cause her trouble, he had better get out of the way. An ash-haired man ignores the warning and asks if she is going to sleep, clearly hinting at another person's long sleep, and the girl replies with an offer to send him back to the east. A magic seal forms under the man's feet, but he, who is not very afraid of her, replies that she is unlikely to be able to transport him to the eastern castle, realizing that threats had no effect. The witch snaps her fingers and decides to move on, demanding not to anger her anymore. But it seems the warrior, on the contrary, was cheered up by this skirmish. Behind Kinsel, who walks away, we see the ambiguous reactions of the three warriors. Where one is still grinning from ear to ear, the other is Malik, impressed by the cold manner of his brother-in-arms dialogue. But Blake was certainly worried and feared a disastrous outcome. Soon, Blake will follow the witch and decide to find out if she really plans to stay in this palace, and if she wants to go to the Imperial one. Kinsel wonders what the point of this is, closing her eyes with irritation, saying that she has reasons to stay. Here are the leader and Blanche, who will soon become Empress, to which Blake tries to clarify what their leader said about Riviere's plans to become the ruler's wife. It is the blonde herself. After such a question, the witch turns around and clarifies what her leader said about this, to which Blake expresses joy that this couple has reconciled. Probably the man immediately regrets his words, because the magician immediately clings to the mention of reconciliation and grabs the doorknob. And then there is a short pause, in which it seems the warrior is shy in a way he probably won't be during battle. The witch's eyes become terrifying, as if ancient magic demanded punishment. Magic literally embraces her, wraps her in a cocoon, and the question arises whether Croft is offending the princess. Poor Blake hurries to disabuse the witch of this. He stammers quickly and rapidly that this is all just rumors. He says that the princess herself hit their leader. To the man's incredible surprise, Kinsel complains that she should have started with this, because she was already going to kill the future emperor, who dared to offend Blanche. And he sincerely apologizes for his short-sightedness. Kinsel reports that she needs to rest, and apparently loses all interest in everything when asked about the duration of sleep. She thinks squeezing the doorknob, and then says that 3 days will be enough for her, but warns that Malik must be locked up somewhere, because if he disturbs her sleep, she will most likely deal with him. The door slams shut, and the witch leaves Blake alone on the threshold in front of the annex entrance. Looking at the door, Blake tries to calm the obvious panic showing on his face. It seems he expects everything to be calm, but whether it will be so, we will find out a little later. 4 noble ladies gathered for tea. We see how beautiful their outfits are, and what wonderful and delicious delicacies are on the table. One of the girls breaks the pause and asks a question. She wonders what kind of person Croft is. Another girl joins her. They are clearly overwhelmed with interest to know if the future emperor and the people who arrived with him are so cruel. Our main character is not stupid at all and understands that this is about Croft's uncle. Prince Pesilos dares to spread such rumors about his rival, and she should take the opportunity to refute them. It is convenient for her not to let the reputation of the future emperor be discredited, because this is the path to salvation for the heroine herself and, judging by her appearance, she is full of determination. But looking at the interested eyes of the girls in front of her, she feels partially lost, not knowing where to start or what to tell them to fulfill her mission. Therefore, adopting the most cordial appearance, she begins to praise Croft, talking about calm, strength and caution, skillfully catching the obvious subtext only for her. One of the girls leans forward, her eyes full of interest. Then, Blanche continues by saying that the whole problem is that the young future ruler is simply unfamiliar with etiquette. But this is a temporary problem. She convinces that despite this, he is kind, and smiles seeing how the guests barely breathe while listening to her story. The liveliest of the girls covers her face dreamily, and, with a sigh, reveals an almost envious conviction that it is probably a pleasure to teach such a person. The girls continue talking among themselves, and Riviere, seeing this, seems pleased, because it seems that her goal of spreading rumors about Croft's wonderful character may come true very soon. As befits a noble lady, the Duchess dismisses the guests and thanks them for their visit. This particularly cheerful girl also thanks her and makes it clear that she is impressed by the warm welcome. It's just that the farewell is completely hindered by the appearance of someone who shouldn't have appeared here, which discourages the heroine. But without showing it, she curtsies, and the future emperor, about whom she recently spoke with the guests, is present. The girls follow suit, and Blanche reports that these are friends who had the honor of visiting them. and clarifies to them if he is heading to the training room. Now, the guests can personally appreciate the beauty and become Croft not only by Riviere's words, but with their own eyes. And judging by the way they blush and freeze, it's clear that he made the most favorable impression possible. Riviere and Croft exchange glances, and both understand that the future ruler cannot be ruined. Or he will definitely be defeated a little later. The pause is prolonged. The blonde's hands are starting to itch with the desire to hit him. She appeals to her mind to show him the manners she has been teaching him for so long. In response to these internal pleas, Croft, as he was taught, apologizes for his lack of tact. The girl starts to tense up, but then everything gets worse because the young man remembers her bruised leg. He takes the girl in his arms and tells her he will carry her. The visiting girls freeze in silent shock, while Blanche, extremely embarrassed, is carried in his arms. Here are lessons in good manners. He's back to his old ways. A little later, we witness Riviere's training. Croft places a wooden sword he promised to get her on the table in front of her. The girl looks at him, silently surprised, understanding the reason why they decided to take her away. Despite his feigned indifference, Croft pauses and wonders if the sword is heavy. But taking it in her hands, Blanche assures that it is not that heavy. But something seems to cause her doubts. The next moment, she points the sword towards Croft, expressing something that could be mistaken for treason. So she asks for the weapons they brought to be taken away. But the young man is not willing to give up so quickly, and is trying to understand the real reason for the rejection. But it takes him a while to find out. The point is that the girl is afraid of being embarrassed again, and she couldn't train normally with such a weak body. Croft thinks about it because he really plans and wants to learn to fight her. But the blonde resists and says she will be able to train properly when her leg heals. A moment later, we see how the clear silhouette of the girl is darkened by the shadow. And she herself looks up bewildered. The brunette leans towards her and pulls her inappropriately close, so that she can feel another person's breath on her face. And the main character seems to feel panic. She is trying to understand the reason for such an act. If Croft wants to scare her, kiss her, or have her head broken, the girl clearly wants none of the above. Therefore, she clenches her fingers into a fist and tries to sharply hit the troublemaker. This does not go unnoticed, Croft. He notices another person's attack. But he dodges it and points out that Riviere's agility is not that bad and that she only needs to work on her strength and stamina. The next moment, the heroine follows the advice recently given and grabs another person's hair, while the future tyrant tries to apologize for his action and asks her to calm down. But Blanche doesn't let go of R, pulling her hair, even more overwhelmed by anger, declaring that not everything can be solved with an apology, while Croft tries to explain that only he was testing the reaction and did not plan to kiss her. Expressing such an embarrassing fact only angers the girl more. She screams like an angry cat. It is true that Croft's hair comes loose, and he raises his hands in a sign of reconciliation. He apologizes again and complains that he really thought it was a good idea to test her reaction this way. The blonde moves away from him, crosses her arms, and declares that this is a bad move, still dissatisfied with such a derailment. The thing is that the brunette doesn't give himself time to stay there, pouting offended, and asks, supposedly just because, if pulling out hair is treason. Of course, such reasoning scared the girl, but she tries to maintain the appearance of profaned honor and declares that she does not believe so. At this, a sudden laugh is heard from the future ruler, and he says that he thought Riviere was much sterner and tougher, but it turned out not to be so. He saw the sweet side now, realized that she has it too. This statement causes bewilderment and a bitter expression on the girl's face, but before she is allowed to come to her senses, Croft says they should use the power of the Witch of the East, since she is already here. Because training with a sore leg is really troublesome. At this point, the blonde's interest is directed towards the said witch, Kinsel. With an air of total enthusiasm, the girl declares that she now wants to organize a dinner for the future emperor's people, which does not cause great joy in the latter. But Blanche argues this decision with the fact that one way or another, they will continue to see each other. And knowing each other as they should, it will be more correct and convenient. Croft is not going into an active argument, he just says they will meet in 3 days. And then he offers to make a decision. Not understanding where these terms come from, the girl asks why exactly 3 days. Then the brunette replies that the witch planned to sleep for 3 days. But judging by the expression of her face of total bewilderment, Riviera does not understand how it is possible to sleep for 3 days. And immediately receives the answer that the witch can do it for 3 months. Except that the girl also complains that her leg will break, it will have healed by then. Except that Croft seems enthusiastic and says with a smile that they have a lot to do until then. We see again the beauty of Duke Blanc's palace, the tall building, the sharp tops of the towers, and the splendor of the architecture. To her surprise, Croft must admit that Riviere's help in studying the documents submitted by her father was invaluable. And it was a pleasure to work with her on this. She helps to understand the documentation, and especially the difficult parts, much better than the original offers. Croft is captivated by her voice and charmed by the way she presents the information. And her tone appeases him. With her help, many things improve. Blanche helps even in especially difficult stories about complex conflicts. The main character comes to the conclusion that if her only advantage was beauty, she would not be as good as she actually is. And without noticing, Croft admires her from the side, unable to contain his smile. What is this? A manifestation of the formation of secret feelings, or just a value judgment? It is not clear to us yet. But only for now. They are busy reading again. The dark-haired man, as always, occupies a large oak table, and the girl sits nearby. She looks up again, which prevents her from reading another important document, but bored and cannot resist looking at her. The time has come. Unexpectedly, the blonde leaves her usual spot. She gets up and follows him to the bookshelf. Croft is already completely distracted spying on her, resting his cheek on his fist, and forgetting what he just read. Elegant movement, slender fingers reach forward, and from several books on the shelf she selects one. It seems the chosen book is familiar to the future Tyrant, and he cannot resist wondering if the story from 300 years ago can really be that interesting. In response to the question, the girl looks at him calmly without any irritation, and replies that future events are only a reflection of the past, and that there is nothing wrong with the desire to know history. These words seem to evoke melancholy in him. We see it in his gaze, and he calls her desire naive, points out that history is written by liars, who can change the facts in a way that is most beneficial to them. What he does not say is that he refers to something personal with his statement, that the recently deceased emperor is shown in the stories as a wonderful ruler. And his dirty secrets are not mentioned, such as the murder of his own empress wife, and the fact that he exiled his son to the eastern border, knowing that only certain death awaits him. Putting the book back on the shelf, the protagonist glances at her interlocutor and feels echoes of pity for him, trying to look at his biography from the other side. And a certain inner impulse does not allow her to remain silent. The girl calmly notes that not everyone believes the stories written in books. And it seems this touches something in Croft's soul, who looks at her with a certain thirst to unravel the message of these words. Judging by his appearance, he is especially vulnerable in conversations of this kind nowadays. Melancholy clearly distracts him from business and documents. The main character seems to realize this and decides to distract him by offering him a snack. Judging by the way her lips tremble and draw on her beautiful face, that just a moment ago only showed sadness. The girl does what she needed, distracts him from the inner storm of thoughts. The calm of the palace is disturbed by a loud male shout that resembles a formidable battle cry more. The name is Lady Riviere. A red-haired, majestic man, his attire clearly belongs to an eminent class. He is clearly worried about something, and we find out that the man thirsts for justice. According to his words, one of his people died. He kneels before the Duchess and asks for satisfaction. He needs permission to duel the witch who, according to him, killed his man. Despite the gravity of the situation, Blanche remains calm, so she calls the arriving man. She realizes that the witch belongs to the retinue of the future emperor, and it is initially important to understand the whole situation. The man gets up from his seat and, ignoring the advice for calm, almost raises his voice in the presence of a high society lady. He presents the full version of the accusation, in which he announces that the witch killed a man by sneaking into the bedroom when he was unarmed. The blonde girl closes her eyes and tries to sort out her thoughts to try to soften the situation as much as possible. Of course, the accused is none other than Kinsel. All this happened 3 days ago, and the reasons why the witch did this are unclear. The girl disappeared without explanation. Only the corpse of Hamilton, a subordinate man who now thirsts for justice, remained. Lowering his tone and giving his gaze a colder look, the girl notices that they are forced to wait, and immediately warns that if they disobey the order, the Lord will have to remove his family crest from his armor as a warning for disobedience. These words make the man literally explode with indignation. How can this be? Because Hamilton was murdered. But the noble lady remains firm in front of him and does not respond to the burst of emotions from other people. She calmly states that she is not asking to forget what happened, but only gives him time to resolve it properly. Being left alone, the girl exhales and feels exhausted by this situation. We notice that she is not alone in the room again, but it is a different man. It seems that, unlike Blanche, the future emperor who appeared here sees no problem in fighting the suitor on behalf of Kinsel. But this proposal is rejected. The blonde asks an almost rhetorical question if he wants to kill the guard commander. Surprisingly, Croft is immediately distracted from the main topic. Surprised that the girl does not allow him to lose, but the inner triumph and pride are ruined by Riviere's comment that it would be possible to lose. The Duke himself strangled the guard commander with his own hands. After this, the question arises, where is Kinsel? Where did she run away? But Croft dares to dissuade her. She would not run away to avoid punishment. It would seem that the palace is still beautiful, but inside there is no longer the former calm. The suspended tension makes everyone nervous. As suddenly as she disappeared, Kinsel returns. The main character, with Croft's help, reaches the chambers assigned to the witch. To their mutual surprise, Kinsel does not seem guilty of murder. On the contrary, she is extremely happy. And calm. The joy disappears from the face of the Witch of the East, and she wonders what is wrong with the lady's leg. Tak responds affably, says she just sprained her finger and cannot resist smiling politely in response to his concern. The witch creates magic and expresses her desire to get closer to Riviere in the near future. A magical seal appears under the blonde's feet. The spell illuminates the slender silhouette with an incredible glow. Kinsel bows and declares that the treatment is over, and the blonde checks the possibility of stepping firmly on her foot, cheerfully thanking the magician. She lets go of the future emperor's hand, which she was forced to hold, and gains more confidence in both legs. But they didn't come for that, and the girl takes the initiative and calls the witch by name. She herself seems to have no idea what might be awaiting her and smiles. In turn, Croft waits silently for what will happen next, makes it clear that he is worried about his ward. Having regained her composure, the blonde does not lie. She gets straight to the point and asks the question that has been worrying many for several days. Why did Kinsel kill Sir Hamilton? There is a pause. No one is in a hurry to continue the dialogue. The witch seems a little surprised. But the next moment, she shows understanding and playfully twirls a strand of hair around her index finger. But then, the girl declares that she did everything in her power, and even smiles as if she were not accused of an unforgivable offense. The main character seems to struggle to understand the witch, to understand the motives, and asks her if she was rude to her. But the witch declares that she would not have killed him if Hamilton had not done anything to her. However, for some reason she cannot reveal the truth. The reason for this is the promise of silence. It seems that both Croft and Riviere are stunned by such a statement, lost in thought. Blanche tries to think of a way out of this situation. She cannot remain inactive. But she is not the only one thinking about what happened. Croft also delves into the motives. pointing out that generally the murder of one of the guards is not bad and even beneficial for them. Only in the next minute, the Duchess speaks again, insisting that she has the right to know the truth about the murder of her subject. And she is obliged to punish the culprit. Kinsel reacts strangely. She excitedly asks if this particular person was important to the blonde, if he means something to her. In response, there was only information that Riviere did not personally know the victim. But he served her family for many years. As always, Kinsel does not react like a normal person and states that in the future she will demand the right to kill the Duke, because his daughter carries such responsibility upon herself, which causes general bewilderment. A skirmish arises between the blonde and the brunette, where the witch declares that she is ready to fight a duel. And Blanche scolds her for that desire to kill like a child. All this irritates Croft. They are interrupted by a loud knock on the corridor doors. Everyone falls silent. The witch and the future emperor exchange glances. Riviera mentally prepares herself and gives permission to enter. On the threshold stands a maid we already know. She looks around timidly. But she does not enter. When asked what happened, the servant girl reports that someone wants to speak with Lady Blanche and asks for an audience. And after approving the entry, we see on the threshold a cute girl who is clearly one of the maids. But she is not yet familiar to us. Soon we will find out what she is in a hurry to tell her mistress. Both maids look timidly at the gaze of the Witch of the East directed at them. While Croft simply watches, Blanche decides to press the visitor and asks her to say what she came for. Judging by how scared the girl is, her secret weighs on her heart like a heavy burden. And it is not easy for her to tell everything. Intervening suddenly, Kiesel says that there is no need to speak if she doesn't want to. But the maid shakes her head. In a new attempt to make the girl talk, Riviere asks her name. Blushing and looking down, the girl calls herself Bari. Delighted that the girl is starting to make contact, the blonde tries to calm her down. She asks her not to be afraid and to say whatever she wants. Trembling as if left in the cold, without warm clothes, the girl seems to be trying to control herself enough to speak. Breaking down, she reveals that the sorceress tried to save her. What we managed to find out turned out to be a common story. As sad as it was to admit it. Indeed, it is rare for someone to kill a knight for trying to desecrate a servant Bari who has told her story. She cannot hold back tears, but wanted calm sitting down next to her. Getting up from her seat, the blonde approaches, making everyone freeze in anticipation. But Blanche does not want to cause harm. On the contrary, she declares that from now on, Bari has been accepted as her personal maid. Saroni is ordered to teach her everything she needs to know. But that's not all. She then demands to tell Sir Gillian to visit her office. Judging by his gaze, the conversation will not be pleasant. When the head of the guard arrives, he sees in front of him the one who killed his man. This makes him grit his teeth from the rage he feels. But Kinsel herself does not feel the slightest emotion and looks back. Attracting everyone's attention, Lady Blanche declares that for trying to unsheath his sword. Sir Gillian will immediately be deprived of his knight title. The initial guard tries to question this relationship by throwing accusations against the witch. But Riviera reports that the deprivation of the knight title will also apply to Sir Hamilton posthumously. This completely deprives the red-haired man of self-control. He realizes that this is unacceptable, a dishonorable death, and now also a deprivation of status. Croft has to restrain Kinsel, who is enraged and ready to use magic because Gillian allowed himself to speak like that to Blanche. But the blonde herself is ready to defend her name and honor. She does not allow unnecessary emotions, but with a stern expression, declares that measures will also be taken against the head of the guard if he continues to protect the murdered subordinate, who by his act offended his master, the Duke of Blanche. Beside himself with surprise, Gillian asks what Hamilton did, but the girl dislikes even saying it out loud. Showing arrogance and impudence, the red-haired man declares that no matter how grave the offense of his accused was, it still cannot compare to a mortal sin. But his lover does not agree with such a statement. She is not going to express the essence of another person's crime. To which the knight immediately replies that it is not a personal matter of the witch, who is standing not far from him either. It seems that emotions have taken hold of him, that's why, arguing that as a leader he cannot remain inactive. He challenges Kinsel to a duel, to which the brunette readily agrees. But Croft suddenly intervenes and announces that he will fight. Seeing such a turn, the main character argues that he cannot allow it, because the Duke's guard has already lost one guard. And perhaps he will lose his head. Allowing such a thing in difficult times is not the right decision. While Kinsley Croft argue about who should go to the duel, Blanche worries about saving not only the life of a subordinate duke, but also the reputation of the future emperor. Generally, a calm voice now sounds like thunder, as if the verdict was announced. And the decision was in her words. In this case, the guard commander also has the right to be replaced. And then, ready to surprise everyone, she adds that she herself will fight him in this duel. I need to say how much such a statement surprises everyone present. Maybe not. It seems reason has prevailed over anger. Gillian finds no words. But he is clearly aware of what the unfolding drama can promise. But our main character has already figured everything out and blames the fact that the knight title is directly subordinate to her family. So she is in charge and can decide this. Suppressing an attempt to contest the decision, the girl demands that the information about it be kept secret and declares that the duel will take place tomorrow. The head of the guard wanted to add something, but it was as if an icy wave washed over him from the authoritative tone of another person due to Lady Blanche's order to shut up and leave the office. Croft also sends Kinsel back to the annex before she causes more trouble. And unlike the knight, she leaves without arguing. And so our couple is left alone, an oppressive silence hangs between them. Now, the young man does not restrain himself and expresses his displeasure, to which the girl only asks if they plan to kill her. But Croft hurries to deny such plans on his part. But the blonde insists on getting a serious answer because she values her own life too much. Experiencing terrible irritation and discomfort from having to answer this, the future tyrant again declares that he does not plan to kill his future chosen one. The girl happily reports that her plans also do not include killing the future emperor. Once again, the young man is surprised at how strange this girl is. The next day brings good weather to the surroundings of the castle, but it seems the air itself is imbued with anticipation for today's announced duel. Normally in dresses and loose hair, today Miss Blanche wears pants, and her hair tied in a ponytail. Judging by her gaze, Croft is not happy to see himself involved in what is happening. Blake, unable to contain his emotions like his master, warns not to harm the young duchess, to which he shouts that he already knows. Then the warrior offers only to soften the sword a couple of times, but the proposal to draw the sword can cause injuries. So the decision in favor of wooden weapons is accepted. Having received the weapon, the girl is perplexed by what she is offered to take. Croft sighs and wonders if she is going to fight hand-to-hand, to which Blanche declares that she certainly does not plan to fight with this type of weapon. Starting to get openly angry and worried, the main character tries to understand if the girl really wanted to fight with a real sword. But in response, she received reckless consent and even with a smile. Such recklessness frankly amuses the future emperor, and he asks Blake to bring them foils, a lighter option for the girl. And so the duelists are in their places, looking into each other's eyes and ready for battle. Sir Gillian announces, before the start of the fight, that the loser must fulfill the winner's wish, who also receives the right to truth and honor. Riviera Blanche nods. In turn, Croft draws his sword, pulls it out of its scabbard, and suggests starting I. Who will win? Let's make our bets, ladies and gentlemen. Pointing his sword at his opponent in a duel, the future tyrant offers to raise his foil. The girl strains and manages it herself, not believing that success has really been achieved. Seeing how the blonde is radiant with joy, the young man cannot help but smile. Only the dark side takes over. The next moment, Croft rushes forward and presses the tip of the foil, mockingly noting that he said to raise the weapon. The girl is indignant because he himself presses and does not allow her to do what they ask. But just by looking away, the brunette declares that the rules of the duel demand it. What happens next looks more like a fun game than a duel. Croft doesn't even try to hide the fact that he is openly amused by other people's attempts to become a serious rival for him. It just seems that the future tyrant forgot that this lady is not so simple the main mistake. Because the next moment, his sword falls out of his hands and flies through the air. The girl looks at another person's weapon bewildered, not understanding how this happened. And then she realizes that the tip of his foil pierced another person's chest. Croft's face is comically discouraged, and he certainly did not plan to let himself be hurt. That's what underestimating a fragile lady means. His servants are no less shocked by what happened, each of them is impressed. But our main character is simply horrified. She wounded the future tyrant. And now problems certainly cannot be avoided. The foil slips from his fingers and falls in front of his feet with a loud metallic sound. A scarlet stain spreads over the white shirt on his chest, which gradually turns crimson. Unlike the girl, he does not give in to panic. He agrees to have lost, and in a casual tone, expresses his joy that he will be saved by cordiality. Casting a dissatisfied glance at Sir Gillian, who is following the rules, he tells him to report that the duel is over. But the Duke's head of the guard is perplexed as to what this word can be called. Then, the future tyrant uses a dangerous look and declares that he is ready to let him into the circle, which would mean murder. The red-haired man is not willing to take such a risk. He can see that he has even stopped breathing from fear. Putting his pride aside, the knight declares the duel closed. The witch hurries to take advantage of the moment when the girl is left alone and noticeably alarmed. Kaisel becomes interested in her condition. But Lady Blanche, horrified, can only say that she wounded Croft. When the Witch of the East declares that this is very good, the blonde is perplexed to herself. Because this situation can promise her severe punishment, she is on the verge of tears of despair, ignoring that her interlocutor says that rinsing and bandaging will be enough. Almost not hearing anything, the blonde runs towards Croft, almost running away. Covering the distance, meeting the recent duelist, Riviera asks how they feel, to which she hears the answer that nothing serious is wrong with him. He just needs to wash and bandage the wound. The main character looks at the wound, feels guilty towards Croft for trying to protect this duel. Looking at the blood, she is also afraid of retaliation for what she has done, because something like this is easier to relate to the fact of treason. Therefore, without thinking for a second, she takes the young man's hand, and the next moment, in the surprised and interested gazes of those present, she pulls them away from the place where the duel took place, declaring that they are going to receive treatment. The servants can only discuss what happened before their eyes. Kaisel realizes that Blanche, in fact, turns out to be not as simple as she seemed. But Blake instantly says that it is not surprising, because it was she who stole the heart of their leader. Despite the tragedy unfolding within its walls, the estate of the Blanche family, as always, perfectly illustrates the wealth of a noble family. Croft and Riviera find themselves in the office. It seems some kind of problem is arising between them. And all because the girl, overwhelmed by doubts, fears that it will turn out that everything is much more serious than Kiesel warned. And His Majesty. Of course, she feels sorry for the man sitting on the sofa, waiting for some action. But as we said before, the girl is also afraid for herself. She is unlikely to survive the charge of treason. Another person's voice catches attention, Croft's voice, who tries to draw attention to the fact that the girl is so immersed in her thoughts that she is now stripping bare. The future king. The girl quickly glances at the line of his collarbone, where she sees the beginning of one of the large scars, and can also look at a man's perfect abs, her own fingers squeezing the hem of his shirt tighter. The main character cannot contain the scream and shock at his actions. She immediately apologizes to the real person and tries to justify herself, pointing out that she did not want to do this. Looking away, the girl still tries not to pay attention to her burning cheeks, and thinks out loud using logic, pointing out that help should still be provided. Incredibly amused, Croft announces that he will undress. The girl gathers strength and applies a piece of bandage to the wound to assess it. For this, she has to place her palm on another person's chest while the young man watches her. Like a predator emerging from its lair, the girl exhales and reports that the wound is not as serious as she feared. But Croft, unable to resist mockery, throws her a look and reproaches her with a tone that can be perceived as regret that the damage caused to him is not that serious. They exchange phrases, and it seems the girl is too tense to ignore the future tyrant's jokes. Who does not miss the opportunity to make fun? Sighing deeply, the girl declares that she wouldn't worry if she knew how strong another person's body was. Croft freezes, and the girl herself has the opportunity to examine the body she is talking about. The already visible scar, running across the chest from the collarbone, extends to the side. Its end is not visible behind the white shirt. On the right side, there is an even wider scar starting from the upper line of the abs. And it extends further. The main character freezes and thinks about how difficult Croft's path is because he suffered many attacks. But he is alive and well, ready to become emperor. Almost forgetting, the girl lowers her fingers to the collarbone line and touches one of the scars, wondering what it would be like to survive such wounds. Her thoughts about how strong his will to live was, while the young man seemed frankly nervous about so many brazen touches. By calling her by name, Croft wants to attract attention. He seems disconcerted and embarrassed when this succeeds, and declares that they are openly groping him. And brazenly. But the girl's reaction does not match expectations. She apologizes to the future emperor. Although it is difficult to notice remorse in her voice or facial expression, it is unclear if there is any. Embarrassed by Riviere's behavior, Croft hurries to put on his shirt and gets up from the sofa where he had been sitting until now, in an attempt to save appearances. He points out that he is willing to show generosity and forgive her for such behavior. The main character does not answer him. She is clearly still in her thoughts and feelings. But that's not all shock, because there is a confession from Croft that he now understands why he insisted on asking her permission to touch her. This makes her feel it more deeply. An awkward look, but full of internal doubts, towards Blanche on the part of the future emperor. The girl does not hide her gaze, but remains silent and only looks back. It seems Croft is deciding something, but it is difficult to say exactly what it is right away. He takes a deep breath and takes another step forward. The blonde makes no attempt to leave. They look into each other's eyes, feeling incredible emotion. Both remain silent, and the distance between them decreases. And the next moment, the future emperor gently squeezes her shoulders. He leans forward and kisses her, closing his eyes. But we will find out how Riviera reacts to this in the near future. Riviere feels Croft move away from her and is so surprised that she is afraid to move. We see that the girl froze, trying to understand if what happened to her was real. The next moment, she gets even more scared by the way Croft tilts his head. Too abruptly, apparently betraying that he is to blame for her. To the logical question of the protagonist, the young man replies that he simply felt he had to do it. But he immediately adds that this is not a mistake, but that a provocation from her came. She was the first to initiate it. Such rudeness causes bewilderment. Riviere immediately replies and declares that she did not start this. The future emperor asks for a chance to explain himself, and they look at each other in silence. He removes the smile from his face and seriously states that he kissed her because she was the first person to look at his scars like that. The main character can barely restrain herself from reprimanding him for such actions. And words. She regrets that if it weren't for that look, everything would probably be fine. And adds that she clearly doesn't feel anything special for Croft. Suppressing her harsher language, the girl encourages the young man to think about the problems in his personal life. Croft immediately purses his lips and declares that the problems are obvious. For example, the situation with the fact that his father wanted to kill him, but the blonde bursts with discontent. Because that's not what she meant. Trying to clarify the situation, the future emperor wonders if the reason is that kissing is forbidden in society. Then Blanche explains that he should not kiss someone without permission. Hearing this answer, Croft allows himself to approach her to reduce the distance. Emotion and interest are clearly visible in his eyes, and he asks if there will be any problem if Blanche herself allows herself to be kissed. Riviere's thread of reason breaks, and she is surprised at how it was possible to reach such a conclusion. The next moment, Croft receives a punch in the stomach for such conclusions. It seems that calm has returned to the beautiful vaults of the local castle. The tension dissipates, except for the room where the events are taking place. Croft holds his stomach and declares that he is improving his skills. But this is best done in practice, to which Riviere states that she should have punched him in the face. Although the boy immediately adds that in that case, he would have broken a couple of fingers. Blanche tries to reason with the future emperor, explaining that this way he will not be able to conquer a woman's heart. On the contrary, he will only be able to drive her away and scare her. Apparently ashamed of such words, the brunette apologizes to him. The main character, with sadness in her eyes, accepts the apology, but asks him not to do it again. And Croft is interested in what she will ask as a winner. And although the blonde does not understand what this means, the future tyrant explains that this right is obtained by winning a duel and forgiving His Highness, which means she can now ask for a reward for it. Although the girl does not believe that she has accepted defeat, the heir to the imperial throne insists that she must choose a reward, and then asks to be expelled from the imperial palace in the future. There is a pause between them, they look into each other's eyes. Riviera continues with a sigh. She asks to draw up an agreement certified by the magician, to which the young man frowns slightly. He breaks eye contact and sits on the sofa, complaining that the girl does not trust him. Riviera immediately explains that they are not that close, but the brunette immediately exclaims that, unlike her, he trusts her. Trying to appeal to reason, the girl asks to understand that she must be careful. The future emperor clearly does not like such words and requests he grits his teeth, feeling offended by so much distrust. But we have to give in and, turning away, Croft says he will find a magician for this. Looking sad and clasping his fingers, closing up. The Duchess hurries to leave, leaving the brunette. She closes the door and thinks about how difficult it is to understand him. Moving away from the corridor where she was, the girl reflects on how ruthless and dangerous he is. According to her conclusions, the only beautiful thing about him is his body and face, nothing more. Suddenly, a contradictory thought arises that she should not get carried away by this beauty, if in the future she will not get him. And it will be unpleasant to see him kiss others. We again see the future emperor working in his office, diligently writing something in clear handwriting. His peaceful occupation is disturbed by the maid, who opens the door and immediately from the threshold declares that the mistress is in trouble. And she is indignant that Croft does not realize it. In an attempt to clarify what kind of trouble it has effect, the maid says that the Duke has been scolding his daughter for an hour and threatens to evict her from her own home. All because of the duel. Croft doesn't wait a second, immediately takes off, grabbing his cloak. Paralyzed in the doorway, the young man hears the Duke shouting, reprimanding his daughter for the duel. Without knocking or warning, Croft enters the room, opens the doors, and stops the dialogue between father and daughter. Duke Blanche is clearly surprised that they were interrupted by the future tyrant. He can only murmur "Your Majesty," while his daughter waits tensely for the continuation. The young future ruler looks exclusively at the blonde and notices tears in her light blue eyes. From this perspective, he clearly becomes gloomier and frowns as if barely suppressing an attack of aggression. Continuing to control his aggression, Croft decides to defend the girl by appealing to the Duke. There is a warning in his voice when the young man declares that the girl will soon become his empress and wife and that she should not be punished. But if the main character is perplexed by such a statement, the Duke is delighted. He immediately tries to make it clear that he did not intend to punish anyone, but was only discussing, and immediately sends his daughter away from here, under the pretext that she needs to rest. While the blonde leaves the office, the men begin to talk among themselves about Count Tesla. It is curious that only now we find out that the girl was not at all upset by the Duke's shouting. She just wanted to sleep so much that her eyes started to water. Being left alone, Croft mainly listens to the Duke's speeches, but clearly in his heart, he wants to leave this place as quickly as possible. Overcoming a yawn and tormented by boredom, he lightly taps his fingers on the armrest of the furniture. He takes a long time to say goodbye, but when he reaches his chambers, the future ruler thinks he has been here for a week already. The stepped pace is reflected in the sound of the walls of the empty corridors. Thoughts converge on the fact that the coronation itself will take place in a week. The beautiful features change, distorted into a mask of sadness. The main character is sad, thinking that he will return. He thinks he will return to the place where he was kicked out 17 years ago. It seems he has big plans for the future. We feel it in his stride, in his proud posture, and in his gaze, which tells us that there are many interesting things ahead. The carriage stops near a building of sophisticated architecture. This is the Imperial Palace of the Louvain's Empire. A neat figure in expensive blue shoes appears behind the open door. The next moment, we see the girl herself who arrived in the carriage. It is Rivière Blanche, who looks at the palace with surprise and aspiration. It turned out to be even more beautiful than the main character could imagine. This is clearly evidenced by the expressions on her face. It turned out more beautiful than in her imagination when she read the novel and was not involved in the events. The luxury both in appearance and interior decoration simply surprises her. To Rivière's surprise, it took her the entire morning just to inspect the most important places. And now they walk arm in arm with Croft to eat. The table they sit at is clearly much richer than the one offered at the Duke's house. The abundance of dishes and servants around betrays the difference. However, if you change Croft, despite his absence for 17 years, he behaves with such confidence as if he had never left. Looking at the young man, you can feel the aura of the owner of this place. However, something cannot be hidden from Rivière. The girl can afford to look closer, and she clearly and well notices it. All the evil glances of the assembled servants are directed at the one who can be accepted as master. Angry, cruel, condemning an absence. If you look closely, you can see fear in these bright gazes. Of course, a little contempt cannot be avoided. Of course, not without it. And at the end of this is the arrogance with which they look at the future ruler and true heir of the former emperor. Seeing all this, the girl is clearly indignant at this attitude. How is this possible? Because Croft hasn't earned it yet. Besides, one can immediately understand that if his servants treat the future emperor this way. Then, what can we say about the nobles? Delving further into her thoughts, Rivière thinks that, generally speaking, Croft did not deserve such unfounded treatment. But they call her, and surprised, the girl raises her head, focusing her attention on her interlocutor. Of course, it is Croft who wonders if she really doesn't like the gourmet snacks prepared for them. But the blonde rushes to dispel those thoughts. No, the food is wonderful. Driven by commendable desires for the owner of the palace, he asks to eat a little more. And pushes the plate. The girl looks at this with slight stupefaction. She doesn't immediately find what to answer. While the young man says the salad wasn't bad, his servant mocks him behind his back. This is clearly not to the liking of the new emperor's future wife, who stares fixedly at the servant. But she doesn't refuse the offer. And the point is not at all that Rivière is full. The point is that, according to etiquette, it is not customary to offer your food to guests. But as she doesn't want to provoke mockery and evasive situations, the girl says nothing. Without refusing the gift, the main character is quite indignant about how the servant dares to allow him to do this to the future emperor, who will ascend the throne at any moment, feeling unable to restrain herself any longer. She turns to the arrogant servant and asks what funny thing happened. Scared, the servant immediately changes his expression and tries to leave, saying he didn't intend to laugh. Radiant with the brightest smile, the girl insists that he share the reason for the amusement with the servant, who is trying to escape, but Croft's attention is already focused on him. Croft turns his head towards the blonde, trying to understand where she is leading him. Blanche arrogantly declares that if he cannot restrain and control himself, then he has no place near the future emperor. This situation clearly does not leave Croft indifferent. A barely perceptible smile appears on his lips. And then, returning indifference to his face, he orders that the servant who dared to attract so much attention be expelled from the palace. The servant screams, asks for forgiveness, says he made a mistake, but that's it, his path to the palace is closed. The young man looks at the Duchess with a slight smile and tells her she can relax now, since the unwanted servant was expelled from the palace. And Blanche immediately lights up the hall with purity and a bright smile, immediately changing her face. To the girl's surprise, the rest of the evening passes with less tension for both of them, and the servants behave with restraint. But later, already in the rooms assigned to her for the night, the main character is surprised by the fact that as soon as she appeared in the palace, she immediately kicked out the servant. After all, her plans were clearly to seal the agreement with Croft, with the help of a magician, to reunite him with Lillian and then flee from here. That's what she is thinking about while lying in bed. The decoration of the rooms assigned to her is simply amazing. Luxurious gilding and sophistication in every detail. Looking at the ceiling, she says out loud that not everything went according to the plan she had in mind. Today's full moon allows us to contemplate the palace of the Luvian Empire in all its splendor. Gothic style. The towers full of sharp spires are about to pierce the silver disk of the full moon. At that moment, while Riviere has already gone to her chambers and is tormented by thoughts in bed, Croft drinks at home. We see how tired he is from today. It is understandable. The stress was so strong, it would be difficult for anyone, but he is not anyone. It is clear that this is the future emperor, because he saw beyond the fact that the palace is like a trap. Even though on Croft's side, Blake, Melik, Kinsell, and Chest are certainly enemies around him. The Duke of Pessillos could have sent someone. The future emperor did not hide the previously angry attitude of his own servants towards him. Even despite being willing, it was not easy for the young heir to the throne to face reality. Diving into thoughts about his past, to his own disappointment, Croft realizes that in 17 years nothing has changed here. A heavy fist falls on the table and a roar is heard in the room, but it is unlikely that someone will enter to check what happened. To his own amusement, Croft observes that while reasoning, Blanche showed him the right way. His eyes shine with a vengeful glint, and the only right way for him seems to be to get rid of his enemies. But an important addition here will be to keep those who can become his good ally as close as possible. In this role comes to mind the Duke's daughter, and it follows that the Emperor does not particularly want to let Blanche go. Croft watches as sun rays cover the beautiful vaults of the palace. He waits, and the next moment he is distracted by the sound of footsteps, so the young man turns his head towards the sound. It seems he realized she was coming. Riviera appears before him, accompanied by servants who ask him if he slept well. There is a pause while the servants bow and Riviera and Croft exchange good mornings. Croft offers the girl his hand and receives a soft palm without expecting much. Glancing sideways at Blanche, the main character thinks he can clearly see that Riviera is an excellent ally for him. But then his gaze focuses on a beautiful pair of lips, and his thoughts focus on them. Dark thoughts seem to envelop the mind in a fog, but the future tyrant tries to compose himself and remove the smile that keeps appearing. While he is overwhelmed by this and tries to maintain composure, not to think about what he would like to do, Blanche turns her head and looks at him bewildered. Croft looks at her and thinks that trying to kiss her might anger the girl, smiling at her without looking away. The future tyrant thinks he is not afraid of being hit, but simply does not want to anger her. Turning away and breaking eye contact, the young man looks ahead. Riviere still does not understand what caused the smile and thinks it is a reaction to the fact that he returned home. Walking hand in hand across the red carpet, the future tyrant initiates a conversation and asks if the girl liked the food. The main character politely tells him that she certainly likes it, while Croft is satisfied with the answer and the fact that they changed chefs. Smiling at the blonde with this new, barely familiar smile, Croft asks for her company on the way to the banquet hall. But this is not just a hall, it is the Heiner Hall, the great banquet hall of the imperial palace. And it is there that in 6 days the long-awaited coronation will take place. According to the novel's plot, it was there that Croft met Lillian, the love of his life. Upon entering the banquet hall, the main character is surprised by how elaborate and rich everything looks, even too much. It seems unlikely that a more ideal and luxurious place can be found. To Riviere's surprise, she realizes that the main plot narrative of the novel begins after 6 days. And she hasn't even been here for a month. With evident melancholy, the fake Blanche observes that she is still not used to it. But that to save her life, she cannot stand out and compromise herself in any way. If you remember, Croft behaved unpleasantly towards Lillian in the story, almost making her cry. But never mind, it was nothing more than love at first sight, despite the main character's bad temper. Who is a real cruel tyrant? At the same time, Lillian is reserved and mysterious, although generally this is understandable, given the situation that has arisen since the beginning of their relationship. If we look deeper, it is clear that the Emperor's future love might simply be afraid of him due to her natural simplicity and gentleness of character. Thinking about this, the future Empress of the plot calculates how to bring him together without the already familiar difficulties of the plot. It will be necessary to work hard on the character of the future Emperor. Realizing that they are openly looking at her, Croft tries to clarify if the girl means something. But she quickly ignores him. No. Suddenly, something catches her attention. The girl opens her beautiful blue eyes. In front of her, there is a black cloth tied with a bow, which causes evident bewilderment. Because the coronation is near, such a color should overshadow the triumph. Looking at this with sadness and disapproval, Blanche purses her lips, trying to understand why such a decoration was hung. Addressing the servant, she finds out that this black veil is not a vestige of mourning for the former emperor, but a decoration placed especially for the coronation. Surprised by this answer, Riviere tries to understand whose idea it was. The servant is a little worried and not immediately, but says it is Princess Belinda's initiative. We are explained that after the death of the emperor and the crown prince, the castle affairs were managed by none other than Princess Belinda, who is the sister of the Duke of Pessillos, and it was she who ordered that the hala be covered with a black shroud. No matter how much Pessillos tries to deceive, he is not at all indifferent to the palace. He sent his sister to the palace, who became a nun 20 years ago and is gaining allies. So the cloth tied on the bench is nothing more than a congratulation for the future coronation, and at the same time a warning. Shining like a torch of anger, Blanche demands to remove this disgrace, calls the manager, and declares that she herself will take care of the decorations. The servant girl is clearly a little frightened by the girl's warlike attitude, but she is in no hurry to argue. But she is also in no hurry to obey. At that moment, Croft intervenes, immobilizing her with a heavy and dangerous look, and asking her to obey, to do as they are told. However, a moment later, the servants are already carefully beginning to remove the black cloth so as not to provoke the emperor's anger. Remembering the recently expelled colleague, Croft and Riviere sat opposite each other and watched as the decoration of the banquet hall changed. Breaking the silence between them, the future emperor declares that he doesn't care about all this. The decorations. Upon hearing such a statement, the girl immediately enters into a debate how he can be indifferent that a holiday is being planned, and not to mourn someone. But the answer is a self-assured phrase that it doesn't matter what kind of rag hangs here. The main thing is that he will become emperor. The main character is immersed in the idea that the novel's characters are capable of taking care of themselves effectively. Croft has lived many misfortunes in his life, and despite the fact that the future tyrant is self-confident, having met him personally, she understands that despite all the strangeness, he is not as bad as they described. She does not want to allow a bad attitude towards him. Croft calls her by name and she declares that she cares, looking sadly into the distance. To which the obvious question is, why is this so? The main character does not understand his motivation. Silence reigns again, but the future emperor does not calm down and asks again why. The girl tries to remain calm and give him a fair and intelligible answer. And the answer is that she doesn't like him being treated so unfairly, that's all. Croft asks again. It seems such an answer causes bewilderment in the self-confident young man. The girl clenches her palms, fearing that such words might provoke another person's anger. Or a malicious mockery. But the future emperor just smiles. He seems satisfied with this answer, with this attitude towards himself. He gets up from his seat, stands up abruptly and looks at the girl, and she waits for what he will say. Or do next. And then Croft declares that he is willing to take her blows if she decides to punish him. But despite this, he wants to kiss her no matter what. The girl looks at him bewildered and in shock. She doesn't know how to react to such a statement, but the decision has already been made. The future emperor leans towards her, approaches too abruptly, and the girl freezes in her chair. And the next moment, the young man is already shortening the distance between them. Their faces are very close. The blonde can only watch as Croft closes his eyes and opens his lips, approaching her. But the protagonist does not close her eyes. On the contrary, she opens them in fear, realizing that this is wrong. It is impossible. And in an attempt to defend herself, she hits him on the chin, not wanting to allow the possibility of a kiss. The servants, who are busy removing the black cloth, look around. And they hear strange sounds. Croft asks if his future wife is okay, and she, with disgust, asks him if his choice is made of steel. Or if she imagined it. It seems the young future tyrant makes fun of her, declaring that her chin is made of bones. The blonde hesitates. They ask her to call a doctor and she refuses. She is still surprised by what happened and asks why the future emperor wanted to kiss her. The main character looks at him thoughtfully, remains silent for a while before answering. In response, he states that he was moved by another person's empathy towards himself, the fact that the girl feels sympathy. Riviere is indignant and raises her voice. She cannot believe that she is the first to feel such emotions for him. There is no answer. Croft turns away with a click, and the girl unsuccessfully calls for his attention. Changing the subject, the blonde asks to change the place to another. An offer arrives to go to the garden, and she accepts. Croft cheerfully offers to take Blanche to the garden, but she refuses more strongly than the situation requires. And so we see this couple sitting in the garden, in a beautiful gazebo that creates shade. And a wonderful place to hide and enjoy the beauty of this place. Riviere silently drinks tea from a cup that is part of an expensive set. In turn, the future emperor does not want to bother her and silently looks awkwardly to the side. But he turns his gaze back to Riviere, trying to understand the reasons for his own action. Why he wanted to kiss her, and why this desire did not leave him now, when the moment seemed to have passed. Thinking about this, Croft suggests that it might be curiosity or an impulse that should have disappeared upon finding reluctance on the part of the object. But with Blanche, it is different than with others. When he lived in the East, he learned that exploitation is part of the way of communication in society. All the young man's forces were dedicated to one thing, surviving at all costs. In this process, trying to survive during the years of exile, he gained both enemies and reliable comrades who covered his back. The mercenaries of Vindict, those who joined for common goals and needs. They united to take revenge and achieve the desired path. And even though a special and close relationship has arisen between his four warriors, they still do not feel sympathy for each other. It is obvious to him that the joint work of comrades as a whole is far from comprehensive. He, as a resident of the East, knows against his own will that the value of a seemingly simple feeling like sympathy is high. Therefore, Riviere's willingness to lend a hand cannot leave him indifferent. Croft received these feelings for himself for the first time, and thanks to her. Only thanks to her. Therefore, she deserves to be special to him, different from others. But the desire to kiss must be classified as a different category of relationship. So the young man wonders, maybe it's lust. If we recall the lyrical image of the girl, then, of course, we can note that even with a frown she is still incredibly beautiful. Her wide-open blue eyes, blonde hair shining in the sun. And, of course, the lips that call you so strongly that it is difficult to contain the impulse to approach. Concluding his thoughts, Croft concludes that the problem lies precisely in the lips. That provokes strange desires, at which moment he utters her name. Interrupting such deep introspection, the girl declares that if she had to kiss everyone she felt sorry for, then she would have to kiss a stray cat. Croft looks at the blonde inquiringly at such a declaration, not quite understanding where she is heading. But Riviere continues, cynically saying that they had to kiss beggars, children, and wounded soldiers, which causes an outburst of indignation on the part of the future emperor, who asks to stop. The girl continues, wondering what lesson the future emperor learned from this. Looking away, Croft replies that he realized that her big heart is willing to sympathize with anyone, and that she doesn't want to kiss him. Hearing this, the main character smiles joyfully, happy to have understood her correctly. But the young man continues the conversation. He declares that the path of sympathy is not that important to her, but for him it is something special. He still wants to kiss her and wonders how to earn it. Why does the blonde stop smiling? Pretending to be silly or having hearing problems, she asks what should be done about it. Croft nods, confirming that he needs to know how to earn the opportunity to kiss Riviere. The poor protagonist turns pale and looks at him in shock, not knowing what to say. She defends herself and states that such questions sound offensive and that kisses are the luck of people who love each other. But the brunette stubbornly insists that this cannot be and demands to find a way. In her head, the main character is surprised that the one who massacred people for love is so interested. But she says out loud with a nervous smile that she should not believe in love, that she will definitely meet the right person and make her his empress. In response, the conviction is heard that love is a myth and a deception. The main character is surprised how convinced he is of this, despite not having met her yet. The girl declares that she believes in love and will not kiss someone she does not love. Croft seems unhappy and says that since she doesn't want to, nothing can be done. Smiling at his interlocutor, he clarifies to her if she will continue to empathize and sympathize. The main character is confused about where another person's logic is leading. But she seems tired of trying to convince and argue and gives up. With a smile, she replies that she will, until someone shows those stronger feelings than her. Another pause. The future emperor doesn't think much and says he is happy with this agreement. Croft escorts the girl to her chambers and wishes her a good rest for now, leaving her finally alone. He himself slowly walks away through the beautiful castle corridors, plunging back into his thoughts. Deeper and deeper into memories of distant years, those received in this place. His mother who smiles and tells him that he should not hate the emperor at all. And also smiling, the woman says that the reason for the act is that the emperor loves his mother. Repeating this memory in his head, now out loud, the young man mutters under his breath that this is bullshit. When the blonde enters the room, she immediately hears a question from the maid about what is wrong with her forehead. The maid exclaims excitedly that her forehead is red and swollen. This is not hidden by her carefully styled bangs. At that moment, the main character remembers that Saroni was an additional character and was not even mentioned in the main narrative of the novel. Looking at her, the girl thinks that the maid died at the same time as her lover, Lady Riviere Blanche. While Saroni complains that it is necessary to examine the wound on her forehead, false Riviere concludes that before she had no interest in this character, but now, due to constant interaction with her, she seems completely fascinated. Now, Saroni is seen not only as an additional character, but as an important person who was faithful and followed the lady to the palace. Tired of deep conclusions, the blonde sits down, carefully holding her skirt. She calls the maid to do the same. She addresses her by name and asks her to sit down. Saroni obediently follows the given order and, without arguing, sits opposite the lady. Although it is clear how tense she is at this moment, the girl wonders why Blanche suggested this. If she is angry, because she generally does not do this. Seeing another person's attention, the girl exhales and tries not to embarrass the maid with unnecessary emotions, who cannot understand, and decides to distract Saroni by expressing the fact that her forehead turned out to be injured when she hit His Highness on the jaw. Forgetting her fears, the servant tries to imagine such a picture, but finds it difficult. It seems the main character decided to switch to frank dialogue with Saroni. She talks about how she hurt her forehead. She mentions that her arm and leg were injured because of the girl's attempt to hit the future emperor. The servant, in shock, tries to digest the information while the lady carefully calms her. In tenderness, she is amused by how comical another person's bewilderment seems. Saroni cannot imagine such behavior on the part of her mistress. She tries to reassure the servant by telling her that there is nothing special to worry about. That nothing seditious happened. Under the intense gaze of her brown eyes, Riviere declares that he and the future emperor find compromises in disputes. And it seems that Saroni is imbued with it. She smiles at him contentedly and seems grateful for the explanation. The palace is calm. Preparations for the coronation are still active, but for now, you can see a meal outside the large windows. Riviera and Croft sat at the table and ate what the imperial chef had prepared with evident care. Suddenly, Blanche speaks and insists that Croft should learn to dance. Faced with such a proposal, the future emperor frowns and responds with monosyllables that he doesn't want to. To herself, the girl is indignant that Croft will have to dance with the main character in the near future, which means he will have to study. Despite the future tyrant's displeased face, Riviere declares that dancing is an important part of etiquette and manners. Croft ignores her. He is annoyed that the girl keeps bothering him with etiquette lessons because there is a lot to do without it. But then he realizes that in the dance, he will have to grab the lady and spin her. In his imagination, the future ruler of the empire imagines how he will spin around with Riviere. And this thought seems to motivate and interest him. While swirling a wine glass in his hand, Croft seems to become more immersed in this fantasy. And he becomes so seduced by the image he sees that he gives up and says, "I agree." Fine. While Lady Blanche openly rejoices, the brunette announces that dance lessons will begin in 2 hours. Riviere, barely restraining herself from applauding, asks to call the musicians. Seeing how the girl shines with joy, Croft realizes that his body is imbued with incredible desire. He cannot take his eyes off another person's beautiful lips, which form such a sweet smile. Clenching his hand into a fist, Croft thinks about how incredibly eager he is to kiss those lips. 2 hours pass, and the palace sinks into a glorious evening molasses of serenity. Upon reaching the hall on the right, the blonde cheerfully greets the future emperor and shows her cordiality with her smile. Croft asks if he is late, and she tells him he is just in time. The girl turns. Behind her are the musicians who were invited to the lesson. One of the musicians starts playing. The beginning of the melody is slow, but it makes you sink into a light state of melancholy. The girl and the young man look at each other, preparing to begin the lesson. Gradually, the melody speeds up. The rest of the musicians join the first one. Croft and the main character look at each other. Starting a dance lesson, Riviere extends a clean and well-cared-for hand to him. She pronounces an important rule when a lady is invited to dance: she must bow and ask for permission from her partner. Croft looks at her fascinated, unable to utter a word. Then, Blanche continues by saying that there are no specific phrases for an invitation. But she offers an option to start with, for example, "Dear lady, would you deign to dance with me?" The future tyrant repeats the pose and the bow, and pronounces the phrase that Riviere herself said. In response to this, the girl voluntarily raises and extends her hand to him again, placing it on another person's. She has so much energy that she sets the desired starting position and replies that she agrees to dance. It is true that she tries to add something about his hand, but then Croft takes the initiative and brings her close to his face. The main character praises him enthusiastically and states that she can manage without his instructions. At this moment, the future emperor sensually touches the girl's hand with his lips. But the moment lingers, and the blonde begins to panic a little because the young man does not move away. Croft kisses her hand again, gently touches her soft skin with his lips, almost closing his eyes with pleasure. And then, suddenly, he opens his mouth, and it seems he is about to sink his teeth into this delicate skin. Riviere froze in fear and, looking into his eyes, watched how instead of a kiss, she received a bite from the heir to the empire. Bewildered, she tries to think of the right words to use in this situation. But she seems too excited. When the young man stands up, his slender musical fingers run along the lapel of his jacket, and they grab him by the cheek and pull him away, to which the brunette mumbles that it hurts. But it seems he deserved it. The girl pulls his cheek and tells him that he must not bite people, to which Croft asks her to let go. And with hands on hips, the blonde asks mockingly if he did this because there wasn't enough scene. But the future tyrant only looks away timidly. He doesn't know how or what to answer the accusation. The blonde is perplexed because she only wanted to joke. It is not clear why he was so embarrassed. Trying to recall if there were similar scenes in the story, the girl extends her hand again, and then pulls it away abruptly, moving towards Croft and wanting to know if her conjectures are correct. We can hear the thoughts of other people at the moment, the thoughts of the future tyrant who dreams of seductive lips and soft hands, about hands whose scent literally made his head spin. Because of this, Croft has a strange and incomprehensible desire to devour her. Unable to contain his impulse, Croft bit her hand and tasted her flesh because it was beyond his strength. Riviere looks at him incredulously and irritated, almost trembling with indignation. Croft tries to soften the situation, even making a silly joke saying he's not going to eat her. Ignoring the joke, the girl calls his attention and suggests that he start with a dance lesson. Gently stretching out her hand once more, she indicates exactly how to hold her. She places her palm on another person's chest, slightly below the collarbone, while delicately barely touching. In addition, she adds that with the right hand you can take her by the waist, and awaits the execution. Croft looks as tense as a string, but the fact is that the waist he tries to hug is too thin. But showing a little courage, he still grabs her by the waist and gently runs his fingers along her waist. And now they are like a film adaptation of his imaginary image that appeared in his head not long ago. Croft takes her hand and forces the girl to snuggle even closer. But he does not shy away and talks about the steps they must follow. With sweetness and guidance, Riviere, like a thoughtful and discreet teacher, talks about a simple connection where the beginning goes from a step to the right and backward. He immediately adds the addition of the link, carefully observing the execution to the left and forward, again asking if it is difficult to remember. She looks at him with her big, beautiful blue eyes and assures him that she will not get angry about her stomped feet. It seems our tyrant is not at all scared by these warnings. He still looks confident. But suddenly, he realizes that if it really happens, what will happen to this fragile little foot? Looking at the elegant shoe's foot, Croft is afraid of breaking it if he steps on it. Therefore, making his facial expression as serious as possible, the young man declares that this will not happen. And Blanche replies with a smile that she would be happy with such an outcome. They take their first steps, stepping carefully and slowly, as the blonde said. They move around the hall following the music, keeping pace and not breaking the established step. The girl turns her head slightly, and Croft can smell the aroma of her perfume. Exhaling enthusiastically, the man notes that the aroma is so beautiful that it is like embracing a bouquet of flowers. Full of enthusiasm, the blonde happily reports that the first of the songs is already over. And she feels very well. He teaches that you can bow and thank your partner for the dance. And His Majesty himself enthusiastically praises her efforts. Hearing such speeches, and even in such a flow, the brunette covers her face with her hand. There may be reasons for this. Probably the blush that dyed her cheeks from the praise, so Croft decides that she needs a little rest. Of which he speaks. Blanche does not argue. She agrees, and the future emperor turns and quickly moves away from her. The girl sees him move aside, but for some reason does not turn towards her, and remains with his back turned. Fanning herself with her palm, the main character wonders what is wrong with him. Why did he move away so strangely? The young man slightly opens the door and steps out into the open air, thinking about how strange it is that the first thing he did upon arrival at the palace was to dance. But suddenly he interrupts the flow of his thoughts and clearly tenses up, hearing sounds near him. As if dying, he looks dangerously and barks his question demandingly. Demanding to know who is here, and he finds his own warriors nearby, sitting close, near the bushes and covering Malik's mouth. When asked what they are doing here, the bully suddenly starts chatting, saying that their master is an excellent dancer, and that the reason for this might be a special teacher. Becoming gloomier before his eyes, Croft makes a rhetorical guess, saying that they are idle because they have little work. But in response, Blake immediately replies to him, suggesting that they came for the report. But they didn't want to distract the knight. Of course, Croft asks what report it is, and Blake replies that Kinsel found out everything. Blake waits a little and asks if he should tell him to catch her and bring her. But the future tyrant crosses his arms over his chest and says no. Commanding, he demands that the Witch of the West find more evidence and return. At that moment, they are interrupted by the blonde, who, without waiting for the brunette, decides to check what is wrong with him. She approaches and suggests that if he has work to do, they can finish it tomorrow. It seems such a proposal made the male main character nervous. He quickly says no. But the blonde sketches a smile and says that Croft seems busy, that they can continue tomorrow. But the brunette does not give up. He says that he will accompany Lady Blanche and follows her. He just turns for a moment, apparently about to give some kind of order. And so it happens, he entrusts Blake with the task of finding out what perfume USA. Rivery. And then he hurriedly follows the blonde to accompany her to her chambers, leaving his slightly bewildered servants behind. And so, this couple walks slowly through the palace corridors in complete silence. Without keeping conversation, both remain silent. Finally, the blonde, not without admiration, says that the future emperor's servants follow him unconditionally. But he says this is not entirely true. But the blonde argues, declares that she trusts their loyalty. She notes that Malik is especially disposed towards him, but Croft says they are mercenaries. And they united to take revenge. Hearing this, Blanche points out that apparently everyone has their own reason. The young man confirms, for example, that Malik joined the mercenary to avenge his father. Croft continues by saying that Malik wants revenge on himself, which causes stupefaction in the blonde girl. Slowly climbing the stairs, the future emperor declares that he killed Malik's father. To take revenge by becoming stronger, this bully joined a detachment of mercenaries. From this turn of events, Blanche falls completely silent and looks at her interlocutor, turning pale. She is surprised that this man has with him a man who plans to kill him. Moreover, he is close to him nearby. The master sees him every day in front of him. To distract her from these chaotic thoughts, Croft extends his hand and opens it in anticipation. He looks her in the eyes and offers to go with him, seeming to decide to end the previous conversation, which clearly weighs on her thoughts. To herself, the protagonist continues to reason, wondering what kind of life she should lead as they approach her room. And the brunette wishes him a good rest, while the blonde nods slowly, at the same time thinking that since he is a tyrant, he has to live in eternal danger. Only before she did not ask about the reasons for his tyranny. Sitting on the bed, the fake Riviere reasons that the days pass quickly, but she needs time to secure the magician's help. To raise Croft, regain strength and leave this place. But a problem arises. The girl realizes that, despite the not entirely wonderful character of the future tyrant, she wants to continue taking care of him. The blue-eyed girl examines her forehead in the reflection with special attention. To her dismay, she sees a bruise and laments that Croft's body is probably made of steel. Although she is still a little sleepy in the morning, she thinks she should ask her maid to anoint the bruise with an ointment. The next moment we see exactly this, squeezed ointment and coated with a layer of grease. Saroni acts carefully. The lady asks if it is possible to hide it, but the servant complains that there probably won't be enough cosmetics. Her activity is interrupted by a knock on the door. Both girls turn their gaze aside. Saroni stops what she is doing. She meets someone who has come and is extremely surprised by who is standing in front of her. She returns, no longer alone, and announces to her mistress that the head maid is in front of her. She makes a polite bow and announces the news that makes her tense. Lady Belinda has come to see her. The blonde immediately remembers the black ribbon in the banquet hall and refuses to receive the visitor. She says she is not feeling well and asks him to tell her that she will invite her later. But the head maid declares that, given that Belinda is the younger sister of the deceased emperor, a member of the imperial family cannot be driven away. But Lady Blanche becomes sad and declares that coming like this and demanding a meeting is already a violation of etiquette. She is trying to turn a blind eye to such rudeness on the part of the princess, and the maid dares to sermonize. But this does not seem to produce the desired effect. An older lady declares that imperial law is above aristocratic etiquette. Thinking to herself, she tries to understand if they are pressuring her not to spoil the relationship. But the girl will not stay here. Without batting an eyelid, the blonde declares that she herself lives as a guest. She should not receive anyone. And the maid has no right to teach her. Almost turning into direct rudeness, she wonders if they will drag her by force, and if the head maid should be eliminated. But the old lady makes a bow, declares that Belinda is the only aunt of the future emperor, and complains that it will not be difficult to ascend the throne if they quarrel among themselves. Almost losing patience, the protagonist realizes that she would not like to create problems for herself. And not without discontent, he agrees, confirms, and says that he will go. Having reluctantly recovered and without rushing, the girl enters the desired room. In a bad mood. Upon entering, she immediately apologizes for the delay, as good manners require. At the same time, she smiles cordially and warmly at the bitter expression on Countess Travett's face. The girl deliberately calls the woman Countess, emphasizing the loss of status after the death of the former king. But Travett still thanks her for the meeting and apologizes for her rudeness. But she announces to the girl that she has come with a reason to tell her something. The blonde bowed politely and said she was aware that the lady had an urgent matter, and that she was ready to listen. They sit opposite each other. Countess Blanche and an entourage of girls pause. The woman clears her throat and addresses the blonde by name, preparing to speak. She introduces a young girl with a mane, Emily of the Marquisate of Chelsea. The main character remembers the plot. Madame has a good relationship with her. Subsequently, the woman continues the performance, introducing another girl to her. Riviere turns her head and looks closely at the one sitting on the other side of Countess Travett. Lillian of the Viscounty of Ilmond, the woman reports that they have come to meet the princess. The main character freezes looking at Lillian. In silence, the girl looks at the brunette. She seems a little embarrassed by such a close look and looks away, demonstrating a docile disposition. Countess Travett continues by saying that these ladies from noble houses are perfect for the future empress's attendants. Without allowing her to come to her senses, the woman continues by saying that she heard that Blanche arrived at the palace without bridesmaids, and that these girls would be perfect for that role. Unable to contain her inner excitement, the protagonist places the cup on the saucer with a silent clink. But audible. Inside, she is indignant at the fact that, without asking, Countess Travett chose and invited candidates for a lady-in-waiting among her friends. According to the novel's plot, the girl remembers that the emperor's concubines were only the empress's ladies-in-waiting. And this is probably what Princess Belinda is aiming for. And although she could refuse, she also understands that this might help Lillian reunite with Croft sooner. But internally, such a decision meets resistance. Composing herself, the blonde declares, not without a smile, that she already has an assistant. It just seems that Countess Travett seemed to be expecting a refusal. And then gently but argues that they are different things, a maid and a lady-in-waiting. Openly promoting Emily, whom she trained herself, and of course Lillian, who is the Archduke's wife's niece. The main character replies that she does not plan to stay in the palace, so she does not need ladies-in-waiting. Princess Belinda openly insists that she must not refuse the favor and the offer. Realizing it won't be easy to refuse, the blonde decides to compromise and says she will only accept one of them helping her. Of course, she chooses Lillian Ilmenda, which she says with a smile and looks at the girl. She shows caution when Lady Blanche asks for her help in the future. Countess Travit seems pleased, and Lillian expresses her willingness to help and expresses her joy at meeting them. And for the opportunity. Riviere responds in the same way. She says she is delighted to meet you. She thinks to herself and notes that her own life depends on this girl. After bidding farewell to the ladies, the blonde sits down dejectedly and reflects on what happened. The girl tries to cheer up, pretends that everything is generally fine with her, but immediately plunges into thoughts on how to ensure everything turns out in the best way for Lillian and Croft. The thing is that something is eating her up inside. She cannot be happy about the successful outcome, no matter how much she tries. Her thoughts are interrupted by a notification that she has a visitor. This time it is His Majesty. Entering the room, a young man arrives and sits opposite her. The girl did not expect his arrival. But Croft does not try to formulate the question of why he is here, but immediately asks her if she is angry with him. The main character freezes, not understanding why she is being asked this question, what reason made her think that. According to her logic, Croft is a tyrant who is angry with everyone and everything. But the brunette sadly complains that he decided to anger Blanche because she did not come to breakfast. Riviere calmly explains that she usually skips breakfast, but the brunette is sad because she wanted to have breakfast together. With a slight smile, the girl asks him if he really doesn't like eating alone. This clearly triggers some kind of thought process in the young man's head. And after a pause, he replies that it is so, that he is tired of eating alone. Saying this as if it were a manifesto. But immediately the future tyrant lowers his gaze sadly. It seems this is something personal for her. Repeating again that he is tired of eating alone, he looks at the blonde for a reaction. The blonde begins to think, is it because there are 50 people in the guild? There really isn't at least one person willing to do this. But the brunette notices her reactions, and it seems that this was a trap that Blanche fell into. Deciding to reply, the main character says that she is not angry with him and that she is not sick. The matter is different. She removes her bangs and shows the bruise on her forehead, eloquently indicating the cause. The future ruler, noticing the bruise, apologizes. But the girl shrugs and says it was her fault and she did not want to hear apologies. Which is why she avoided him. Smiling at her, Croft announces that if someone sees it, they will decide it was his mistake. But the blue-eyed blonde argues, because she will know that this is only her fault. This answer obviously surprises Croft. His eyes widen, and his gaze wanders from the bruise to the features of another person's face. But soon calming his inner discomfort, he becomes calm and self-assured again. Without suppressing a smile, Croft says that you must continue training, and you should use your legs, not your forehead. And arms. But the girl, as expected, argues that she said not to do what she could get for it. The brunette promises to try. After this, he again tries to invite the girl to breakfast, politely awaiting a decision. Riviere accepts the outstretched hand and responds to the invitation, consenting to the future tyrant's joy. The next moment, we see them sitting at a familiar table and having breakfast. But while eating, the main character thinks that she should find a friend for Croft. Or assign Lillian to him so he doesn't eat alone. Looking at the young man internally, she realizes how important the first impression is. With a slight smile, the blonde reports the recent arrival of Countess Travit. And her offer to accept ladies-in-waiting to help, Croft indifferently declares that he is aware of it. No longer out loud, the brunette reasons that it has certainly been decided to assign them a rat. The spy will serve Riviere and act as a worm for the Countess. But the girl keeps smiling and says that her new assistant is kind and good, and she believes they can get along with Croft. The future ruler is neutral about this, but Blanche insists on a personal meeting with Lillian. She understands that while he may be against it, according to the original novel's plot, they are destined to be Lillian is destined for him. Smiling at her thoughts, the main character reasons that if they meet sooner, Peace in the empire will come faster. Their peaceful communication is interrupted by Malek, who bursts into the hallway with a clearly alarmed look. Croft gets up from his seat, clearly displeased that they are being bothered. And he wonders what happened, and hears the news that Kinsell is injured, which makes the future emperor change his expression. Under Riviere's scared gaze, Croft rushes towards the exit, clearly heading towards Malek. She has no choice but to watch the trail and how the door closes behind them. But she is not indifferent either. The blonde leaves the dining room and heads to the chambers thinking how this could have happened. In these times of war, the future emperor hurriedly rushes up the stairs and hurries to the right place. Croft asks about a certain scoundrel, if he is to blame, and the mercenary agrees. Maybe he is. On the entire continent, few would dare and be able to truly harm the witch. Except perhaps the groundhog magician, whom she must kill. Kinsell is too powerful to be injured in a normal fight with mere mortals. On the threshold of the room, they are greeted by one of the mercenaries, who addresses his master. Beside himself with worry, Croft asks how the Witch of the East is. But they tell him that she has disappeared. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character is clearly annoyed by this turn. He is angry. They speculate where she might have gone and believe she might have gone with the groundhog magician. Croft distributes responsibilities among his subordinates, asks where the guild is, and suggests starting a search. But Blake intervenes and asks what to do about the coronation. To this, the future ruler, without a moment's thought, declares that his priority is to help in Kinsell's revenge. There is a pause between them. The decision is truly unexpected and generally generous. But the pause is suddenly interrupted by the faint voice of a maid behind them. The men freeze when they hear this, but they do not turn around immediately, seeming somewhat surprised by this. But then the girl mentions her lover, Riviere, and all attention is now focused on her. Croft noticeably tenses. Falling to his knees, trembling slightly with fear, the girl reports that someone has come to see Madame Blanche. Then the future ruler rushes back, covering the distance at record speed. And finally opening the doors to the princess's chambers. And he sees that Kinsella, whom they were looking for, is comfortably seated on Riviere's, almost purring with pleasure. Croft freezes on the threshold, unable to believe the reality of what is happening. Clearly, with an effort of will, the brunette, gritting his teeth, wonders what the girls are doing. And Kinsell immediately replies that he cured mental pain with the princess's beauty, while smiling impudently. At that moment, the others had already arrived. Croft scolds the witch, and she clings to Blanche. But Riviere argues with him, saying that it is not appropriate to behave like this with someone who has suffered, which provokes Kinsell's gloating. Restraining his anger, the future emperor inquires about the state of the witch. How bad is she? She declares that she has already healed her wounds, and the brunette offers to leave in this case. But the witch only hugs the blonde tighter. She argues that the mental pain has not disappeared yet, but Croft orders the mercenary. Chester, one of the warriors, skillfully grabs the Witch of the East in his arms and throws her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes amidst screams of indignation. She threatens the man, turns around, but Chester grabs her tightly and carries Kinsell out of Lady Blanche's chambers. Croft is definitely very displeased with this behavior of the witch. The blonde smiles distractedly, expecting a storm. The main character tries to find out if everything is okay with Kinsell, but the young man assures him that everything is fine. He is not worried about the wounds on her body like the blonde. He is worried if something else got hurt. Having received the answer, the girl calms down thoughtfully, as if thinking about something of her own. Croft is intensely interested in knowing if the blonde is worried about the witch. She agrees with this statement, but the young man tries to calm her down. But even though the future emperor says that Kinsell has healing abilities, Riviere points out that the fact that the wounds have healed does not mean that the pain has disappeared. It seems the brunette is not very happy with such speeches. She clarifies to those close that they are Kinsell and Riviere. But Blanche receives him indignantly because she does not divide those in need into close ones. and strangers if they come seeking help. Judging by her facial expression, the main character is trying to understand the girl's internal motivation. He draws conclusions about another person's generosity and calmly, no longer angry, responds that he understands. It's just that the blonde herself does not understand at all what went through her head. And what became clear? Judging by the gloomy expression on her face, we can understand that the Witch of the East is very unhappy with her position. Kinsel is literally dragged back to her chambers, while she declares that she will forgive the offender only for the princess. Once inside the required annex, Chester gently lowers the girl onto the bed and asks her to create a magic circle. The witch does not understand the reason for the request. But the man adds that he needs a moving magic circle to take revenge on his aggressor. To this only a malicious smile. How could one think that the magician was still there? She continues by saying that even if that were the case, Chester dealt with him quite easily. Ignoring the offer of revenge, Kinsel demands that he better go look for food for her. When the Witch of the East is left alone, we learn a big secret from her thoughts: the groundhog magician, son of her mentor. He is a childhood friend and a family member. Even if she wanted to fight him, she couldn't, because he was the one who placed the restriction seals. It is these seals that will not allow her to betray him. Marmota foresaw this and linked himself to her with a cruel treaty. Such a betrayal did not leave her indifferent. From that very day, she believed in only one goal. She must take revenge on Marmota at any cost, at any cost. After being wounded, Kinsel's appetite seems almost animalistic. She devours the food. Croft and the mercenaries say nothing, just tensely watch the other person's meal. Zone. The future emperor talks about prohibitions. The Witch of the East tries to argue. She does not understand why it is forbidden. She not only feels envy, but also anger, dissatisfied that her master is going to enjoy Riviere's company alone. Ignoring Kinsel's question, the emperor immediately wonders if she was going to do something to the princess. But radiant with pleasure from the memory, the brunette declares that she only asked for her head to be stroked. Melik wonders if he received consent for such a request. Kinsel, not without pleasure, confirms it. He declares that he liked it, but as soon as the tall man said that he would like the same thing, Croft growls at them. It's impossible. We see a folder with documents bearing the official insignia of the imperial family. Crossing his arms over his chest, the future ruler asks the Witch of the East to begin her report. In response, the girl states that it was not possible to find evidence. It seems that the reasons for the search were known. The essence of Kinsel's task was to head north and obtain information about Viscount Sheldon, who was indirectly involved in the murder of Lady Letitia, Croft's mother. After all, the reason the Empress was overthrown was because she was accused of treason with Viscount Sheldon. The result of these events was the death not only of Viscount Sheldon, but also of Lady Letitia's close associate, Earl Jaxlot. His lands were divided among 3 neighbors. It was these neighbors from respected houses who witnessed that the Empress was accused Croft. He believes they had strong allies behind them. After all, there was no evidence, and Viscount Sheldon denied his guilt even under torture. But everything ended when Guilfred II's faith and affection for Lady Letitia ran out. At that moment, there was no one to vouch for her, and there was no need for evidence, since the emperor lost interest in her. This became an epilogue. Croft points out the importance that evidence is not so important when there are allies. The accusers received a generous reward for lying. In the process of investigating this tangle of people who slandered the lady, they encountered the groundhog magician. Kinsel reports that the evidence was destroyed, and the groundhog magician himself became the personal dog of the Pesillos duchy. All reasoning and circumstantial evidence specifically lead to Duke Pesillos. Blake distracts attention by asking about future plans. Croft states that this does not matter, because if the emperor can easily get rid of the empress, he surely won't be able to do the same with the duke. The future ruler wondered why Pesillos did this. He wanted to prove his mother's innocence. Only now does Beau realize that years have passed, and how important it is after all this time. He reminds himself that only 5 days remain before the long-awaited coronation and once he becomes emperor, he promises to deal with the duke. Dressed in more comfortable clothes for training, Croft enters the hall and calls Riviere. She seemed to be thinking about something of her own, but turns her head in response to the call. And turns around. Immediately getting down to business, the girl starts with a question about Kinsel. But they assure her that sleep will help her recover. Immediately losing all determination, the blonde looks a bit tired and distracted. Clearly worried, Croft explains that the Witch of the East bothered the girl because she couldn't sleep. That's the reason. Only the blonde replies that she wouldn't mind stroking Kinsel's head and noticing the beauty of her hair. What he heard causes evident stupefaction in the future tyrant, who does not know how to react to this. Suddenly and abruptly he lowers his head, as in an apology bow. Riviere is trying to clarify what caused this whole action, trying not to get irritated immediately. Croft says her hair is black, but it doesn't get lighter for a blonde. It's just that the young man's continuation, that she can stroke him as much as she wants, takes the main character's breath away. But anyway, the girl approaches and cautiously and carefully touches his head. To her surprise, Blanche must admit that the future tyrant's hair is incredibly good. Soft to the touch and shiny. Croft, for his part, accepts such affection without complaining or making unnecessary moves. While Riviere strokes his hair, they, without knowing it in unison, think that this is very good. In a very good mood and smiling, the young man offers to start their training. The girl seems confused, looks at Croft, and tries to read the clue in his gaze. But I must say, she doesn't understand why they are here. The brunette calmly explains that today they will not practice dancing, but will begin training fighting skills. Croft does not allow her to come to her senses and gets down to business, indicating a person's weaknesses. He talks about the points, lists them from the forehead to the lower abdomen, promises that they will study everything little by little. Looking calmly at the girl, he suggests starting with the solar plexus. The blonde seems insecure. Deliberately pointing at himself, the brunette asks what needs to be done. Trying to adapt to the training format, the main character closes his fist, but immediately hears the question, and if he changes the angle and dodges his fist. Then the girl declares that she will hit with her left hand, but Croft continues, suggesting a situation where he will dodge here. In this case, Riviere tries to suggest that it might be worth grabbing the opponent by the neck. But the young man smiles at her and offers to do as he says, offers to listen to advice. To trust herself. After giving practical advice on hand-to-hand combat, the man invites Blanche to start. And now we see how her fist cuts the air and flies towards the target, about to reach her. But Croft manages to dodge it at the last moment, which clearly provokes the girl. She makes another attempt to hit, swings her fist and throws it forward. But this time, too, the man easily dodges the onslaught and leans back slightly. And to the side. It seems the blonde begins to openly irritate with failed attack attempts. Too focused on her hands, strikes, and following the future emperor, the girl trips over her own foot. The next moment, she is already falling into another person's arms, grabbing Croft like a lifesaver. The experienced warrior definitely did not expect this. He doesn't know how to react to such an attack. He is trying to quickly shake off the shock. His fingers tremble, but he cannot restrain himself. He desperately wants to hug this girl. But before this happened, Riviera raised her voice and quickly freed herself from the proximity of the future tyrant, declaring that she would try again. Taking a stance, the girl tries to stay focused and announces that she is starting. It's just that Croft is now only thinking about whether he can hug her right now. These thoughts clearly do not allow him to concentrate properly. His movements become slower. In comparison, the blonde girl becomes sharper and faster, as if filled with energy, and soon carries out a new attack with her fist, putting quite a bit of strength and desire into it. The fist hits the handsome face of her brunette, who is gaping and thinking about something. Riviera is beside herself with joy, barely restraining herself from starting to jump for joy. And screaming she understood. Croft leans towards her silently, His face is hidden by falling dark locks. Because of them, the extent of the damage is unclear. At this moment, Blanche begins to worry about what she did, because in front of her is still a future tyrant. She immediately moves like a spinning top around him, trying to find out if everything is okay with him. But Croft does not seem in a hurry to answer. He seems to be gathering strength. And then, completely disheartened, he wonders if Riviere's hand is injured. Without worrying at all about his face, the blonde tries to divert attention from herself. She says she is fine. She tries to understand how he really feels. Croft is about to answer normally, but is carried away by the expression on another person's beautiful face. Looking with emotion at her pretty features, he realizes that the girl is worried about him. And then he tries to aggravate the situation, exclaiming about the pain, saying that the pain is simply unbearable. The protagonist rushes to apologize, but the embarrassing thing is that her words do not match her facial expression at all. He does not ask for forgiveness. They clarify that maybe it's worth apologizing, but this is also rejected. Croft looks at her and shines for some reason. The blonde looks like a scared or guilty cat when she looks at him. Suddenly, to the future emperor, she raises her hand and slowly reaches out. Then she places it on another person's chest, carefully touching it, almost weightlessly. Through the fabric of the shirt, she tells him not to get sick, to stop being sick, and then asks if he feels better. Experiencing a clearly wide and obvious range of feelings, the man exhales softly and slowly, and then apologizes, but gives no time for reflection or tries to give the opportunity to ask why. Hugging the girl. After all, kissing is forbidden for him. At least there should be hugs, at least be content with such a small joy. It seems Riviere is surprised, to put it mildly. From this behavior, she freezes in another person's arms like a motionless figure. And silent, but recovering, the girl remembers that they are training and decides to clarify how to act in such a situation. Croft does not stop hugging, but as a teacher should, he replies and gives advice try to push her aside. Riviere makes such an attempt, but it doesn't work. Then she asks again what to do. They tell her what to do in such a situation, and first mention a blow to the groin, and then say that he was wrong. Not wanting to tempt fate, he moves away from the girl, apologizes, and Blanche asks him why this was done. In response to the silence, she clarifies that perhaps the case is that she was the first to caress him. Hasting to declare another violation of ethics, Blanche declares that one should not hug so tightly despite the circumstances. But the lesson seems to annoy the brunette. He asks if he didn't say it, and the blonde asks what exactly. To this, Croft replies that he asked for forgiveness. It seems from his look that he believed that would be enough. As she does not want to continue arguing, the main character suggests sitting down first. After this, she announces in a calm tone that after such actions, after apologizing, his actions can be misinterpreted. The blonde states that she gave no consent for such actions. Imperturbable, Croft asks to answer him now, saying that he really wants to hug the girl. Looking the worried and perplexed main character in the eyes, he touchingly asks her if it is possible. At the same time, he calmly awaits an answer and no longer tries to hug without permission. To her surprise, it is not easy for her to refuse such a question. However, she says out loud that it is impossible. The future ruler is trying to clarify why his request was denied. But without answering this, the blonde girl declares that she herself wants to ask him a question. Looking directly into the brunette's eyes, she calmly and quietly asks him why he wants this. To hug her. Thinking about this, Croft notices that he likes how she smells and how soft and earthy her hands are. He realizes that he likes the gaze of the blue eyes directed at himself. He likes her voice, but saying this out loud might not work without angering the girl. But judging by the expression on his face, he clearly expects an explanation. And he will not leave without answering the question. And gathering courage without looking away, Croft says that he likes her. They sit very close to each other when the man says he likes her. The main character could not wait for such a turn. She looks back surprised. She makes a sound similar to why. And Croft is surprised that this is her response to his confession. Not everything is going according to his plan. He expected Lillian to come to the palace in a couple of days. Between them, as the main plot suggests, a spark will erupt that will turn into true love. But something goes wrong. She beat the future emperor several times, so she wonders where he got his feelings for her from. If you think carefully, you will notice that not in vain, she felt sorry for him a couple of times. The blonde closes her eyes tiredly and rubs her temples at Croft's incomprehensible gaze. She hurries to explain before the situation becomes even more confusing. But they are hurriedly interrupted. The young man asks her to stop and say nothing more, clearly fearing a refusal. Or hear something he doesn't want. Looking at him, the girl panics a little. He looks too depressed and unhappy right now. Quickly deciding how to act, the main character complains that perhaps this is the first time someone has liked him so much. And regrets it. And then she says that she also likes the future emperor, which is why other people's eyes noticeably shine with interest. But unfortunately, Blanche continues by saying that this is not in a romantic way. She suggests that he has similar feelings and assures him that he will soon meet someone who will love him as he should. It seems that for Croft, those words sound like a rejection. He looks at her somewhat unfocused. But the blonde smiles and decides to clarify if they understood her, which is what she asks. She really hopes so, but the brunette sits down next to her and falls silent, as if he took a little water in his mouth. On this beautiful day, the sun shines through the treetops and glistens through the glass windows. Sitting at the dressing table, the young woman fixes herself up as the maid gives the final touches to her makeup. Looking critically around, she agrees to start combing her hair. The light decoration of the hair is diluted with a bright accent in the form of a feather. At the end of all this, the lady puts on jewelry and does not forget perfume. After this, it's time to evaluate your appearance in front of the mirror. She is suddenly distracted from contemplating the maid's sobs. The girl looks back. Seeing another person's emotion, Blanche clarifies what happened to her. She looks really restless. And the reason is that in a couple of days, Lady Ilmenda will arrive, and then she will have many responsibilities. The same composition. Tomorrow, the Emperor's future companion, Lillian, who is actually the main protagonist of the story, arrives at the palace. To be honest, the fake Blanche wants her to come faster, considering Croft's speeches. After meeting true love, she will chase away the Empress. Lost in such thoughts, the girl flinches when the maid again draws her attention. Saroni looks at her docilely and asks her to give her the chance to help her choose the attire. At that moment, the blonde raises her hands and takes the other person's hands in them. Gently but confidently. She tells Saroni that she definitely could not have done it without her, and that for now, she wants to remain the head assistant to the future Empress. And actually, how important and useful this maid is, the mistress of the body in which the reader was without hardly any necessary information does not lie. The declaration made by the lady excites Saroni, who can barely hold back tears. But she cannot resist and hugs the blonde. Thanking her for such words, she promises not to envy or interfere with Lillian. And to her surprise, Riviere declares that Lillian and Croft are destined to be a couple. She is not going to interfere in this, let alone turn Lady Ilmenda into her servant. Saroni, with a lost look, tries to ask again. She does not understand at all what they are telling her, and assumes that her mistress is angry with the second contender for the Empress's role. But Blanche surprises her again and declares that she is not sad about this at all, and that her engagement is only the result of an information substitution. However, the sudden realization that everyone considers her the future Empress. And this complicates the situation, strikes like lightning. But she honestly replies to her maid that she does not want to become Empress at all. She asks not to believe the rumors about her marriage, and says that she believes in the Lillian couple. And Croft with all his heart and blesses them. These words make Saron cry again, barely restraining herself from crying out loud. The main character, with a nervous smile, asks her why she is crying now. And then, suddenly, with special passion in her eyes, she assures her mistress that the future Emperor's feelings for her are the most sincere. She tries to support the lady, but it seems she only manages to make everything sadder. And alarming. We see the parade ground of the Imperial Palace, where the 300 knights of the Imperial Guard gathered. In addition to the knights, the Vindict mercenaries also arrived in full force. The future emperor believes that the right decision would be to remove the rats sent by Duke Pecillos from the guard and replace them with mercenaries loyal to the cause. Croft's associates checked the entire composition. It turned out that 22 of them were related to Pecillos, and he could stage a coup with their help. The mercenaries are distracted from their own conversation and switch to someone else's, which is carried out at a volume too high to ignore. This is Melik, who asks if their captain confessed to the princess. Blake says yes, but it turns out he was disappointed. The mercenaries are lost, because unknowingly they have to listen to this. Melik is perplexed why Croft was rejected. Chester suggests that perhaps he is not her type, and ultimately, when the tall guy tries to show suspicion that the matter is with the future emperor, Blake hurries to correct him. What distracts from this conversation is the arrival of those much-discussed people. Lady Blanche and His Highness. The future emperor's suit is majestic and beautiful. It looks perfect and suits him wonderfully. The couple carefully gets up and stops in the designated place. While Melik watches them, the couple really looks good. His gaze, of course, focuses mainly on the blonde girl, her outfit, and her jewelry. Suddenly, as if feeling his gaze, Riviere turns her head slightly. And like a sunflower to the sun reaches his fixed gaze, she turns to Melik and smiles at him. The warrior is surprised how his leader counts on such a beautiful chosen one. A young man approaches the couple waiting on the pedestal and informs them that the guards are already awaiting the order. A couple of steps from His Majesty, and this young man kisses the lady's hand, lamenting how long it has been since they last saw each other. Now, before the eyes of the future tyrant, a certain warrior dares to touch a soft hand with his lips, even if it is in a gesture of courtesy. It seems Croft is very displeased with this behavior and can barely restrain himself from making a caustic comment. As the warrior leaves, His Majesty searches for language to express his indignation. Not finding the right words, he addresses Blake and demands to get rid of him immediately. Blake tries to object, saying he was not on the list of traitors, but Croft doesn't care. He orders to get rid of the one who dared to touch not Lillian, but Riviere. Melik was appointed captain of the Imperial Guard. 50 new mercenaries joined the guard ranks, and the old ones were gotten rid of. This is the normal course of things with the arrival of a new emperor. Changes are coming, and the ruler's inner circle is renewed. They brought throne chairs for Riviere and Croft. They sit on them and wait. But the brunette seems to be thinking about something of his own. He calls the girl by name, calling her to attention. Looking into another person's blue eyes, the young man extends his hand to her, wishing her to accept such a gesture. Riviere does not argue and, as desired, accepts his hand and places her own in it. The next moment, the future emperor presses his lips against the handle and kisses it. The blonde asks surprised why he decided to do this. She seems confused, but Croft seems self-assured and declares that warrior could do this. Riviere decides to clarify, looking away if he means the guard captain. And the future tyrant, not without pleasure, corrects the ex-guard captain. Sighing sadly, the girl explains that this is just a gesture of greeting, which means the joy of meeting. A little embarrassed, Croft replies that he is happy to meet her at every moment of his life, but immediately becomes somewhat harsh in his phrases, wondering how close they were with the ex-guard captain. But the girl contradicts him and declares that it is all just a matter of etiquette. But the future emperor seems tired of the mere mention of etiquette and rules of conduct. Hearing this with a slight sigh, Riviere slowly lets go of his hand, saying that maybe she won't follow the rules. But Croft does not allow it to be taken away, immediately brings her hand back together, trying to act carefully. And carefully. With all the passion in his voice, the young man declares that he is willing to follow the rules of etiquette. And will. The blonde looks at him and finds no words to answer, because this does not seem to be a matter of etiquette at all. She looks at his hands and something inside her squeezes with excitement. Incredibly calm and majestically, the future ruler kisses her hand again. But he clearly tries to make it look different. But what he says next makes the tips of her ears turn red. He says that he wants Rivière. The protagonist forgets to breathe. She wants to flee from here to hell more than ever. Only she is saved by someone from whom such generosity was not expected. Melik shouts, drawing attention. Croft is very displeased that this guy ruined that moment for him, but this guy doesn't seem to notice anything. Melik approaches and says that the guys would like to meet the princess. And if the future ruler sits down with a face as if he had licked a lemon. Then the girl is happy to escape the danger of being alone with the brunette. She introduces herself as Rivière Blanche, congratulates them on their reliability, greets those who have joined the guard, and smiles at the soldiers who have approached to better see this incredible beauty. While the warriors talk among themselves, confident that their leader has no chance. Surely he will fall in love, Melik clarifies what their next plans are. In response to this, the future ruler declares that, for now, they have nothing to do. And if they wish, they can organize a spree before his coronation. Melik asks again, I can't believe it, but Croft leaves the decision to him. Realizing the communication format between them, the main character decides to intervene. She calls Melik and states that from now on he, as captain of the Imperial Guard, must address the prince differently. Rivière does this worried about the reputation of the future ruler. She publicly asks to address Croft as Your Highness before the coronation, and after as Your Majesty. Surprisingly, this does not cause distrust or rejection. Melik smiles at her and agrees to do as she says. Under Croft's gaze, the blonde smiles contentedly while looking at the captain. The future emperor cannot help but smile seeing her in such a mood. The next day, the noble houses learned about the reorganization of the guard. Without giving up insults, the majestic lords criticize the future tyrant's decisions. We see how gossip is easily passed from mouth to mouth, about mistakes, about Lady Blanche's rejection of Croft's insinuations. There will be no peace or rest until everyone shares information among themselves and thoroughly discusses every true part. Or fictitious. Duke Blanche is also the subject of reproach, and the possibility that Rivière will soon become empress is discussed. Some condemned the prince, spoke of his ignorance, and that Rivière would never have agreed to such a marriage. Others tried to make bets and guess what the future held for them. But many burned with the desire to connect their family with the imperial one and were willing to do a lot to achieve it. Even though Rivière was at court, every family wanted their daughter to capture the young ruler's heart. By the way, let's return to the already discussed contender for the empress role, Blanche. Her father, Duke Blanche, pressures her, manipulates her because he did everything for her future. He participated in her education and did not remarry. But the daughter herself sees it differently. She understands that she was raised to obtain benefits in the future. Sighing sadly, Rivière gives up and declares that she does not understand what they want to tell her with these warnings. The Duke is so nervous that he does not look her in the eye and asks her where these rumors come from. He is trying to find out why she decided to prevent this marriage, to ignore the prince, because he considers him an Eastern barbarian. But the girl indignantly rejects the fact that she considers him unworthy and calls Croft a good man. Clenching her palms, the protagonist thinks to herself that this person definitely does not deserve to be ignored. Attacking, Rivière wonders who dared to call the future emperor an Eastern barbarian, and puts her own father in an uncomfortable situation because he himself called the young ruler this. The Duke clearly did not expect such a turn. He breathes with difficulty, but finds nothing to reply to the almost accusation. The entire aristocracy believed that Croft was a profitable heir to the throne because they considered him a narrow-minded barbarian who did not know the rules and regulations. It would be easy to deceive him and seize power. That's what they thought. Even those who supported the young man's candidacy were eager to benefit from it. It goes without saying that Duke Blanche stood out especially among the latter with obvious plans. Having given up, the man bows in agreement, assuring that he and the future emperor simply need a meeting, and then they dissolve into a mistaken opinion. The girl cannot follow the flow of thoughts, she does not understand where they lead. But the Duke says that he himself will decide everything. Once up, the girl tries to return it to find out in what sense. Seeing her father follow her, the protagonist wonders fearfully if this will ruin everything she has planned. Croft studies the papers in complete silence through the prism of his monocle. Nothing foreshadows trouble or the possibility of changing peace into chaos. But a knock is heard at the door, and attention focuses on whoever decides to disturb the working atmosphere of the office. The servant reports that Duke Blanche requests an audience. They nod and ask him to let him in. The brunette carefully removes his monocle to read, thinking that the Duke's help is unconditional. But he doesn't like being bothered. Getting up from the table, the future emperor wonders what is happening and why he has come. Then, the Duke reports that the Marquis of de Forden has given his consent, and looks expectantly at the brunette. Blanche complains about everything she had to do to obtain that very consent. Croft looks back and does not interfere with the Duke's story. He recalls that he was expelled precisely because of his disagreement with the overthrow of Empress Letitia, after which he lived exiled alone in the woods. The future emperor states that he understands Duke Blanche's help, but insists that he needs more significant contributions to their alliance. With evident irritation, the brunette loudly agrees that the Duke deserves a reward for his efforts. But in his head, he complains about his impudence. It is at this moment that the blonde asks the question that truly torments him. What has been decided about his daughter? Croft did not expect such a direct question. He looks back in shock. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he tries to calm his own harsh temper because he cannot show how confused he is. Having mastered his feelings, the future tyrant scans the figure of the man in front of him and is ready to answer something extremely harsh. But Blanche, taking advantage of the silence, adds the phrase that Rivière is in love with the future emperor. Our main character once again forgets moderation and does not understand that they are trying to convince him to believe them. But the Duke assures that the girl is in love. And then he asks her to make her his empress, to take her as his wife, to which Croft forgets how to breathe. He remembers the secret deal they made. He ran to let Rivière go. Now it seems that the conditions have changed, and agreeing, he couldn't even think that she would feel something for him. Ignoring his interlocutor, the young man plunges into his thoughts, but the Duke declares that if the future emperor does not marry Rivière, he will deprive him of his support and that of the Marquis of de Forden. These arguments are extremely serious. They cannot be ignored. Croft looks back frowning, and then he abruptly gets up from his chair and declares decisively that he will talk to Rivière. Blanche, having regained consciousness, says that it is too late to talk. We need to prepare for the wedding. But Croft interrupts the attempt to argue. First, he must find out the bride's desire. This statement causes discontent. He repeats that his daughter is madly in love with Croft. But the future ruler interrupts his speech with a harsh declaration. He says he understands and asks him to leave. Upon leaving the office, the Duke thinks that from now on he will have to be tough. He is determined to arrange this marriage, no matter the cost. But being left alone with himself, Croft decides that the Duke has misunderstood something. Indeed, given the relationship with Rivière, it is difficult to believe such a declaration of feelings. It cannot be true. However, for some reason the heart contracts so pleasantly upon hearing the words that the Duke's daughter is in love with him. He really would like to believe it, believe that she experiences such feelings. However, it is unlikely to be, so he has already called the magician to certify their secret agreement. The promise he made to the girl. Being left alone, the main character asks himself the question that torments him so much. Will Rivière sympathize with him too this time? Will she be as generous or not? For some reason, he did not want to wait for this, but he still has great doubts. The main protagonist walks among the beautiful decoration of the palace. She feels emotional. The girl is trying to guess what happened between Croft and the Duke, because Blanche came out very agitated. They really had a fight. It was at that moment that the future emperor called her by her name when he saw her in the hall. The blonde girl flinches in fear and turns towards the voice, wondering how long Croft has been here. A young man comes down the stairs and looks melancholic and thoughtful. Immediately, Riviere asks what is wrong and they answer her, it is Duke Blanchett. He says that the Duke said that if their wedding doesn't take place, will he be deprived of his support? The main character is in shock. This couple sits quietly on the sofa, and each is immersed in their own thoughts, both with bitter expressions. Glancing sideways, the blonde thinks that Croft doesn't look like a tyrant, but rather like an abandoned puppy. Although she assumes the matter is that the coronation did not take place. On his way to the throne, he was supported by about 50 mercenaries from the east, who later joined the Imperial Guard. There is also Prince Ison with the support of his maternal relative, Duke Pisilos, who is a serious enemy of Croft. But looking at him now, he didn't look like a wild dog, but like a cute lost puppy. The girl thinks that she does not want to marry, she wants to run away as quickly as possible, but at the same time, she does not want to set a trap for Croft. But at the same time, our main character also found herself between a rock and a hard place. She thinks about this. In the hanging silence, she calculates that, abandoned without support and again outside the palace walls, he will lead the Eastern army and conquer, by forces planned. But then he won't get Riviere, and he won't be able to carry out the revenge he so desired. Thinking about this, she concludes that at least he needs her, Riviere, and that everything must be calculated accordingly. The thoughts do not plunge him into melancholy or gloom, but trigger the process of rational calculation. Croft tries to initiate a dialogue. He says that the Duke spoke of his feelings, that his daughter does not hate him, but loves him. But the girl immediately ignores him. The Duke never listens to what they tell him. In addition to this, he states that he does not hate the future ruler at all. Such a confession makes the young man freeze, somewhat stunned, and exhale. He deals with the burst of emotions and extends his palm towards the girl, towards the hands crossed over her skirt. He carefully takes her hands, very carefully, slowly, but at the same time with confidence. The main character freezes and forgets how to breathe, not understanding what is happening. And the future emperor looks her in the eyes and tells her, "Marry me, Riviere." But we cannot know what the girl will decide. Not yet. The young emperor proposes to her and asks the Duke's daughter to marry him. The brunette's gaze is full of determination and confidence, while the blonde is clearly speechless. But the revelation doesn't end there. Croft approaches her and whispers that he likes her, and if she marries him, it will only be her. If she agrees and accepts his proposal, she becomes his empress and he will do everything. He promises to fulfill any wish, no matter what Riviere asks of him. They are so close that their lips almost touch, they feel each other's breath, when the main character asks them if they will really do everything for her. And the next moment, he covers another person's mouth with the palm of his hand, and the tone of his speech changes to serious and less emotional. She demands that such a declaration be notarized, looking him in the eyes. Croft does not understand what exactly she plans to certify with the help of a notary, which he promised to do. In response, the girl states that she simply wants them to promise that they can divorce at any time, and that she will have a comfortable life anyway. It can be seen how the future tyrant is embarrassed by the fact that divorce was talked about immediately after the engagement. What he tells the fiancé. But Riviere doesn't even think about being embarrassed. She declares that the emperor himself will want a divorce and that this suits her. Croft sees no logic in this. He is just trying to understand at least a little what is in this girl's head. What confuses him is that such conditions are generally natural, even without resorting to a magician, but then he remembers that his father killed his mother with his own hands and, therefore, another person's desire is more understandable. The future ruler clarifies if the Duke's daughter is willing to marry him if the promise is certified by a magician, to which he receives her consent, and then immediately announces that the wedding ceremony will follow the coronation immediately. The girl is clearly surprised. She did not expect everything to happen so fast. She understands that only 2 days remain. She tries to argue that everything needs to be prepared. The clothes, for example. Croft estimates that what is really needed is a decent formal suit and, of course, the best dress for Riviera. After thinking about it, he agrees, invites her to choose the date herself. He doesn't care. He accepts any day. Blanche says she will discuss everything with the head maid, and Croft adds that they will announce the ceremony immediately after deciding the date. And the Duke will be informed in advance. When the Duke is remembered, the blonde states that she also wants him to be safe. This phrase makes the young man freeze and look a little annoyed. But there is logic in this request because, due to his father, the Emperor, the Empress's family. His mother also died, Croft asks to trust him, says that he is not like him, referring to Guilfrid II. At this moment, the blonde cannot understand who he is talking about, because, in her opinion, it is worth fearing the future tyrant. To be precise, the one who should soon become one, that is, Croft himself. But only the one who should become a tyrant, according to the novel's plot, turns around and promises Blanche's safety and that of her family. The blonde girl looks after him and does not understand the reason for such declarations. The main character looks too different. One can only wonder about such words and decisions while sitting alone. It is already morning, but we see that Riviere is lying on her own bed looking at the ceiling. She cannot sleep. Sleep still does not come. Her thoughts give her no rest. Lying on a comfortable bed, the blonde struggles to understand why Croft put such a miserable face when saying goodbye. With a wild cry that exhausted all her nerves, the girl jumps on the bed, attracting the attention of the maid. It is with her that the Duke's daughter, Blanche, asks if the prince has woken up, and she finds out that he never went to bed and is in his office. Having assembled in record time, Riviere already leaves her chambers, heads resolutely towards the future ruler, and wonders why he didn't sleep. And so we see this couple sitting in the prince's office, in complete silence, and looking at each other. Croft's gaze is a little sleepy, but at the same time nervous, probably due to the too sudden appearance of the future empress. Now he wonders why she came. Maybe she changed her mind. And she even complains that she couldn't even think that she wanted to marry someone so much, who is willing to take care of her with all his might and, of course, he will do his best for her liking. The young man thinks that it seemed possible for him to achieve anything, but suddenly, he won't be able to achieve Riviere's reciprocity. A heavy gray cloud hangs over this couple, each of them is lost in their own thoughts. Looking quite desperate, the main protagonist is worried about the harshness of his words when she received the proposal. And she also understands that she should soon find true love, and here perhaps he really liked her. But she definitely realizes that the excuse that he will kill her no longer works as before. Looking at the future ruler, the girl decides to speak and order her thoughts, starting with the fact that she was very rude to him, which was unacceptable in that situation. She apologizes to him. Croft doesn't really understand the reason for this, but deliberately making his face as sad as possible. He expresses his understanding that he is not the best candidate for marriage. They argue with him, say that he is charming, but the brunette insists that he started talking about divorce when they weren't even married. Then the protagonist says that marriage for her is a union of people who love each other. And that is exactly what she wants. She adds that they don't know when their loved ones will appear in their lives. Her marriage is for profit, and she leaves the opportunity to separate without pain for both. But looking at the girl, Croft thinks that she is mistaken and wants to take Riviera back from her father. The alliance and support are not the main thing here. The fact that love has appeared in her life is ridiculous to him. Only with the Duke's daughter does this seem possible. If someone is worthy of love, it is this girl. In his opinion, Blanche is the one who can experience such a feeling deservedly. Just as a new proposal is heard, the young man tenses up in anticipation. The blonde offers him an agreement. If one of them finds love, the second will quietly let him go and grant him a divorce. According to the blonde girl's assumption, everyone will be happy in this case, which causes a slight smile. Croft looks at her and agrees. If someone appears whom she wants to marry again, he will divorce. The future tyrant assures that he will protect her, and if she agrees, offers to call Kinsel. Riviere happily agrees. She cannot believe that such a proposal was accepted so easily. The suspiciously calm brunette nods and says that then we have to call the Witch of the East. And the main character is delighted. Everything is going very well. And soon Croft and Lillian will meet, fall in love, and everyone will have a happy ending. But we shall see. Croft follows Kinsel through the long palace corridor, walking quickly on the red carpet. He remembers the words the girl said in a conversation: if they find someone they love, they will divorce. Judging by her insidious smile, the prince has completely different plans for this. The future ruler rejoices thinking that if the person she loves does not appear, there will be no divorce. Soon, a young man is already standing near Kinsel's bed, trying to wake her up, calling her by name. The Witch of the East wakes up clearly not well. She is full of rage because someone dared to interrupt her sleep. But Kinsel's rage quickly gives way to an expression of bewilderment because Croft reports that Riviere herself needed a magician to certify the contract if the witch is not ready. Can she call another one? A little later, we see Kinsel, full of joy, standing in front of Riviere, greeting her. Blanche says that the witch has a request and purrs that she is bored, but clarifies what needs to be concluded. What kind of agreement? Kinsel is informed that they are going to make a deal with Croft. She assumes there are doubts about him. She offers to cast a spell of truth. The brunette is not satisfied with this. But the blonde does not get distracted. She explains that she only wants to certify their agreement with the prince with magic before the wedding. The witch is inspired and offers options. If Riviere cries, he will also burst into tears of blood. If she betrays, she will drown in a sewer. If she loves someone else, she will suffer a painful death, or all these points at the same time. Once. But Blanche stops the flow of terrible proposals and says that she only wants to secure some points the divorce. Again, there are suggestions that the future empress wants to keep 90%. Or all the property in the divorce, but the blonde angrily interrupts and says that not everything is like that. Then Croft intervenes, calmly informs her that he promises her security during and after the marriage, that he will let her go if she meets the person she loves, and, in general, he will give her a happy life. But having heard such points, the witch does not believe him, saying that there is no point in securing such obvious things with a contract. And magic. She still offers property division, but Riviera insists that she doesn't need more. Then, the Witch of the East agrees to help in this, but clarifies some details with magic certainty. For example, regarding happiness. She turns to Croft when talking about causing harm, awaiting his reaction. The brunette looks back severely and sadly. He does not answer. It seems they are communicating without words now. Smiling confidently, the young man asks if the witch doesn't believe that Blanche will harm her. Then Kinsel looks at the princess and realizes that it is very unlikely that she can harm her. But immediately clarifies if Riviere really wants to enter into an agreement under which she can leave Croft for the sake of her loved one. Continuing to reason, the verdict that the fears that the future emperor might betray are logical comes out again. But the blonde decides to get into an argument. Looking at the brunette, she pronounces the phrase, "leave him," except that it seems Croft has already done it. Like a miserable puppy. Trying to smooth things over, she declares that the prince himself can find someone else, that it's not so much about her. Although the witch laughs, she insists that she only wants Croft to have the opportunity to be happy. Finally, the witch agrees and says that she will certify their agreement with magic, but that it will take effect after activation. The contract will be certified and activated on the wedding day. Kinsel asks to be woken up on the wedding day and promises to organize fireworks. Riviere tries to stop her, offers to stay to attend the coronation. But the Witch of the East declares that she precisely wants to sleep despite this boredom. And now that our couple is left alone again, an awkward pause occurs. Standing opposite each other, they turn around and look not knowing what to say. And again, Croft looks at the main character with that puppy dog look of his that evokes pity. Not without irritation, the girl declares that she is not going to leave him now, to which the future ruler replies that he fully trusts her. We have a beautiful view of the palace, and the main entrance with stairs in front. Where the carriage arrived. A slightly excited girl gets out of the carriage about arriving here. We already know her, Lillian. She is not alone. Another person gets out behind her and asks if the green-eyed beauty is worried. Who asked turns out to be her brother Dionel Pithilos, a handsome blonde young man. Answering the question, Lillian admits that she is a little worried, but in an attempt to calm her. Her brother promises to visit her. But this does little to save the situation. The brunette girl is extremely alarmed by her arrival. She is not as simple as she seems. She was entrusted to take Riviere's place, to become empress. This is her father's order, but it will work. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Lillian does not notice how her brother looks at her excitedly, taking her by the arm. Dionel thinks there is a possibility. Because his sister is so beautiful, her beauty is certainly attractive, but the guests are greeted by Riviere Blanche herself, who greets Lady Elmenda. Lillian bows back, but the blonde is surprised by the Duchess's appearance. Blanche, immediately showing her cordiality, asks to be addressed by her first name. Lady Elmenda responds awkwardly in the same way. Looking from the side, the main character notices how the arriving lady is trembling and understands that she is worried. The blonde assures herself that she will make Croft a man and give him to her. At that moment, the young man who remained silent and only observed asks his sister to introduce herself. She does so and reports that the young duke accompanying her is Dionel Pithilos. The next moment, the blonde smiles charmingly and thanks Blanche for the warm welcome to her sister. But Riviere pays more attention to the drawing with flowers and does not succumb to the charisma and charm of other people. The blonde offers to give them a chance to say goodbye in private, but it seems the brother and the sister were not prepared for it. Dionel ignores that this is useless, promises to visit often, and thanks her again for her hospitality. They say goodbye and Riviere decides to show Lillian her chambers and volunteers to accompany her herself. It seems Dionel is not used to such indifference towards his person, judging by his expression of astonishment. As the girls walk down the hall, the main character says that first they will unpack her things, and then Lillian will be introduced to the prince during dinner. Lady Elmenda seems scared. Blanche believes this is due to the rumors spreading about the future tyrant. Looking another person in the eyes, the blonde starts a conversation about the prince sometimes being harsh. She immediately tries to add something good and positive, tries to think about it. Giving the most charming of smiles, she assures that she is a very good person. But Lillian doesn't seem convinced. Let's see what happens next. At this moment, the girls head to dinner where Lillian expects to meet the prince. Noble ladies in beautiful outfits approach a table full of delicious snacks. Croft is already waiting for them, who bows in greeting as appropriate. Only in Lillian's thoughts does he appear as an uninvited guest. Riviere is full of enthusiasm, and despite the brunette taking her hands, she hurries to introduce her guest. She reports that this is Lady Lillian Elmenda, who came here to become a lady-in-waiting. After this, she freezes in anticipation, yearning for the future emperor to do what she taught him. Lillian sits down with a perfect curtsy and politely greets Croft. But the prince is clearly more hostile than friendly, looks at Lillian with some sadness. The protagonist nudges her with disgust, complaining that all her efforts were in vain. When the brunette looks at her, she gestures to kiss her hand. Croft, unexpectedly, obediently follows the instruction. He takes the pen and brings it to his lips. But he kisses Riviere's hand, and not the guest's, at which the blonde bursts into indignation inside. There is a pause and a new attempt. Blanche says that the lady-in-waiting must be invited to the palace. And then she blackmails that they will not have dinner and dance if Croft is not polite to Lillian. The threats worked, and the future emperor, addressing the lady, expresses his displeasure. Let's move on. Lillian, a little pale from emotion, thanked him for this, trying not to tremble. But the main character smiles cordially at the girl, invites her, and she smiles back. The chefs also put effort in this time. The food, as always, makes everyone's mouth water, even without being able to smell its aroma. Croft, gloomy and dismal, is not exactly enjoying the food. This atmosphere is too unpleasant for him. Lillian, sitting opposite, looks at this, and anxiety beats like a bird inside her. She hasn't let go of him since the moment she arrived. In the midst of the silence, Riviere wonders, what is wrong here? What is this oppressive silence and hostility? In the original novel, everything was different. A spark appeared between these two at first sight. But now neither Croft nor Lillian shows any interest in each other. Definitely not. The main character is desperate. She is trying to understand what she did wrong and where she made a mistake. At that moment, the prince asks her if he understood correctly that she did not like the food. Riviere redirects the question to Lillian and asks if she liked the food. Lady Ilmenda is distracted from sad thoughts and was about to answer. But suddenly, she notices the approach. Croft stands right next to her and looks at her with such a murderous look that a shiver runs down her skin. The lady-in-waiting freezes like a rabbit in front of a boa constrictor and does not answer the question asked of her. Fearfully, she lowers her head and gaze and can barely control the evident trembling of her whole body. After looking into those eyes, Lillian no longer thinks that the most terrible person was Duke Pacillos. Realizing the problem, the main character calls the lady-in-waiting and asks if everything is okay with her. Lillian still cannot look up. She clenches her fists and tries to compose herself. She murmurs awkwardly, tries to say at least one word, and then gets up from her seat. And suddenly runs away from the table, from the hall, apparently towards her chambers. Not paying attention to the shout. Riviere also gets up from her seat, looks at him, and wonders what is going on. The blonde tries to understand, but still cannot grasp what went wrong. At the same time, Croft raises his glass and notices that Lillian has terrible manners. The main character turns around and realizes that Lady Ilmenda's first impression of the future emperor should have been good. But the protagonist doesn't look dejected. On the contrary, he seems more welcoming and asks to sit down because the food is getting cold. In a new attempt, Riviera states that it seems something is wrong with Lillian. However, the brunette grumbles displeased that it doesn't matter as long as they get along. Trying to distract her, the young man pushes a plate with a delicious snack towards the girl. Looking calmly and cordially, she realizes that she has practically not eaten anything already. The main character is disgusted by this behavior and does not understand what is going on here. She wonders if Lillian really didn't hook him somehow. She offers to follow her. He pushes her this way and says that he won't mind. This proposal is interpreted in his own way. Croft declares that despite being called a rabid dog, he will still not run after the girl to kill her for bad manners. Riviere says that he is not worth killing, points out that this should never be done. And the brunette obediently agrees. Then, the blonde complains that Lillian could have reacted to the fact that she was treated coldly. She should have greeted her differently, but Croft argues that he realized that he should greet the lady properly, whom he was glad to see, but not as happy with the lady-in-waiting. The girl is boiling to herself, because this is the love of her life, but out loud she only realizes that she should have been friendlier to the guest. But the only response is that he is very happy to have received Pacillos' niece in the palace. Despite the desire to argue, according to the novel's argument, Lillian came to the palace precisely by order of her uncle, and stayed with him despite being afraid. Even though Lady Ilmenda was afraid, this did not prevent strong feelings from arising between the enemies from the first moment. And it seemed that every time he saw Lillian he burned with love, which is strange. What about Croft's gaze? Now the brunette looks cordially at Blanche and tells her that she is only glad to see her. Carefully, afraid of scaring, he extends his hands and places them on top of the girl's hands, and then gently kisses Riviere's hand, asking if they will dance today, closing his eyes. At that moment, the main character wonders if it will be possible that it is only her. We see Lillian sitting in her room near her bed, with her head in her hands. She wonders why she needs to try to become empress, and like such a terrifying person. And moreover, it is not clear that someone who has already chosen another should obviously like him. The girl exhales and covers her face with her hands. She is clearly scared and completely confused. Suddenly, the door opens abruptly, and Lillian flinches and turns to look at who entered. It's the head maid. Lady Elmenda asks what is wrong, and she says that she heard that the girl left dinner. The woman continues to look severely and condemningly, asking if the Duke will be angry when he finds out about this. At that moment, the girl realizes that there are already people in the palace watching her. But the cleaning lady continues by saying that she will not tell about today's incident, but that she should be more attentive to her goal. The brunette does not answer, but this is not necessary. The woman already leaves her room. At this moment, being left alone, Lillian is horrified that she has nowhere else to run. Riviere asks surprisingly if, after only 10 days, this is not an obvious shock. Looking at the maid, she wonders if it is possible to organize an imperial wedding in such a short time. But they convince her that this time is enough. To herself, the main character complains that she only wanted to close the deal quickly before Croft fell in love with Lillian, but immediately becomes sad realizing that clearly not everything is going according to her plan. The maid also adds that the hall is ready for the dance rehearsal and immediately asks what is wrong with her mistress. Sitting on the bed and in a very gloomy state, the protagonist murmurs to herself that this is not the best time for dancing. When she tries to ask what she is saying, she just shrugs and asks how Lillian is. In response, they tell her that the lady-in-waiting did not leave her room. Riviere says that she needs to take care of her. Hearing this, the maid notices with a sigh that the lady is too kind. The main character looks back and cannot help but smile at this comment. And so, again we see Croft and Riviere, opposite each other in a beautiful hall. The young man notices the other person's gaze on him and immediately smiles in response. He hurries to say that Blanche must have heard that the wedding is in 10 days. The blonde again tries to say that there is no point in rushing and that the date can be postponed. But the future emperor says that it is not necessary. Only Riviere points out hesitantly how it is possible to achieve something in such a short time. But it seems Croft does not share her mood. He extends his hand and carefully takes the girl's palm. Now he only thinks about the fact that Riviere cannot imagine how much he likes her, how the prince looks forward to this wedding. And he is even willing to do more for her. I am even willing to divorce if she meets someone she loves, and is willing to give anything. In fact, he would give anything to kiss those desired lips now. Sinking into melancholy, the prince laments if the feelings were mutual. Blushing at such a thought, but he cannot help but exclaim, he wants to kiss Blanche. The girl opens her beautiful blue eyes in shock, looking at him bewildered. However, an answer occurs to him. He says that it is simply impossible, and the brunette, not without sadness, declares that she is sorry. But he does not give up easily. He extends his palm towards her in a gesture of trust. With a slight smile, he invites Riviere to dance with him, since a kiss is impossible. This smile is extremely contagious. The main character responds to him in the same way, smiling back, and then accepts the extended hand and carefully places her palm on it. But she stops immediately. This should happen to Lillian, not Riviere. After all, the girl who came here only wanted to get out and survive, and not rewrite the novel's plot. She is not sure if she is ready to accept the main character's explosive love. And she does not want to become empress. And Riviere's place is not at all suitable for such an insignificant person as she is. Therefore, if she cannot accept Croft's feelings, she must give this place to another. Experiencing a storm of emotions inside, the girl cautiously withdraws her hand and presses it against his chest. Croft immediately asks if perhaps Blanche was angry because he talked about the kiss. But they deny it. And the blonde again brings her hand closer and places it on the other person's still extended hand. Riviere smiles, radiant and light as only she can be, looking less excited. Taking an elegant step forward, the blonde girl shortens the distance between them. As they take their first steps in the dance, the main character thinks more. She simply thinks that she is not sure of anything, but she was not prepared to see Croft's frustration approaching her. when the distance is completely closed, placing the second palm on his shoulder. They are ready to start dancing. The music begins to play, and the couple twirls to the rhythm, and the future tyrant does not take his loving gaze off her. Looking him in the eyes, the protagonist continues to reason why she said she wasn't angry about the offer of a kiss, but that she accepted the offer. And despite her fear and awareness of the situation, she still took his hand. It seems her head is spinning not only from the next rotation, but from something else. Unable to contain her impulse, for some reason the girl smiles again at the young man who looks at her attentively. Because of that smile, Croft bites his lower lip and squeezes her slender fingers a little tighter. The hand on the girl's waist trembles, and Riviere decides that if she presses harder and sinks into his neck, she will run away. But the future emperor does not allow it. He looks her in the eyes and continues to smile. The situation is quite acceptable. They seem to be simply dancing, keeping to the rhythm of the music, but definitely not everything is simple. It is deep night, but the crescent moon shines brightly, illuminating the palace vault with its gloomy glow. Croft walks slowly alone through the long palace corridor. His facial expression reveals an extreme degree of pleasure. He is clearly full of happiness now. But the noise he suddenly hears makes him stop and listen. The prince wonders what could be happening there as it is late. Without thinking twice, he shortens the distance and opens the door, abruptly entering the room. And in the room he sees his warrior, but also another person standing by the window. This person does not turn around, remains looking into the distance with his hands behind his back. Croft grits his teeth in anger and enters the room, asking if he has come. The man standing by the window turns around. He looks back arrogantly and greets Croft like a nephew. Moreover, we already see Pessillos and the prince sitting in the living room. And the servants are around them, a tense atmosphere. The man speaks first, says that before the coronation, he can call his nephew by his first name, and notes that he has grown quite a bit. Judging by the future ruler's appearance, he is extremely displeased with the meeting, and sarcastically comments that they really haven't seen each other in a long time. It seems the man is not ashamed of this. He continues the dialogue with the comment that Croft is like his father since childhood. But the continuation sounds with an obvious undertone. He says that it is as if he sees the former emperor in front of him. Encrypted in Pessillos' words are the words that the young man is like a copy of the one who killed Lady. And Letizia seems to be looking at a tyrant from the past. Unlike his uncle, the main character does not look for tricks and confronts directly, asking if he came to die. An objection is immediately heard. He absolutely did not come to meet his nephew. Needless to say, looking at this cold gaze, the prince does not believe him at all. And then comes a punch to the stomach. Verbally, Seacroft's question is whether he will restore his late mother's honor. After these words, the warriors standing nearby noticeably tensed. They are ready to respond to such an attack. But the future emperor raises his hand, stops them with such a signal, and does not allow them to answer. The main character closes his eyes and shakes his head as if plunging into this state. And taking a breather, he then lowers his hand and grips the armrest tightly, until it creaks. It seems Croft's gaze could make the scoundrel who dared to say such a thing burn like a torch. The brunette says that he didn't think he would hear his mother's name from his uncle's mouth. Only rage and the thirst for revenge fueled the prince and gave him strength when he was in the East. He started his own investigation. The investigation concerned the mother's death, but no matter where the evidence led, everything ended in a dead end. As the young man is outraged that Pessillos dared to do this, he wants to kill him. And he, as if nothing had happened, declares that he has found new evidence in the case related to Letitia that will help restore her name. But in response to this, Croft simply laughs arrogantly and says that he doesn't need evidence. The man declares that without them, no one will believe. And in response, they reply that they will have to believe the emperor's word. Previously, it was the emperor's words that were sufficient for an accusation, which means that evidence is no longer needed now. It is no longer possible to kill the father. He is dead, but only dealing with the one sitting opposite remains. On the other hand, is this enough for the name of Letizia Pacillos? He expects Croft's position to be too precarious compared to that of the previous emperor. And he refuses to make deals with his uncle. He tries to argue, saying that maybe he doesn't like this path, but in politics sometimes it is important to choose this path. But the young man disagrees. But the Duke does not calm down. He presses on the responsibility in the future of his nephew. He pressures the especially sensitive ones, saying that Lady Blanche's life will depend on his decisions. It seems that in the next moment, Croft's gaze could really incinerate his uncle. Again, he wonders if he really didn't come for his own death, but still tries to evade it, saying that if he dies, the evidence of Empress Letitia's good name will be lost. And in that case, neither Riviere herself nor her relatives will be safe in the future. No longer restraining himself, the future emperor literally roars the question of what he wants. Then they tell him that they want Lillian to remain in the palace as the emperor's concubine. Hearing this, Croft declares that this will not happen. But the uncle says that everyone already knows he is crazy about Riviere, and complains that he should take care of Duke Blanche's talkativeness. And the future ruler says the following: first the empress, then the concubine. Only then does the man rise from his seat and make a respectful bow. He declares that the moment Lillian reaches an agreement, he will send evidence in Lady Letitia's case. A servant leans over Croft's shoulder and kindly offers to just kill this man for such a thing. Next, the Eastern mercenary says that Pacillos will not have time to take even a couple of steps. He will be dead. But no matter how much the brunette wishes his uncle would die, he still shakes his head. And he refuses. The point is that even if he is able to protect Riviere, her family is harder. A detachment is even assigned. At that moment, the Duke has already gone down and calmly leaves the castle, walking through one of the beautiful alleys. All that remains is to watch him walk away and mentally curse very eloquently. Addressing the servants, Croft declares that he will cut off his uncle's limbs. And then he will strangle him when he becomes emperor. He has endured so many years, he will endure a little longer. But one of the mercenaries asks him what he plans to do to Lillian and what Riviere will say about it. Because of this question, the prince looks so dejected and annoyed that he looks down. Malek wonders if the future emperor can explain that this decision was caused by pressure and threats. But the answer is a resounding and unwavering no. This will definitely not happen. The young man says that Duchess Blanche does not need to know anything about this. Croft brings his face close to the glass, adds like many other things, and feels a heaviness in his heart. Lifting his hand, the brunette notices how his fingers tremble from some kind of overexertion he is experiencing. During the meeting after Duke Pacillos' visit, it was decided to talk honestly about everything. This seems to be the right decision. However, they are not that close. This is also worthy of mention. A melodious voice pulls him out of his heavy thoughts. Croft raises his head. Riviere is already there, greeting him. Unable to control his emotions, the young man jumps from his seat and greets her too. Noticeably nervous. The girl takes a seat, immediately realizes that the morning is wonderful. He is unusually sad and asks her what happened. Judging by the way the future ruler sits down again and looks dejected. Something out of the ordinary happened. The blonde turns to him again. She calls him and asks him what is wrong, perplexed by the behavior of the other person. Unable to look at Blanche, he says that he decided to make Lillian Ilmenda and goes silent. And then continues with his concubine. The blonde only blinks at such a statement. Remembering Lillian, she tries to understand what they told her and compare the information with reality. Croft looks extremely guilty and clearly feels the same, but the girl is surprised and remains silent. The next moment, to the young man's astonishment, Riviere says with a smile of satisfaction that it is a great idea. The main character is glad that, in her opinion, she did not influence the main plot, and confirms to Croft that she knew about such a decision from the beginning when she met Lillian. The prince looks at her with evident bewilderment, while the blonde says encouraging phrases. At this moment, it is concluded that they do not like each other, and it was a mistake to believe that they became close. Experiencing internal agony, the brunette tries to control herself, but such conclusions break her heart. Realizing that they are not listening to her, Riviere calls the interlocutor by name and asks him if everything is all right with him. Croft does not lie. He looks away and it seems he is about to cry, saying that he is not all right. Trying to understand what is happening, the girl wonders if something hurts him. Leaning towards him, the blonde wonders whether to call the palace doctor or Kinsel. Leaning a little closer, the girl reaches out her hand towards another person's face and asks him to say that it hurts him. But Croft, who usually asks for attention and contact, suddenly turns away without allowing himself to be touched. He asks if Blanche is really worried about him now, while Riviere remains paralyzed in the same position. Then she replies, says that she is worried, asks to say that she is worried. The future ruler replies that he is fine. Even after hearing this, the main character is in no hurry to withdraw her hand and believe what was said. The prince repeats that everything is fine and takes her extended hand in his with the same care. Reaching out, he carefully and gently presses his lips against her hand and closes his eyes at that moment. The girl, who did not expect such an impulse, stands motionless, does not stop, just watches. Pulling back, Croft adds that, no matter what, she is his empress, which means everything is in order. The blue-eyed lady looks at him worriedly as he rubs his cheek against her palm and takes her hand away from another person's grip. We see that the duke's daughter is in her chambers. A maid is combing her hair. The protagonist sits in front of the mirror, in which she now looks at all the facial features of another person who temporarily belongs to her. Then she lowers her gaze and thinks that, despite her love for Lillian, it seems the prince still feels something for her. Here the maid starts a dialogue and asks if the lady and his highness are fighting. Riviere is interested to know why she decided that, and the answer is that she has no face. So it seemed. At that moment the blonde cheers up and assures that, on the contrary, something good has happened. To himself, of course, she expresses the reason for the joy Croft fell in love with Lillian. But of course she will not tell the maid. The idea that Saroni said she looked bad suddenly takes her out of her thoughts. The girl is surprised how this can be, because she should be in a very good mood. Everything is going according to plan. There is no need to fear for your life. You can leave, and then Lillian will become empress, and then there will be no enmity with Empecillos. Then Croft will not become a tyrant. On the contrary, he will be careful with Lady Ilmenda. And she in return will love him. This ending will definitely be a happy one, but she has to force herself to smile. It's not fun. Suddenly, she changes the subject. Riviere decides that she needs to talk to Lillian in advance about the proposal for her. The blonde asks Saran where the lady-in-waiting is now, and they tell her that she is currently in a meeting with the duke's son. It is also reported that the lady was sent a whole mountain of gifts. As the maid said, Lillian and Dionel are now sitting in the room and talking. It turns out they are discussing exactly what Lady Blanche wanted to warn the girl about. When the brunette asks if they will make her a concubine, the brother simply smiles and suggests that she not worry. He also assures that she will soon become empress, but such words only frighten her more. Drinking from a cup, Dionel declares that his sister has big plans, that she should not worry about trifles. It is important to achieve the goal. Such words can almost cause a panic attack. It's easy to say, but not easy to do. Trying to cope with her emotions, the girl tries to talk to her brother. Having gathered all her will into a fist, she tells Dionel that she does not want to become a ruler at all. Feeling a surge of strength, she continues, complaining about the prince himself, but she is immediately interrupted. Instead of sympathy, the brother harshly states that Lillian will become the noblest of ladies in the Lavena Empire, and that there is no point in saying such nonsense when so much is at stake. The girl looks at him with fear, obediently remaining silent and not daring to contradict. Dionel complains that she should hurry up and prepare for the coronation. Getting up from the sofa, he also adds that the jewelry sent will make her look incredible on any lady of the Blanche family. Paralyzed in place, the girl looks at her feet with an unreadable expression. And finally, the day of the coronation has arrived, which many expected and feared. The palace is welcoming guests. In the exquisitely decorated hall, the future emperor froze in front of a person of the highest spiritual rank. The temple vaults are filled with the beautiful singing of the choir of bishops from the holy city of Linton Garden. Now right in front of those people who pursue their own goals. The Duke Pacillos we already know looks cold and indifferent, while Eisen, judging by the sad expression on his handsome face, he feels melancholic. In addition to them, among the observers are Duke Blanche and the stern Cronovel. A ritual speech sounds, and the palm of a person of the highest sacred rank is raised over Croft's bowed head. Not far from him, the main character froze, looking at him enthusiastically. And now, finally, the crown is placed on the dark-haired head. His full official name sounds Croft Jeslad Louvain. The newly proclaimed 17th ruler of the Lobena Empire rises from his knees and turns to those present. The newly proclaimed 17th ruler of the Lobena Empire. His gaze is direct and confident. He expects the chance of praise to end. Croft gives a speech. He says that everyone knows that he grew up in the East, according to the tradition that you give back double what you receive. He may be savage, but he will be a fair ruler. He reports that his loyalty will be rewarded, to which Duke Blanche nods with understanding. In satisfaction, he adds that he will have to pay for the spilled blood with his own, and Pacillo smiles. Looking at his subjects, he declares that such rules apply to everyone, without exception. The crowd echoes him, "Long live His Highness the Emperor of Lobena," unanimously. And in unison. The phrase spoken 3 times, and the general rejoicing, the rejoicing of the crowd. They meet Croft's calm gaze. After all, he remembers his mother. He believes that she was happier than others about his coronation. And then he looks around the hall, menacingly and majestically, searching for someone in the crowd. And he finds Riviere standing in the distance and smiling so sincerely, though moderately, that she also applauds, welcoming the new emperor. For some reason, seeing this may be less bright, but the sincere joy for him excites the heart. A second later he can no longer stay there, and accept the cheers and shouts of the crowd. Looking at the blonde girl, the emperor reasons that he wants to share the joy only with her. And now the young man follows the red carpet towards Lady Blanche. The blonde freezes seeing the determination of another person, clearly visible in her gaze, and stops applauding. All the ladies around immediately curtsy, and the main character is confused. Because he approached her, directly towards her in front of everyone. First, excited, she addresses him as Your Highness and then corrects herself. Your Majesty. In response, she receives no explanations or unnecessary words. The emperor's open palm reaches out to her. Standing opposite, Croft, without hesitating or embarrassing the crowd, calls the girl his empress. There is so much confidence and warmth in the young ruler's gaze that one cannot say that he is a future tyrant. However, the main character is worried that after seeing such a scene, Lillian might be misunderstood. But there is no way to refuse an outstretched hand in front of everyone. It would be a clear insult. Therefore, Riviere obediently takes a step to meet him and extends her hand, placing it in the one he extends to her. And now the two walk hand in hand along the red carpet among important figures. The blonde takes the opportunity and whispers what to do if this happens. Croft tries to understand what she is talking about, and he hears her concern that she is not yet empress, but walking next to the ruler, she simply dismisses it. It doesn't matter. The emperor looks jubilant and majestic, but the main character thinks it would be more desirable if Lillian were in her place. Although she comes to the additional conclusion that, judging by his behavior towards her, Croft will treat the future empress with dignity. After the coronation, Lady Blanche walks through the palace when suddenly someone calls her. This is the Duke, her father. The girl reports that the emperor has gone to see the guests, but he asks her if she knows. Duke Blanche continues by saying that Croft will make Lady Elmenda his concubine. The girl asks in shock how her father found out about this, but he simply frowns annoyed. The next moment, the man squeezes her shoulder and assures her that the young ruler only loves Riviere. and that there is nothing to worry about. The Duke continues to urge that these are just Pessilos's political tricks, but the blonde has a different opinion about it. Judging by the falsely sincere words, the man is only concerned with political games, and not the fate of his daughter. The main character rejects the offer to talk to Croft, but the Duke again declares that success is on his side. And the next moment, they are distracted by some steps, someone approaching them wanting to talk. This is Pessillos, who greets them with the same expressionless look. The girl immediately curtsies, as befits her manners, and greets in turn. Duke Blanche remains looking back. The new ruler's uncle says he came only to greet them, complaining about interrupting the conversation between father and daughter. Despite Blanche clearly being tense and unhappy with the appearance of another person, he says there's nothing wrong with it. The new ruler's uncle says he is grateful that Blanche helped his nephew take a place on the throne. The gazes of these men flash lightning. Looking at this from the side, the blonde wonders if Uncle Croft really came for this. Feeling a little dejected, the protagonist complains that she hoped her uncle and her nephew would make up, but apparently not. Another verbal feint from the blonde says that everyone will benefit from Croft becoming emperor, and his daughter empress. Pessillos looks back threateningly and angrily. He is definitely not happy with the words just spoken. But after a moment, he recovers and allows himself an arrogant smile. He declares that the new emperor is similar to the previous one. Blanche replies, after all they are father and son, it is logical. The brunette calmly continues by saying that they have more similar traits than many people think, not only in appearance, but also in character. He adds that Duke Blanche should fear for his daughter's life, given the history of what happened to Lady Letitia. Of course, Pessillos blames the fact that Guilfrid II killed his empress and installed a concubine in her place. Looking into the eyes of his interlocutor, the cruel man inspires fear for the safety of the Duke's future daughter. Upon hearing such a terrible warning, do father and daughter freeze as if struck by lightning. The main character is beside himself with anger. How can you say such disgusting things under the guise of politeness? But Duke Blanche is not ashamed. He declares that he perfectly understood the insinuations of others. Clearly challenging with his words, the man declares that, definitely, it will not go as he wants. And then, without moving, he takes his daughter's hand and leads her away, telling her there is no need to worry about this. They ask the girl not to pay attention, but she calmly replies that she did not. Now the normally distant father squeezes her hand tightly. Strangely, it seemed to him that she was just a pawn in his hands. A tool. The story turns out to be very surprising. The one she considered a tyrant turned out to be an unhappy guy. He managed to make friends with the maid. Moreover, the father, who seemed to pursue only his own ambitions, simply does not know how to express his emotions. Squeezing another person's hand tighter, she decides that she will definitely survive herself. But only with these people. The music stops, and the servant loudly and stagedly announces that His Majesty the Emperor is entering. Croft straightens his clothes and prepares to enter the hall and captivate his subjects with his gaze. And so it happens. The girls looking at him, sideways almost scream seeing the young ruler smiling restrainedly. Suddenly, the main character remembers that this was exactly the first scene of the novel, called the Tyrant's favorite scene. Following the plot, Lillian must now approach Croft on Pessillos' orders. Riviere glances sideways at the girl who froze looking at the Emperor, hesitating whether she can go up now. And when the blonde takes her eyes off her, she immediately runs into Croft, who is smiling. The girl couldn't even regain her senses when the Emperor addressed her direction, and noticed that there seemed to be a dance, but there was no music. Again, a white-gloved hand reached out to her, and a polite request to do him the honor and dance with him. Needless to say, she was not ready for such a turn and forgot to breathe from the excitement. After all, the first scene of the novel has changed now. She really turned out to be the main protagonist instead of Lady Almenda. Excited, the blonde reflects on what awaits her in the future, a peaceful existence, or death from the tyrant's sword. She is clearly provoked by the fact that the novel is changing. The plot is being restructured, but it is impossible to look away from the gaze of the scarlet eyes. It feels like jumping into an abyss, absolute uncertainty, because the plot is no longer known. After all, she is no longer armed with the knowledge that reading the novel gave her. She feels disarmed. But despite this, she extends her palm in response and declares that it would be an honor for her to dance with him. Dancing with him, the girl decides that the main thing is to prevent him from becoming a tyrant. They are under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, but it seems they do not intend to take their eyes off them. They spin gently to the rhythm, and that the guests immediately whisper on the sidelines, call him the same barbarian, complain about his manners. The noble lords quarrelingly discuss the new emperor's actions without particularly choosing expressions. And of course, they share the news that Croft has appointed Lady Ilmenda as his concubine. Gossip, speculation, and rumors in the hall overflow as new glasses of wine are filled one after another. Perhaps the most seditious of all the gossip and whispers is that Croft is not even emperor. Lady Blanche complains about her tired legs and mentions Lillian in the hope that the emperor will pay attention to her. The young man, who handed a glass of wine to his future empress, grimaces and wonders why. Riviere calmly explains that this is just to dance with her, but again the question arises why. Again an explanation that Lady Ilmenda is a future concubine, and therefore, she should be paid attention to. But Croft has his own opinion on this. He declares that next time, he will cut off his head for something like this. And then he completely takes the girl in his arms with the look of a well-fed cat, without paying attention to the shock of the stranger. This, of course, attracts the attention of the crowd. Everyone turns around and looks at that picture. But the emperor doesn't care, but rather carries the girl down the corridor, leaving the dance. And without worrying about it. And all because the girl is tired. Of course, Riviere is indignant. She believes she should have stayed to dance. Indignation has no limits. Because what should others do when the main hero of the occasion has run away? But the young ruler is not convinced by these arguments, in his opinion. It will be even better for them. Yes, of course, the girl knows what atmosphere there was at the festival among the nobility. Leaving in this case was not the best decision on the other hand. She herself did not want to stay there. Therefore, the blonde no longer argues, and Croft adds that no one cares if he is in the hallway. Or not. In his opinion, it would be better to take the girl to his room. It would be more beneficial. Riviere does not argue this. The noisy celebration ends. The castle plunges into the calm serenity of the night. The main character, dozing on the bed, slightly opens her eyes. Her silhouette is illuminated by moonlight. Trying to fight off drowsiness, she believes she fell asleep when she lay down to rest. Looking towards the window and realizing that it is already night, she believes that the ball should have ended by now. Finally awake, she feels anxious and decides to take a short walk. The ball has indeed ended. A serene serenity reigns in the palace. The noble lords and ladies no longer walk back and forth. Dressed in a rather simple outfit, not wanting to waste so much time, the blonde almost sneaks out quietly, wanting to walk alone. But suddenly she hears someone shouting and pays attention to it, seeming interested. And she sees Croft, who is not sleeping, but is clearly happily discussing something with his warriors. Judging by the relaxed and emotional conversation, they decided to celebrate the day with a bottle of wine. Observing this, Riviere reasons that this company is better than the pompous flatterers from the noble houses. Losing vigilance, the girl states that she still feels sorry for Croft. It is at this moment that her hair is touched, and the blonde turns her head frightened. Looking at her is none other than the emperor, who smiles at her calmly and relaxed and does not seem unhappy. Breaking the silence, the brunette asks if she should have pretended not to notice this inept surveillance. Croft is clearly amused by how the girl could decide that she would go unnoticed. But then he simply looks at her with a warm smile, which gives the main character goosebumps. A discussion immediately begins, where the girl declares that they were not hiding at all. And they were scared. They echo her that they were also scared, and advise her not to walk alone anymore. Wrapping herself in her cloak, the blonde thinks that although he talks about danger, the most dangerous person here is himself. Malik interrupts their conversation again, greets him and asks if the princess has come to watch the spectacle. Of course, Blanche does not know what this spectacle is, and they inform her that a duel will take place between Malik and Croft. Looking down, the protagonist remembers that they arrange them every month. The question is whether they are too drunk for that. And then the question is how much the young ruler drank, in her opinion. Except that Riviere is so dismayed that they are going to fight drunk that she skips the question. Grabbing Croft's sleeve, she begins to persuade him to postpone the duel until tomorrow. In response to these persuasions, the emperor suddenly stops smiling and examines the girl attentively. He wonders if Blanche is worried about him. At the same time, they call him to have another drink. But it seems the young ruler finds Riviere's company more interesting. And he touches her cheek. The scarlet eyes look tenderly, a jump is noticeable in them. He reports that he made a promise. The main character tries to stop, raises her hand, tries to call and reason. The thought that he was worried about Croft stunned her. It sounded like an alarm bell in her temples, and forced her to suppress a new attempt to stop. Meanwhile, after worrying, one of the warriors kindly offers to take a place to observe. Still, the emperor's attention is focused on the silhouette he loves so much, and he will not be slow to miss the blow. Another person's heavy sword is about to strike. The movement made to this effect promises no light wounds. Realizing this, Riviere flinches and covers her hands with her palms, trying to suppress a scream. But that was not the case. Croft is an experienced warrior and skillfully dodges the blow. Having overcome a panic attack, the protagonist is indignant that it is possible to attack in this way. But they cheerfully reply to her about part of the strategy. The swords of the two men clash with a loud echo of scraping steel and sparks fly off. While Blanche could barely hold herself in her chair, the poor woman was very worried. It is true that despite the wine he drank, the emperor moves skillfully, expertly. And gracefully, it must be admitted. He briefly allows himself to look aside, where the future empress occupies the place of the spectator. He sees that she cannot even sit, watches enthusiastically the progress of their battle, and bites her lips. Croft reflects that he is willing to do anything, so that Riviere feels sorry for him. Looking at him like that, she only feels sorry for him. It is at this moment that the blow is missed, and the sword cuts the flesh with a sweep. Blood flows from the wound onto the shirt. The blonde is horrified by what she sees, sobs and screams the emperor's name. Paralyzed with a confused expression, the brunette turns towards Lady Blanche. It was at that moment that she saw the girl run towards him, asking him questions about his well-being. And worrying. Approaching Croft, the main character orders to call a doctor, or better yet, a magician. Unable to wait even a second, she tries to follow 15 herself, but they grab her by the hand. And they do not let her go. The emperor says that it is impossible to wake up Kinsel when she is asked to call someone else. He replies that he trusts no one. At this moment, Riviere is trying to decide what to do because it is necessary to treat the wounds and stop the bleeding. Suddenly, she grabs another person's huge hand, of course from the healthy side, and throws him over her shoulder, holding a young man who is twice her size. Surprised by this at first, Croft looks away and covers his face, which turns scarlet with shame. To the surprise of the servants, pretending to fully accept the help and another person's shoulder, the emperor lets himself be carried away. Upon appearing inside, the girl immediately exclaims, "They need help immediately." The servants, seeing the emperor's wounded blood, panic and run to find a doctor. The girl takes the young man to her chambers and tells him not to worry, that the palace doctor will arrive soon. But Croft does not let her go. He grabs her hand and makes her turn around. It seems the emperor does not want to allow her to go see the doctor and asks her to stay. But it seems this is not all. The girl freezes, expecting the emperor to break the pause hanging between them again. And the brunette declares that she doesn't even need a doctor here, just let her stay with him. Of course, Riviere argues. She declares that a doctor is needed. But since the conditions for her were clearly set, she will not be released under any circumstances. She agrees. Suddenly, the future tyrant shines with such a welcoming and cozy smile. Perplexed, Blanche wonders if the wound really doesn't hurt him anymore, but the young man makes a pug and says that it hurts him. At the same time, he takes the girl's hand at the moment the servants appear, distracting her from the conversation. The palace doctor finally heals the emperor's wounds, no matter how much he wants to shoo him away. He reports that the bone is not affected, the wound is not deep, there is no criticality in this. He will put stitches after the medicine has taken effect. But Croft dismisses him and orders him to stitch like that, because he wants to be alone with Riviere as soon as possible. It seems the doctor falls into a stupor, warning that it will hurt, but the emperor insists. Instead of medicine, Blanche suddenly reaches out her hand to him and flinches. The situation is too nervous. Croft, bare to the waist, looks at the girl with a smile and asks her to take his hand. The blonde is perplexed as she feels so much pain because she is smiling, but she cannot refuse. As she puts her hand in another person's many times before, the doctor announces that it is beginning. As the healer sews the wound, it seems the young ruler did not even lose his breath. And the protagonist herself had the opportunity to examine Croft's powerful and trained body, dotted with many scars. It was as if there was no space left for them to live. Arms, stomach, chest, back, shoulders. There were scars of different depths and shapes everywhere. This sight awakened empathy in the blonde and clearly increased it to a critical level. The girl looks at these scars and wonders what this young man experienced in the past. A moment later, crystalline tears fall from her eyes. She cannot control herself. All the marks on this beautiful body are indicative points left in the biography of the emperor. Looking at the scars, the girl thinks that every scar can tell a story from the past. Covering her face with her palms, the protagonist cannot hold back the flow of tears out of empathy. At this point, the doctor and servants leave. A bandage is applied to Croft's wound. And the young ruler himself asks what is wrong with Riviere if something hurts her. The blonde tries to wipe the tears from her face and declares that something hurts her. The emperor tries to assure her that he feels no pain, but of course, she does not believe him. Starting to cry even more, the girl whimpers, saying that he is in pain, she is sure. Croft has never encountered anything like this. He doesn't know how to react, what to say, and emotionally asks her to stop crying. He says it is his fault. The blonde does not believe him. She clarifies what it is about, immediately receiving the answer that it is all his fault, and a suggestion that it is better to hit him. But the girl, usually cheerful, is in no hurry to hit the man now. She wipes away her tears and says that everyone can make mistakes, and again begins to cry more than ever. Even if there is guilt in him, the brunette is not to blame for what happened to him, for what they did to him. Seeing such confusion, the emperor does not understand what she is talking about, but he himself wants to cry. Sobbing again, the girl begs not to receive any more wounds and Croft immediately agrees. Never. After a while they sit on the bed, Riviere seems to have calmed down a little. Now, the young man can ask her why she was crying. There is a short pause. The blonde is clearly ordering her thoughts after a brief hysteria. But soon the answer comes that she feels sorry for Croft. He looks bewildered and asks again. And then he adds, even if it is so, why cry what irritates the protagonist? Reasoning in her head, the girl assumes that if he were a tyrant, her heart would not respond so much with empathy. She wonders if she really feels so sorry for this man. And then, leaving the question unanswered, she asks the emperor to continue living a happy life, hoping that a happy ending will be within his reach. Croft asks her if she will cry, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, he thinks about it. Immediately becoming gloomy, he declares that in this case the girl will stop feeling sorry for him. But the blonde presses, reminds him that he said he liked the brunette. Looking him in the eyes, she says that from now on she wants to be sad and happy with him. But she insists that she wants the emperor to be happy. Hearing these words, the young man decides that he will be happy so that Riviere herself will also be happy. Looking into the blue eyes, he reflects on how to express how happy he is at this moment. The girl smiles at him meekly, while the young ruler decides whether he can hug her or kiss her. However, suddenly, the girl takes his hand in hers very carefully and and affirms that this is what friends are for, radiant with an amiable smile. She adds to this that she wants to be his friend, which annoys the young man. But the blonde does not continue kindly. She invites him to be friends. It seems Rivière shines from within, full of determination at this moment, looking at her interlocutor. The idea seems ideal to her. She will become friends with Croft. She will be happy for him and for Lillian. She will become friends with the Tyrant. The thoughts are deeper. The main character realizes that she really wants this, to be friends with him. And full of her incredible and brilliant energy, she enthusiastically asks if the brunette agrees with the friendship. Without waiting for an answer, and not seeing the gloomy expression on Croft's face, she says that it is too late. She bids him good night, tells him to rest and hurries to leave. She refuses the Emperor's offer to see her off, arguing that he should go to bed and rest. Smiling ear to ear, the blonde bids him good night and wishes him sweet dreams. Croft follows her with his eyes and has no answer. He looks confused. It seems all his expectations about the skillfully executed self-harm plan to attract attention have gone down the drain. Not everything went as he wanted. He will not be able to fall asleep for a long time, standing by the window of his room, looking into the darkness of the night and drinking wine. Suddenly, someone quietly enters his room, disturbing the painful thread of thoughts. And his loneliness. Of course, it is one of the mercenary warriors, only they appear so silently that he states that he thinks the Emperor sometimes seems crazy. But Croft does not respond with a smile to the mercenary's seemingly cheerful intonation, but reports that he is not in the mood. But the mercenary continues, asking how he thinks the princess would get angry if the Emperor deliberately allowed himself to be wounded. To this, the brunette demands silence, saying that he himself is not happy with what he started. But this does not bother the warrior. He complains that all this love has led the intransigent leader to this. It seems at first Croft agrees that he really needs her love, but immediately stops at the sight of another person. Getting irritated, he becomes even more interested in what is wrong with Melik and changes the subject. Having taken a bottle of wine from the Emperor, he asks to visit him. He feared the situation. Without arguing with this, the brunette only replies that he will do so and again plunges into his thoughts. They smile at him with the same malice and wish him a good rest as they follow him to the exit. Croft is somewhat surprised, because he did not believe that Malik was capable of fearing anything. But his thought returns again to friendship, to the fact that he should be grateful for the generosity of being with him, even if temporarily. And anyway, however benevolent this gesture was, however illogical it was in some respects, it remained offensive. It wasn't friendship that she needed. Malik sits on the floor like a beaten dog and can barely contain his sobs. But no, it seems he still cannot restrain himself and is already whimpering quietly. If before he wanted revenge, that's why he called the leader to fight. Now he simply liked training with him. Suddenly, a soft touch of fingers on his shoulder distracts him from self-flagellation. This is Lady Blanche's maid. She apologizes and asks if he has seen the princess. Immediately, he receives the answer that she already went to the palace. They point the direction with their finger, and she thanks him for the hint. But the maid is in no hurry to leave. On the contrary, she leans down and asks why the man is crying. Malik looks confused. He was taken by surprise. And he starts crying louder, lamenting, expressing his fear that they will chase him away now. The girl sits down next to him and tells him that she herself somehow ruined the thing. But the lady generously forgave him. The warrior finds it hard to believe, but the maid hears her and says that the Emperor really values him, and he will not chase him away. When asked how she could know, the answer is that she was brought here with them, just like him from the east. She believes their masters are similar. Malik looks confidently at the brunette girl. The flow of tears becomes less strong and calms down. He decides to ask his leader for forgiveness and finds the support of a girl. Keep it up. The next moment, the warrior unceremoniously opens the doors to the emperor's chambers. He throws himself at Croft's feet and asks for forgiveness, but he says that he himself is to blame for what happened. Then he wonders if they plan to chase him away, and the answer is no, and that they will continue training. And then the man howls and cries again, worried about his master. It is the young ruler's turn to calm his subject. The next day, Duke Blanche declares that it was precisely Duke Pessillo's. We see Croft asking again, trying to understand what they mean. They are talking about the mercenary who wounded the emperor. The young ruler feels a little embarrassed by such a statement. The statement is clearly far-fetched. But the blonde continues assuming and being indignant about the audacity of the attack and looks for those responsible. And all because in the morning, everyone already knew that the emperor had been wounded in battle. It said it was the captain of the Imperial Guard. But few nobles believed it. How could the captain of the Imperial Guard wound the emperor immediately after the coronation? They immediately began searching for the culprits, including Duke Cronavel, Prince Ivan's grandfather or Duke Pessillo's, and they talked about a bold assassination attempt. Of course, an assassination attempt on the emperor seemed a more logical outcome than the real reason for Croft's injury. It was noticeable that Duke Blanche was agitated by what was happening, and he wasn't just looking for who to blame. He turns to the emperor, expresses the hope that the wound is superficial, and says it's like a scratch. Then the man continues, asking the young ruler to be careful because his fate depends on Croft and that of his daughter. It is clear that ambition is hidden here, but sincerity is also noticeable, so the brunette says there is nothing to worry about. Duke Blanche says he would like not to worry, but even before the wedding, there were rumors about the appearance of a concubine. Of course, he complains that his daughter wanted to be empress, and now is probably terribly angry. But some secret information is heard aloud. The concubine appeared only to reach an agreement with Pessillo's. Blanche tenses up, narrows his eyes and asks to continue, wanting to know all the conditions. Croft openly says that in return, they promised him evidence of Lady Letitia's innocence. He immediately adds that as soon as he receives them, the concubine will disappear. Only Riviere will be the empress. Judging by the expression on the mature man's face, he is very happy to learn about this situation. He thanks the emperor. The day in the castle returns to calm. The oppressive atmosphere dissipates. At this moment, Riviere and Lillian are enjoying their time together and having tea. The blonde lifts her cup not without pleasure and takes a sip. Every movement full of elegance. After carefully placing the cup on the saucer, an expensive service, the main character initiates a conversation. She reports that she has already heard rumors, but there is definitely nothing to worry about. Lillian visibly pales, looks at her interlocutor and stutters, asking what she is talking about. In response, they tell her directly that the rumors say she has been chosen for the role of the emperor's concubine. Lady Ilmenda tries to compose herself and looks attentively at her interlocutor. She is trying to understand if she is really wicked, if she hides her anger behind a light smile. And bright. This behavior is typical of capital aristocrats. She is really now considered a frivolous woman who hangs around the emperor. The brunette tries to apologize for causing trouble, but Blanche says there is nothing to apologize for. She reports that she is grateful, and the girl finally loses the ability to understand what the future empress thinks. Ignoring her secret speculations, Riviere reports that she is temporarily in the empress's place, and that in the future Lillian will have to replace her. It is extremely difficult to believe that they are telling her the truth and that the emperor's heart belongs to her. The lady-in-waiting remembers their first meeting. Lady Blanche asked her for favors, help, and the opportunity to count on her. It is concluded that Riviere wants to escape the emperor, so she is glad to be released. Such conclusions are not comforting. She immediately says that Duke Blanca wanted his daughter to marry the young ruler and become empress. Looking at the girl in front of her, the main character tries to understand what fears are in her head. Looking at Lillian with a smile, the The blonde thinks she would like to help, but simply doesn't have time for that. But then Lady Ilmenda says that she is also afraid of the emperor. This is depressing, too much fear and too little love. In an attempt to calm her down, she tells her that the young ruler is not as scary as she thinks. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted. A servant rushes in and addresses Lady Blanche. The blonde girl waits for the continuation, stopping the conversation that was going on before. And then they inform her that the emperor is going to execute all the courtiers. This is an unexpected turn. The girl runs through the halls of high arches, holding her skirt so as not to get entangled in the fabric. The news that recently surprised me hit me like a bolt of lightning. The emperor was going to carry out an execution. The main character tries to run as fast as possible, terrified that it might be too late, and that the tyrant has already awakened in Croft. The blonde runs to the desired hall and screams, attracting the emperor's attention. He is with his back to her. With a sword in hand, the attention in the room says that this is garbage. But what is perhaps even worse is that the sword she sees is covered in blood. This sends a chill down her spine, her legs weaken, and the girl cannot take a step. At that very moment, Croft turns around and addresses her and asks her what happened. Feeling a nervous tremor throughout her body, the blonde tries to calm her panic and utter a word. Standing in front of the emperor, she declares that the young ruler has committed an evil deed. Finding strength within herself, not without difficulty, the girl takes a couple of steps and demands to move away. The broad shoulders of a young man overshadow her image of what awaits her ahead. And then she sees a maid and a huge puddle of blood in front of her. It seems the maid is wounded. She is on her knees, and one of her trouser legs is stained with blood. There is horror on her face, and this terrible and huge puddle of blood, not far from her, sent a shiver down my spine. Putting the facts together, Riviere believes that this rabid dog hit the man with a sword. Her knees buckle, and she would have fallen if Croft hadn't caught her, asking worriedly if everything was all right again. Turning her head in his direction, the girl, pale with horror, asks him if he killed someone. Surprisingly, the young ruler stares blankly and shows no remorse or guilt. Sighing, he simply closes his eyes, looking a little annoyed by such a statement. Not receiving an answer, the girl turns to him again and asks why this was done. Now, experiencing extreme disappointment and shock, the main character does not want to believe it. And so the emperor decides to answer, still not looking guilty, but rather annoyed. In a calm and velvety tone of confidence, he reports that it is cold in the palace in winter. He tells that, on an especially cold night, his mother asked the servants for something to cover her son. And then, according to his account, Lady Letitia was thrown a wet blanket to help. Again, that unreadable and incomprehensible look that the girl is unable to grasp. But she tries, looks him in the eyes, tries not to miss even an iota of explanation. Clenching her fists and wrinkling her own skirt, the blonde explains how this can justify murder. She wonders if Croft plans to kill everyone who tried to harm him 17 years ago. In response, an imprudent answer because no, he clarifies if he will be hated for this. Without listening to the answer, the young man repeats the question without diverting his mesmerizing gaze. And of course, the protagonist realizes that she will never be able to understand someone who has been through so much, and indicates that he must accept and forget the difficult past. But one thing she is sure of, no matter what, she will not allow herself to become a tyrant. Therefore, she asks him if he says that she will hate him, and then if the young ruler will forgive the courtiers. This question clearly surprises Croft. He is trying to make it clear that for many years he lived for revenge. However, the girl is in no hurry to give up, leaning forward a little and resuming the arguments. But the emperor's declaration is heard, who says that when he finishes devoting his life to her, he will not kill anyone if she wishes so. But Riviere is not satisfied with this answer. She realizes that it is impossible, absolutely impossible. She realizes that it is wrong to live for revenge, that people should not kill other people. But it is difficult to condemn a tyrant after what he has experienced. Seeing the lady's shattered state, Croft offers to take her out of here and bring her to his chambers. And now that she is in his room, they serve her a new portion of hot tea. And fragrant. But this time, the blonde is clearly in no hurry to enjoy it, being dejected. The maid turns to her and asks if she was very scared. She is definitely worried. Not receiving an immediate answer, she offers to call a doctor to check him. But Blanche refuses. Then the maid continues by saying that it is true that those people treated Croft cruelly, and that it is even a pity that they will be afraid of him now. When asked what she was talking about, the brunette continued that those people tried to harm the deceased Lady Letitia. And the little prince. Continuing the story, she recounts that one of the maids gave them spoiled food. It turned out that the servants were mocking the empress, and the prince locked in the cold palace the whole time, laughing at the requests for food. Riviere cannot believe, because Croft was still a child then. How can people be so cruel? Cerrone replies that those people were subordinate to Countess Belinda, Duke Pessillo's younger sister. And then, after the empress's death, they passed under the control of Prince Ison. The main character complains that she knew that Belinda, the future Countess Travett, hated the empress. But that mockery is terrible. In the past, the emperor killed his wife taking advantage of impunity and condemned his son, the crown prince, to torture. Bowing her head, the girl realizes that she doesn't know what to say to a person whose meaning is revenge for obvious reasons. It seems the moment of crisis has arrived. The girl from the novel thought it was just a love story, but in reality, everything is much more complicated. The blonde tries with all her might to suppress the apathy and melancholy that has crushed her heart like tongs. And then she remembers the events that happened today, as if following them from the shots, and is horrified. She sees the lady-in-waiting's forgotten handkerchief and realizes that Lillian can now misunderstand everything. Now, Riviere slowly heads to Lady Ilmenda's chambers, under the pretext of returning the forgotten item to talk. On the way, the girl tries to analyze her recent dialogue with Croft and suggests what he meant. And then she hears someone's voices, which makes the flow of thought stop. And she stops. She hears someone threateningly scolding Lillian, promising to report the offense to Pessillo's. The main character sees the head maid and Lady Ilmenda in front of her. The latter is clearly agitated and scared, trying to justify herself. The woman complains that instead of letting Lady Blanche act, Lillian should have taken the initiative to the emperor. Sadly, the blonde realizes that the head maid is a spy for Duke Pessillo's. This kind of news angers you, so you stop eavesdropping. The girl pushes the door and enters the room. Greeting, she dryly says that the head maid is now on probation and dismisses her. She does not follow the order. First she tries to justify what she saw. But the usually bright image of Lady Blanche is replaced by a menacing image, and threatening, and she demands obedience to the order, otherwise the emperor will find out. The woman definitely did not expect this. She was in shock for a couple of moments. But then she hurried out of the room. Riviere does not care about her, waits for her to leave, freezes like a stone statue. And Lillian is horrified, because she thinks that now it will be her turn, the moment will come when she herself will be punished. After all, now Croft can find out that her uncle sent her, and what will happen then? But the next moment, a forgotten cloak made of expensive fabric falls on her shoulders. Blanche, holding the ends of the cloak, asks if her uncle, Duke Pessillo's, is pressuring the girl. Without waiting for an answer, she immediately asks if there are people besides the head maid watching her. Lillian purses her lips, as if about to cry from fear and anxiety. But the blonde, without waiting for an answer, sinks onto the sofa next to Lady Ilmenda. To herself, the main character thinks that Croft and Lillian probably fell in love due to their shared sorrows. Now the girl looks so shattered and broken that I feel incredible pity for her. Hugging the girl, Riviere happily informs her that as long as the lady-in-waiting is with her, she will be in no danger. This phrase makes a pretty pair of green eyes look at your interlocutor like a savior. It is true that Lillian turns around, immediately thinks of something. There are some contradictions, because the blonde will soon be far away. Yes, perhaps she thought so before, but it seems the plans have changed a bit. Looking into another person's eyes, Lady Blanche declares that she decided to stay to make the emperor happy. Some time later, we see Riviere heading to her chambers after talking to Lillian. In part, the main character is not satisfied with the fact that it was not possible to convince him that Croft is not as crazy as Lady Ilmenda thinks. Coming out of her own thoughts, the girl realizes the culprit of her misfortunes. She looks at Croft and calls him, attracting his attention and pointing in his direction. It seems the young man did not expect such a quick meeting. He freezes and returns her gaze. Out of place, recall the last two disturbing conversation about hatred and murder. The Emperor recalls the desperation reflected in Lady Blanche's beautiful face as she tried to stop the thirst for bloodshed. Thinking that Riviere might start considering him a murderer and somehow understand him as crazy. He thinks about trying to lie. Blanche calls her again. She doesn't let him think about words that don't want to form something coherent in his head. Then she simply says that it is almost lunchtime and that she just came for her. It seems difficult for him to speak, but he tries very hard not to let her be silent and shut himself in. It is true that it is noticeable that the blonde is not going to help or hinder. She is simply waiting for what will happen next. Gathering all her will into a fist, Croft asks the question that has been tormenting him, whether the girl hates him. This makes the protagonist dumbfounded. She blinks, realizing what was said. Then the question is repeated: is the Emperor hated for his desire for revenge? And then Blanche gives the answer no. The couple seems equally surprised by this answer and the hasty conclusions. The gaze of the blue eyes becomes warmer, reflecting cordiality in its purity as before. Riviere says she was really shocked by those words, but that she does not hate him, but rather worries about him. Looking directly into another person's eyes, without making a face, she reports again that she does not hate him. And then she remembers something important. Yes, a question she should have asked. Therefore, she immediately invites Croft to talk before or during lunch. Instead of answering, the Emperor extends his hand to her, grabs her small palm, and draws her to him. The blonde, who did not expect this, whimpers in fear, but the forces are definitely not equal in this. The next moment, the brunette pulls Lady Blanche close to him and hugs her tightly. Although the girl feels evidently bewildered, she still does not try to escape. And then he lifts his head a little and asks her if she is the first person to say that she doesn't hate him. But it's not about that. It's about her. He doesn't care what others say. The main thing is what she says. Riviere. It is difficult to express in words what she feels at this moment. Croft finds a way to express it in a strong hug. Attempts to answer something coherent failed, so the Emperor decides to simply remain silent. He did not say anything about the fact that feelings are taboo and poison for him. He simply hugged her tighter, unable to restrain his soft smile. As agreed after lunch, Croft says that Riviere can ask him questions concerning him. The girl looks a little worried and says that if he doesn't want to answer something, he doesn't have to. The Emperor replies that he has no questions, he wouldn't answer, and receives gratitude for agreeing to the dialogue. Clenching her fingers, the girl mentions revenge, trying to find the right words. Revenge will not be limited only to the courtiers. And Croft confirms that, of course, this is only the beginning. It is difficult to list everyone who abused him and his mother, who fabricated evidence, and who gave false testimony. But there is only one certainty: the last in his plan will be Duke Pessillos. To her horror, the girl realizes that in this case, the revenge will not end with Pessillos, because then other noble houses will rise. As a result, everything will turn into a purge, or worse, a civil war. This is no longer a love story, but a war drama, she thinks, clarifying if Croft was going to kill them all. The Emperor is not going to lie. He replies maybe, and the blonde is horrified by how cruel he is. The next question about Lillian is whether the Emperor plans to kill her along with the others. Reasoning to himself, of course, the young ruler understands that he should not feel sorry for the girl. She is Pessillos' niece, but since Riviere considers her a friend. Shaking her head, she replies that Lady Ilmenda is not to blame for anything. The main character exhales, After all, the novel is about love. But she immediately regains her senses and continues, although perhaps her request seems brazen. She asks to consider if everyone really deserves to die, if the degree of guilt is different. But Croft replies that attack and indifference seem comparable to him. He asks her a response question and decides to find out what she thinks about the different degrees of guilt. The girl tries to carefully and diligently choose the right words in such a situation. She says she hopes the emperor will not kill so many people. The emperor is surprised by the degree of her generosity and is ready to feel sorry for those bastards. The main character continues by asking what will happen if everyone is afraid of him. She says yes, they made a mistake. However, a young ruler does not have to become a tyrant. Hearing this, Croft rejoices again. She worries about him. Understanding this makes it very difficult to restrain a smile, and not without effort. The young man recovers. And then, covering his face and looking away, he says that he will not do this. To clarify what exactly, he explains that he will not kill everyone, since Riviere does not want this so much. This makes the blonde rejoice. She covers her face with her palms, excited by this decision. The emperor continues by saying that he will not be able to kill the one she desires most. After thinking for a while, the blonde realizes that they are talking about her own father, who is already dead. The understanding comes that this is a future or a real tyrant, but she has the power to change something. Because he listens to her. Perhaps it is worth repeating more that people should not be killed, and that it will work. Remembering something else, Lady Blanche asks him how the wound on his shoulder feels. Croft looks at her with a smile and replies that everything is fine. Instructively, the blonde says that no matter what he does, the main thing is to take care of his own health. And then she adds that he needs a replacement servant, a new head cleaning lady. To this statement, the young man replies warmly that, as a future lover, she can find a replacement. But the girl continues and tells him that the current head cleaning lady turned out to be a spy for Pesillos. Looking back with a kind of cheerful smile, Croft wonders if he should let the liar's guts out. To this she receives a resounding no, and, laughing again, says that she herself can solve the problem with the maid. After these events, time passes calmly. The moment of the wedding arrives, and now the chamber doors are opened by the Eastern witch. She asks who dared to hurt Croft. The mercenaries greet her. But the magician is not going to engage in small talk. She immediately pressures Melik, ready to lynch him for the leader's injury. You can hear the gears turning in the tall warrior's head as he tries to answer. Having sorted out his thoughts, he says that it seems there is no one to blame for the damage caused. Croft himself appears in the line of sight of those gathered and replies that it was his mistake. He is now dressed in a beautiful white suit chosen for the wedding and looks stunning. Kinsel finds it hard to believe that his leader could make such a mistake, but when the question is repeated, the answer is the same. Complex witch calculations take place in the Eastern witch's head. A small skirmish arises between her and Melik over how to address the emperor. Next, the brunette clarifies how Croft's wound is, and they tell her it has healed. The restless girl continues, offering in this case, as a gift, Duke Pesillos' head. The young ruler reports that shedding blood within the castle walls is prohibited. His subordinates try to understand with disbelief what he is talking about. It is true that the wedding affects the mind. By explaining the reasons for the prohibition, Croft reports that he scared Riviere by murdering one of the courtiers. The reaction of each of them is comical and amusing. There is laughter, surprise, and bewilderment. In addition, he says that he himself will kill Pesillos with his own hands and slit his throat. Kinsley tries to clarify that this is also his revenge. She cannot stay away. But her flow of conclusions is interrupted by another mercenary who hits her on the back of the sofa. Remembering that this is not only his goal, but also that of the other mercenaries. He and Blake. The four of them, like stereotypical conspirators, squinting their eyes and smiling carnivorously, exclaim to hell with Pesillos. Remembering something, the brunette snaps her fingers and says that she has already been to Riviere and that she is incredibly beautiful. The smile disappears from the emperor's face, and he looks excitedly at the witch. Without saying anything more, he hurries away from his own chambers, ignoring any attempts to stop him. But suddenly he stops when he opens the door to leave. He calls Kinsel and confidently declares that Riviere is always beautiful, looking her in the eyes. Croft walks down the corridor with a hurried and measured pace, and Duke Blanche crosses his path. He asks what the young ruler is doing here. He replies that he is in a hurry to visit his fiancée. But Blanche reports that the newlyweds should not see each other before the wedding. Barely restraining his wild cat hiss, the brunette clarifies that this is a local tradition. He replies that this is exactly the case. The rules must be followed without fail. Croft, moving away from the Duke, barely suppresses the irritation that bursts from his chest, really doesn't like this prohibition. The next moment, we find ourselves in Lady Blanche's chambers, who is getting ready for the ceremony that is about to begin. Saroni and the Duke froze nearby and could not hold back tears of joy when they looked at her. The maid, choked with tears, still loudly says how beautiful she is. But the father cannot say anything. The bride, dressed in an exquisite white dress embroidered with stones, dressed in jewelry. And with her hair styled in her hair, she looks incredibly beautiful. Finally, Duke Blanche reports that his mother would be happy to see her daughter now. He gives additional instructions about the strength of their family and the need to be a support for the emperor. Riviere smiles mischievously at him and asks if it was possible to simply wish her a happy life. Smiling, the father says that he is sure that she will definitely have a happy life. Next we see Duke Blanche leading his daughter towards the altar, while the girl's thoughts dream of a happy ending for her. And her father. Of course, she understands that connecting her life with that of a difficult tyrant will hardly be easy. But the main character moves forward with confidence because Croft is already waiting for her. When the Duke lets her go, the girl approaches and now they are face to face. The priest reads a ceremonial speech about the bonds of marriage. The newlyweds stand opposite him. Although the emperor looks calm, he still feels like his heart is almost bursting out of his chest. Perhaps all this is because soon the beautiful girl hidden under the veil will be his. The young man is overwhelmed with emotions. At the same time, he wants this moment to last forever and end soon. Suddenly, meeting her gaze, he thinks that maybe he regretted everything. But the girl smiles at him with so much affection and encouragement, noticing his gaze. And that's it. The emperor is subdued. He is ready to defend Riviere until the end of his days, at the cost of his life. Only one request remains, under no circumstances to let go of her hand. Throughout the entire ceremony, Croft openly looked at the girl until the moment they informed him that he could kiss the bride. Different reactions, the girl loses her composure, but the young man discovers that there is something in these traditions that he likes. The thing is that the protagonist gets nervous before kissing in public and in front of Lillian. Full of emotion, she releases the emperor's hand, which she had been squeezing until that moment. This does not go unnoticed. The young ruler immediately looks at her excitedly. They look into each other's eyes, trying to understand and predict the thoughts of the other. And then, Krupp leans forward, protecting the girl from everyone with a gentle embrace. Then he carefully lowers to her lips, without removing the veil, so as not to embarrass Riviere even more. The sound of the bell notifies the entire castle that this has happened and that the marriage is concluded. The decoration of the hall, prepared for the celebration, surprises with its luxury. Everything shines, glitters, and betrays sophistication. Looking around, the main character enthusiastically comments that this is really wonderful. Although there are also disadvantages, because they went too far with the light, the location of the present is difficult to see. Lifting the veil, the blonde realizes that Duke Pacillos and Lillian are nearby, who are not chatting very peacefully. Realizing they are not alone, each in turn greets the Empress. One with clenched teeth, the other meekly and a little nervously. Pacillos and Riviere look at each other with caustic gazes. Lady Elmenda tries to find out what they are talking about. The blonde hands the bouquet to the lady-in-waiting and asks her to take it to her chambers. Of course, no one will contradict her, and now Lillian, carefully picking up the bouquet, follows where she was directed. At this moment, the Duke and the young Empress remain face to face and can speak directly. Lady Blanche looks at him with disapproval and clearly with coldness, in no hurry to break the silence. Pessillos is not inferior in this. He replies in the same way, that look will make the water in the glass freeze. At that moment, the gazes become more hostile, they frown at the same time. A sudden spectator of the unfolding events becomes Croft, who is bewildered by such a communication, so to speak. They don't seem to be saying anything to each other, but their appearance is more expressive than words. Finally, Pessillos is the first to look away, clearly capitulating to the young Empress. And then he congratulates her on her marriage and bows as etiquette requires. Rivière looks at him in response, still cruelly, clearly not intending to ingratiate herself further. Without saying a word, he turns around and leaves, with no intention of talking to him anymore. Croft, who is observing all this, is relieved to see that there was no scandal. But he thinks the girl needs supervision. But his attention is immediately claimed at the reception. The Emperor reluctantly remembers his direct responsibilities. There are too many unnecessary formalities in these traditions, the young man laments. Duke Blanche laughs and says that by the Emperor's will they can be abolished. And immediately receives praise for Croft's idea, and receives an offer to solve it himself. He starts walking again in the direction where he saw Rivière, but they stop him again. And they grab him by the shoulder. Turning around, the brunette is already at the peak of anger, ready to start killing because they are in the way. But at that moment, Duke Blanche, with a serious expression, asks to treat Rivière well. And be happy. The young ruler did not expect this. There is a pause. His father's instructions are digested. And he replies, of course, without fail he will make his wife happy, only then will she be by his side. An exquisitely composed bouquet is as especially beautiful as its owner. Lillian, who brought the flowers, freezes looking at them standing in Lady Blanche's chambers. Suddenly her lover appears in the chambers and slowly, so as not to scare her, approaches the lady-in-waiting. The blonde asks not to pay attention to the Duke's words. Lady Ilmenda thanks her for the help. She simply rejects him. She says she promised to protect her and plans to continue doing so. Meanwhile, she takes off the veil and the exquisite jewels from her head to loosen her hair a little. Lillian is sad because she cannot respond with mutual help for her savior. To distract her from her thoughts, Rivière carefully takes her palms in his. But with confidence, looking into another person's eyes, the blonde asks to trust her, the Empress of Lavena. There is no hint of hidden subtext or deception in the blue eyes. Lillian cannot help but smile in response, and also understands that she was clearly wrong about her. And poor Croft is still trying to reach his legal wife, hoping to overcome everyone he has already begun to direct. But he is stopped again, this time by Kinsel, who demands to stop. The Emperor no longer hides his irritation, and she shows up whenever she can. But the Eastern witch reports that she knew, and asks him if he is heading to Lady Blanche's chambers. Reluctantly, Croft admits that he has a problem. The brunette agrees with this. And then, not without a smile, she says that she will not allow any embarrassment on his part on the first night. We see that Rivière was finally able to lie down on the bed. She was definitely exhausted. She remembers the last ceremony, her excitement during it, and is glad that everything is over. She remembers the situation with Pessillos, her father, and of course Lillian, and also Croft's happy appearance. Yes, definitely, by his gaze, half-smiles, and his manner of speaking, one can understand that the Emperor was happy. Only now the main character thinks about how happy the young ruler will be when he marries Lillian. She feels obvious envy towards someone who, in her opinion, is definitely loved. Unlike her, she immediately despairs over such thoughts, from envy of another person's fate. Suddenly, a knock is heard at the door and it opens. The girl gets up on the bed and looks at who entered. Croft appears in front of her, with a bottle of wine and treats on a tray, and reports that he brought a snack. Perplexed, the blonde asks him what is wrong with the wedding reception, which probably hasn't ended yet. The Emperor reports that he left immediately after receiving congratulations. And he kept silent about Kinsel's instructions. Suddenly, the girl says that it is good that he brought snacks. She is hungry. Sitting at the table, they share their impressions of today's long day. Do they remember the number of guests? The bishop's speech. While Croft drinks wine and Riviere indulges in sweets. Then, the girl attentively asks him if everything is all right with him. Because he didn't eat anything, he only drank wine. The brunette replies that she simply lost her appetite from emotion. Having interpreted this not entirely correctly, the girl complains that she did not notice his poor health. Croft puts down a glass of wine and declares that everything is fine, there is nothing to worry about. He asks her if she has eaten enough, and after receiving a pleasant answer, he suggests going to bed. Not fully understanding, the main character looks at him as the emperor unbuttons her clothes. The girl gets up and moves away from the sofa they were sitting on. She asks a question, tries to understand what is happening now, and is slightly perplexed. Stepping back, the blonde does not notice the bed behind her on which she lands. And the next moment Croft himself approaches her and tells her that it is late, and that it's time to sleep. The girl tries to put everything in its place, if he will sleep here, but after all, this is her chambers, only he doesn't care. Looking at Riviere, he replies that this is his wife's room and today is their wedding night. And here the meaning of the actions and words of other people begins to be understood by our main character. Calmly, the brunette confirms again that today is their wedding night. But the girl does not quite agree with this. Unfortunately, the marriage contract will be closed tomorrow morning. Trying to reason, Riviere asks him if he forgot that this is an arranged marriage for the sake of an alliance with Duke Blanche. But Croft says that the marriage took place only because she does not hate him. Of course, the girl remembers that conversation and the phrase the brunette threw when they proposed to her. The main character's gaze flashes like lightning, but she remembers both this and the immediately subsequent conversation. She will tell him that he is a bad boy and dismiss him. Puppy eyes will not help. Croft reluctantly moves away, looks very unhappy, and says that he understands everything, but the girl wonders what will be sitting there. If he understood everything, making another attempt to stay in these chambers, the emperor reports that he will not fall asleep. He is sent to his room, where sleep will come faster. The brunette asks him if he has turned into a frog for her. The blonde does not understand what they are talking about. Then, another counterargument if they sleep in different rooms. What will happen? Blanche's father says he asked to make her happy. It is difficult to argue against this. One must agree with it. Putting on his puppy eyes again, asking for pity, Croft asks not to leave through the door. Judging fairly, Riviere understands that she cannot chase him away, not now there will be a scandal. Judging by Croft's look, it seems he is about to start complaining pitifully so as not to be expelled. The blonde gives up, makes a compromise and asks if the young man will be satisfied with the sofa. It seems such a proposal is not entirely suitable for His Highness either. Approaching Riviere, the young ruler whispers to her that he has quite a wide bed. The girl turns around, looks at his bed and really cannot help but agree. Barely hiding her irritation, the main character asks him if he will bother her. And he, of course, replies negatively.